Hey everyone, welcome back. Chapters 1561 through 1580 of the previous episode. Qinmu witnesses the historic reunion of Heavenly Venerate Ling and Heavenly Venerate Yu before engaging in a fierce clash against the transformed Supreme Emperor. Utilizing insights from Heavenly Venerate Yun, Qinmu executes Calamity Cleaving Sword to dismantle the rules of the Great Tao, accurately targeting the vulnerabilities in Supreme Emperor's Tao fruit and significantly weakening his power. If possible, you can support me via PayPal or become a channel member to help me keep this channel running. Thank you. Now let's get back to the story of Tales of Hurting Gods audio series. Chapter 1581. The Empress and Prime Minister shared the same body, but they were tightly bound by the Tao chain. Powerful tidal force came from it and almost split their bodies into two. However, the two of them knew that Qinmu was saving them. If the Tao chain didn't bind them, they would definitely be swept into the apocalypse of the 16th universe and turned into ashes. The tide became more and more intense and tore at their bodies. Regardless of whether it was Qinmu or the Empress, their corporeal bodies began to tear apart. They could be said to be the most powerful existences in the world. There were only a handful of people in the entire universe who could be their opponents, but even such powerful existences would find it difficult to resist this power. Red rope! Madame Yuemu suddenly shouted loudly. Quickly look up! Red rope! The Empress and Qinmu were stunned. They turned their heads with great difficulty and looked up. Sure enough, they saw a few red ropes tied to the end of the Tao chain. Those red ropes were incomparably slender and looked ordinary. However, they were tied to the Tao chain, resisting the tearing of a powerful existence like Second Young Master of Mycroft Palace and resisting the tides and gravity of Great Abyss of Sinkhole. They had even withstood the great calamity of the 16th universe. What was even stranger was that the surroundings of the red ropes seemed calm and without any danger. It was as if the power of the destruction of the universe and Sinkhole had been suppressed by an invisible force. The tides caused by the destruction of the universe are simply too strong. Empress Dowager screamed at the top of her lungs and shouted at Qinmu below. We won't be able to hold on for long in this tide. We have to go to the red ropes to be safe. Qinmu immediately moved his body with great difficulty and moved towards them. His corporeal body and primordial spirit were torn by the terrifying tide, and the divine art of no ease was no longer effective in the tide. The tide was too fierce, and after his corporeal body was broken, his flesh and blood were immediately swept away by the tide. Even if he executed no ease divine art, he wouldn't be able to take back the flesh and blood that had been lost. What's more, the tide had torn his corporeal body apart, and his flesh and blood had been transformed into pure energy by the power of the tide. If it was Heavenly Venerate Ling's quality energy, it wouldn't have been easy for her to maintain her corporeal body intact. However, before Heavenly Venerate Ling could impart the quality energy that she had comprehended for 40,000 years to Qinmu, he had been captured by Heavenly Venerate Vast Expanse. At that moment, Qinmu could only execute the divine art of creation and use the path of creation to allow his corporeal body and broken primordial spirit to heal themselves. His path of creation was extremely powerful, but the divine art of creation consumed his magic power and cultivation. The tide would destroy all of his cultivation sooner or later and take his life. He could still execute the divine art of reincarnation, but he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Great Abyss of Sinkhole was one of the few dangerous places that could kill him. Finally, Qinmu came to the side of the Empress sisters and shook the Tao chain with great difficulty. The Empress's body immediately broke free and was swept up by the tide, rushing upwards. Qinmu stretched out his hand, and the Empress immediately grabbed his hand. With a light sway, she moved closer to the Tao chain and hooked her jade leg onto it. They climbed up along the Tao chain and saw their corporeal bodies and primordial spirits being swept up by the tides until they were shattered. The intensity of the tides was more than 100 times stronger than the tides in Great Abyss of returning ruins in their universe. Qinmu couldn't block it, and neither could the Empress. Fortunately, their cultivations were extremely vigorous, so they could still hold on for a short period of time. They were like two little ants on the path chain, climbing up with great difficulty. Suddenly, they felt a sharp pain in their hearts. When they lowered their heads, they saw a white hair piercing through their chest. When they looked down, they saw that the white hair was actually twining around the path chain and growing upwards. It was surprisingly the white hair of the second young master of Mycroft Palace. Qin Mu stretched out his hand and grabbed the Empress's ankle, squeezing it hard. On the back of the Empress's head, Madame Yuan Mu's face was revealed. She looked down and immediately saw that Qin Mu's situation wasn't good. The woman's legs hooked onto the Dao chain and she hung upside down to cut off the white hair. She then carried Qin Mu and sent him above her. Her abilities were stronger and she could resist the attack of the second young master's white hair from the back. The two of them continued to climb. Suddenly, strands of white hair locked onto the Empress's legs and Madame Yuan Mu immediately grabbed Qin Mu's pant leg. Qin Mu turned back to look down and saw the situation of the Empress, so he slowly retreated. He lay on the Empress's back and took out Calamity's sword. He used all his strength to break the Calamity, and sword light slashed at the white hair, cutting it in half. Madame Yuan Mu looked at him resentfully, while the Empress's body tensed up. She was clearly very nervous and uncomfortable. Qin Mu climbed up with all his strength and left the Empress's body. They helped each other along the way and after an unknown amount of time, they finally came to the red rope. There were a total of 6 red ropes that were tied to 6 path chains. The ropes were interlaced and knotted, forming a strange mark. They climbed up the red rope. The place where the red ropes formed the mark was calm. The place wasn't big and only had a radius of 10 yards. Meanwhile, the tides in other places were surging and surging with incomparable intensity. Above their heads was a calamity that could destroy the entire universe. It was as if it could be pressed down at any moment, and it was soul-stirring. Qin Mu lay on a red rope and panted heavily. He had rested for a long time, but he still hadn't recovered. The Empress sisters were also unable to move, and on both sides of their bodies, they were panting heavily. The white hair followed them to the red rope. When they touched it, they suddenly trembled like they had been electrocuted and fell down. Qin Mu rolled his eyes weakly and only relaxed when he saw this scene. After a long while, he stood up shakily and stepped on the red rope. He came to the center of the red rope seal and looked at the strange knot curiously. Suddenly the Empress said coldly, "Heavenly Venerate Mu, if you dare to try to untie the knot, this palace will immediately swallow you alive." Qin Mu's body stiffened as he sensed the killing intent coming from behind him. It wasn't just the Empress who had the killing intent. Madame Yuan Mu's killing intent was even stronger than the Empress's. "I won't untie the knot." Qin Mu turned around and said with a smile, "I'm just looking at this knot. The shape of the knot makes me have some feelings." "Lover, what feelings?" Madame Yuan Mu looked at the knot curiously and saw that it was extremely complicated, as if there were some strange and profound principles hidden within. It was just that she couldn't understand it. Qin Mu explained patiently, "Look at the shape of this knot. Is it similar to the Dao markings that burst out from the Dao chain?" The Empress and Yuan Mu looked at the knot carefully and looked at the Dao chains again before shaking their heads. Yuan Mu couldn't help asking, "How are they similar?" Qin Mu smiled. "The runes inside are all very similar. I feel that this knot isn't actually a knot but a seal left behind by the master of Miluo Palace. It's just displayed in the form of a knot. In other words, 5 of them represent his 5 fingers. This knot and the Dao chains are equivalent to him using his hand to suppress the second young master of Miluo Palace under his palm." He walked up and down on the red rope. He said, "These Dao chains passed through the second young master's face. In other words, when the master of the Miluo Palace was suppressing her, his palm was pressed on her face, forcing her into the ultimate to suppress her. No wonder the second young master could not escape." He could not help but praise. Although the master of the Miluo Palace is not here, this palm of his turned into a red rope and a Dao chain, staying here forever. His divine power is truly boundless and unfathomable. Madame Yuan Mu was even more curious and smiled. "You said that the red rope is the 5 fingers of the master of Miluo Palace, but there's a 6th red rope here. Then what's this extra red rope for?" "This red rope is probably the key to unlocking the seal." Qin Mu examined it carefully and calculated with his heart for a moment before coming to the side of a red rope. "This red rope is like the living buckle of this divine art. As long as you pull this red rope, you will be able to open the seal." Suddenly 2 palms grabbed the back of his neck. It was surprisingly the Empress and Yuan Muqiqi who had stretched out their hands to grab his neck to prevent him from breaking the red rope. Qin Mu laughed loudly. "There's no need for the two of you to be nervous. I'm not curious to such an extent." The Empress gritted her teeth. "If you dare to move, your head will be separated from your body." Qin Mu gently pushed their hands away. "There might be another possibility for this red rope, which is that as long as I pull it apart, the power of the palm of the Miluo Palace Master will be completely unleashed, blasting down from the sky and killing Second Young Master." However, was this red rope going to kill Second Young Master's buckle or release her buckle? Madame Yuanmu immediately said, "No matter if you want to kill her or release her, you have to stay far away from this rope." Qin Mu smiled and took 2 steps away. The Empress and Madame Yuanmu's faces focused on one face and stared at him without blinking. The Empress said indifferently, "We escaped from death and came here. Second Young Master's power is unable to touch this place. In that case, shouldn't Heavenly Venerate Mu teach us the path of reincarnation?" Madame Yuanmu smiled and said, "We have also taught you the mirror of returning ruins that you wanted. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. As long as we solve our own shortcomings and become the true goddess of returning ruins, we might be able to join hands with you to kill and block Second Young Master's attack to escape." Qin Mu turned a deaf ear to her words and his gaze was still on the 6th red rope, revealing a pondering expression. The Empress was furious and said coldly, "Could it be that Heavenly Venerate Mu doesn't want to teach us?" Qin Mu waved his hand and walked towards the knot while muttering, "Wait a moment. This knot is somewhat similar to the structure of primordial chaos runes. Allow me to study it for a moment." The Empress was furious and was about to make a move when Yuanmu raised his other hand to block her attack. "You can't do anything by killing him. If he dies, we can only continue to fight for our entire lives. Furthermore, we will be trapped in this narrow place to fight for our entire lives." Qin Mu looked at the knot and his vital qi suddenly transformed into runes that flew around. He tried to tie the knot, but he failed time and time again. After a long time, the Empress couldn't hold it in any longer and coughed. "Heavenly Venerate Mu, after you teach us the path of reincarnation, you will have plenty of time." Qin Mu woke up and his divine consciousness fluctuated. He sent the path of reincarnation he had comprehended into their consciousness, and lowered his head to continue studying it. Madame Yuanmu couldn't help asking, "Why didn't you chant scriptures? Didn't you use it to teach the path of reincarnation?" Qin Mu rolled his eyes and squatted beside the knot to continue studying it. Yuanmu was furious and suddenly came to a realization. He smiled again and said, "This bad egg is full of bad ideas." The Empress smiled and said, "Heavenly Venerate Mu is naturally full of bad ideas. There might be a trap hidden in the divine art of reincarnation that he has imparted to us, so we have to guard against it." Yuanmu nodded repeatedly. He said, "Therefore, we must be more careful so that we won't fall into his trap without knowing it. How about this? After we sisters have comprehended it, let's not cultivate for now. Let's talk to each other and verify each other to see if there are any traps." "That's right," the Empress said repeatedly. The 2 girls immediately comprehended the path of reincarnation. Regardless of whether there were traps or not, they began to cultivate on their own, trying to refine and kill each other before each other. Qin Mu tried his best to deduce the profoundness of the red rope knot. The red rope knot was much more complicated than the path markings of Miluo Palace. The path markings of Miluo Palace used the path markings while the red rope knot used the path chains that were formed from the path markings. The path chains were much more complicated than the path markings, and there were even more changes, making it even more difficult for him to deduce. If I can use this seal of Palace Master Miluo, the power of it would be much stronger than the power of one finger of primordial chaos. When Qin Mu had comprehended the path markings of Miluo Palace, he hadn't been able to comprehend the changes, so he had only comprehended one finger of primordial chaos. However, the power of one finger of primordial chaos was also much stronger than the divine arts of celestial venerables. Its power could be said to be the number 1 divine art below Tao practitioners, and it was even a threat to Tao practitioners. If he could comprehend the red rope knot, then this seal technique would be his other great asset. If Heavenly Venerate Ling had taught me the profoundness of the Tao pattern she had comprehended over the years, it might have been much simpler. Unfortunately, he felt a little regretful. After 40,000 years, he had waited for Heavenly Venerate Ling, but he had not been able to communicate with Heavenly Venerate Ling before he was captured and suppressed by Heavenly Venerate Haotian. The red rope knot was after all a powerful seal that could suppress the second young master of Miluo Palace, so it was impossible to deduce it in a short period of time. It was unknown when the battle between the Empress and Prime Minister would end, so he had to first be able to use the red rope knot. This is too difficult. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Mu let out a sigh and lay on a red rope. He swayed back and forth as he looked at the great calamity of destruction that kept surging above him with lifeless eyes. The difficulty of the knot of the red rope was beyond his imagination. The Tao chains that formed the red rope kept changing, and there were countless Tao markings in each of them. These Tao markings kept changing endlessly at every moment. And within those Tao markings, there were endless changes of great Tao runes. Just the changes of 5 supreme runes alone was enough for him to spend his entire life studying them with his wisdom. These changes came to the origin of the Tao markings, which was the primordial chaos runes. From this primordial chaos rune, it evolved into 5 supreme, as well as the changes of all the great Tao in the world. However, it was easier said than done. It was even harder to learn. With endless changes, it was difficult for him to grasp all the changes in the Tao markings, let alone the Tao chain. After a moment, Qin Mu sat up and seemed to have rekindled his confidence. The vertical eye in the heart of his brows opened, and he continued to study the red rope knot with great interest. After an unknown amount of time, the confidence that he had regained was wiped away once again. He wiped away his tears while muttering, "It's impossible to learn this." He cried for a while, and it was rare for him to be bored by the red rope knot. He looked as if his life and death were in the hands of fate. Everything is done by man. He sat up once again. His eyes were bright and full of spirit. The master of Miluo Palace is a human, so am I. He had created the primordial chaos runes, evolved the Tao patterns of Miluo Palace, and created the red rope knot. He had created it out of nothing, so one could imagine how difficult it was. If I learn his Tao skills, it would be countless times easier than if he had created his Tao skills. Would I still be able to learn it? He roused his spirit and continued to study it. He tried to use his vital qi to evolve the changes of all kinds of Tao patterns in an attempt to form the red rope. However, his confidence was once again wiped clean. Qin Mu's appearance was haggard and his eyes were sunken. His face had also become much thinner and his eyes were empty. He muttered to himself and no one knew what he was saying. He squatted beside the knot of the red rope and the vertical eye between his brows flickered with a strange light as he stared at the 6th red rope. His right hand trembled as he stretched forward as if he wanted to pull the red rope apart. It's too difficult, too difficult. It's impossible to learn it. It's impossible to comprehend it. He mumbled and said in a low voice. As long as I pull it, there won't be this difficult problem. Pull it and everything will be free. Pull it. He woke up again and hurriedly slapped his right hand away. Ha 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 ha. Nothing is difficult in this world. I'm afraid that if I'm willing to climb it, I'll definitely be able to solve this difficult problem. I'm an overlord body. An unparalleled overlord body. Time passed day by day. In Empress Dowager's body, Empress Dowager and Yuanmu's consciousness comprehended the path of reincarnation, and immediately started to cultivate. The two women were incomparably intelligent. Qin Mu's path of reincarnation had fused too many paths, skills and divine arts, but the most crucial one was the path of life and death in Sinkhole, giving them a breakthrough. The two women comprehended the path of reincarnation at almost the same time, and immediately executed it. Instantly, time and space of reincarnation appeared in the minds of the two women like a rotating wheel. Their thoughts immediately fell into the cycle of reincarnation. When they woke up, they found themselves in the womb of a pregnant woman, becoming two babies in the womb, waiting to give birth. Yuanmu immediately grabbed the umbilical cord with her small hands and wrapped it around the Empress' neck a few times. The Empress struggled, but she could not break free. Yuanmu gave her a tight slap. After waiting for the birth, the Empress was no longer breathing. Once Yuanmu was born, not only did she not cry, she even giggled nonstop. Time passed in the cycle of reincarnation. Very soon, little Yuanmu grew to 6 or 7 years old. She was ice cold and cute, Her family doted on her very much, except that they did not allow her to look in the mirror. On this day the servant was careless. Little Yuanmu found a mirror and stood in front of the mirror to dress herself up. Suddenly, the mole between her eyebrows in the mirror turned red. B***tisich. The self in the mirror shouted at her. Little Yuanmu shouted. Suddenly, the reincarnation divine ability was activated again, and pulled her into the mirror. The bright mirror fell to the ground with a clang and rolled for 2 rounds. In the mirror a huge wheel of light rotated. The 2 women were fighting and struggling with each other. Soon they fell down. When the 2 women woke up, they had already become 2 chicks in the nest. They were crying and waiting to be fed. They opened their beaks and waited for the mother bird to feed them. The 2 chicks immediately recognized each other and started fighting in the nest. They only calmed down after being pecked twice by the mother bird. The next time the mother bird fed them, the empress took advantage of her strong body to snatch the food from the beak of the bird. She did not leave any for Yuanmu. Yuanmu tried to snatch it, but she kicked him aside with her bird claws. A few days later, the chicks that Yuanmu had transformed into were so hungry that they did not have any strength left. They were pushed out of the nest by the empress, who was overjoyed. They fell under the tree and died on the spot. GGGG. The empress stood at the edge of the nest with a bright smile on her face. The empress was alone in the nest, enjoying the worms. She had just eaten 1 worm that day when she suddenly felt an itch on her neck. Then another bird head grew out of her neck. The 2 bird heads squeezed together and pecked each other. They beat each other until their heads were bleeding. Then they suddenly lost their footing and fell out of the nest. The 2 bird heads cried and fell into a ray of reincarnation light. In the next moment they turned into 2 giant beasts and fought in the world of reincarnation. After another round of reincarnation, they turned into 2 mantids and stood on a branch, waving their 2 forelimbs. They attacked each other like 2 big guillotines. They turned into 2 ferocious fish dragons in the sea, 2 imperial concubines in the palace, 2 flowers on a vine, and 2 red fruits squeezed together. They turned into 2 dragon mountains, crawling there, trying to seize each other's dragon fate, waiting for 1,000,000 years to take shape. They turned into 2 saplings, experiencing thousands of years of vicissitudes, trying to suppress each other, not letting each other absorb sunlight and nutrients. This world of reincarnation was the world of reincarnation in their consciousness. They had unknowingly experienced countless reincarnations in countless years, but they were still entangled. They were still fighting and trying to get rid of each other, but there was still no winner. On this day they reincarnated as sisters and were still fighting and killing. Suddenly, the 2 of them held their swords together and pressed them against each other's chest. The 2 women stared at each other fiercely. Madame Yuanmu chuckled and said, "Sister, you only know how to keep fighting with me. But do you still remember how many reincarnations we have experienced?" The empress was slightly startled. Yuanmu smiled and said, "Do you still remember the way you came? If you don't remember, then this little sister will definitely win. Reverse the reincarnation." Suddenly, a reincarnation divine ability revolved and appeared behind her. The little girl that Yuanmu had transformed into threw herself into that reincarnation and disappeared. The empress' expression changed greatly and she hurriedly chased after it. Yuanmu had already transformed into a big tree. The big tree quickly shrank and quickly transformed into a sapling. The empress chased after them and also transformed into a huge tree, but she was 1 step slower than her. The sapling that Yuanmu transformed into disappeared, and transformed into a divine dragon. The divine dragon prostrated on the ground and transformed into a dragon vein. Very soon, the dragon vein entered the cycle of reincarnation and returned to her previous life. The 2 ladies went back and forth through the cycle of reincarnation. The empress was still 1 step slower than Yuanmu. By the time the empress returned to her first life and transformed into a baby in her stomach, Yuanmu had already disappeared. The baby's expression changed drastically, and she saw a reincarnation divine art descend. It swept her up and spun around with a whistle. In an instant, she fell into the reincarnation and experienced countless reincarnations. She could no longer find her way back. Madame Yuanmu obtained a complete victory and took over the empress's corporeal body. She giggled. Heavenly Venerate Mu's path of reincarnation is indeed formidable. I've finally gotten rid of that little B***th sister. Heavenly Venerate Mu, I'm back. She looked at Qin Mu but didn't see him. She only saw a white-haired old man hanging under the red rope. The red rope was tied around his neck, and the white-haired old man had been hanging there for an unknown amount of time. He looked stiff. Madame Yuanmu jumped in fright and hurriedly went forward to check his breathing. When she found that he was still breathing, she let out a sigh of relief. She had saved the old man and could still see Qin Mu's appearance between his brows. It was just that he was too old and ancient, as if countless years had passed. What happened to my lover? Why did he hang himself? Madame Yuanmu asked curiously. Qin Mu shed tears and sobbed. It's too difficult, it's really too difficult. Madame Yuanmu was in a great mood and couldn't help laughing. Difficult? If you don't want to learn, it's not difficult anymore. My lover is such a smart person. How could he die from this red knot? Yes, Qin Mu said stiffly. I've already dealt with sister. No one can stop us from eloping. Madame Yuanmu held his arm and said happily, that so-called second young master can't do it either. Now that my little lover is going to follow me to kill him, we can escape and live our little lives together. She giggled and said, after he goes out this time, he will unify 10 heavenly venerables and the world. My little lover will be a noble consort in my harem. However, if you are as old as you are now. Qin Mu's appearance gradually returned to his youth, and he gave a reluctant glance at the red knot. Don't look anymore, you won't be able to learn it anyway. Madame Yuanmu pulled him down excitedly. Qin Mu was suddenly stunned. His gaze was still fixed on the red rope knot as he muttered, the sixth rope. I understand. He cheered and broke free from Madame Yuanmu's hand. He burst into laughter and sprinted on the red rope, dancing and singing. I finally understand. So that's how it is, The profoundness is all on the sixth red rope. I'm invincible. Madame Yuanmu looked at his crazed appearance and couldn't help feeling worried. I've just recovered and he's acting up again. However, without his help, I might not be able to escape from second young master's hands. I'm invincible. Qin Mu placed his hands on his waist and was in high spirits. I've already learned 1% of the red rope's knotting skill. I can walk on my own. Madame Yuanmu was shocked, but when she heard him say that he had only learned 1% of his abilities, she relaxed again. If the dead ghost has really learned the red rope knot, then I have no choice but to make him a dead ghost in advance. Madame Yuanmu smiled at Qin Mu, who was running around in joy, and thought to herself, but only 1%, then there's nothing to worry about. Qin Mu calmed down and sat on the red rope to wash up. He had been in too much of a sorry state just now, and it was rare for him to lose the demeanor of a heavenly venerate after being tied up by the red rope. Furthermore, he also needed to use this opportunity to use his calm mind to sort out his gains during this period of time. Of course, it was also because the red rope was too difficult, a problem he had never encountered before. However, it was extremely attractive to him, which caused him to lose his composure. When Madame Yuanmu saw him calm down during the process of washing up, she was very quiet. Her Dao heart was like the calm sea without any waves, and she couldn't help praising his powerful Dao heart. Great joy and great sorrow, unrestrained and unrestrained. He was unrestrained like a skeleton, full of emotion. Yet he could recover to the highest realm of Dao heart in a short period of time. In this world, probably only a freak like Qin Mu could do it. Qin Mu looked at the knot of the red rope and his gaze landed on the sixth red rope. He couldn't help sighing with emotion in his heart. The master of Mycroft Palace was indeed unfathomable. At the same time, he had a compassionate heart. The sixth red rope wasn't the thread that triggered the power of his seal, but the thread that undid it. As long as he pulled the red rope, the seal would be removed and the second young master of Mycroft Palace would be released. He didn't want to kill this disciple of his. Second young master guessed that the owner of the red rope couldn't kill her because he had overestimated himself. The owner of the red rope still had the profoundness of the red rope's knot. It could be said that the red rope was the catalyst to understand his divine art. He was worried that second young master would wreak havoc in the world and no one would be able to stop him. So he had left behind a technique to deal with her. Qin Mu praised her endlessly in his heart and thought to himself, no matter if it's cultivation, abilities, or the way he conducts himself, no one will be able to find fault with him. His intelligence is also unparalleled. The person who could make him bow his head in admiration was the first and the only one. Even if it was Lan Yuqian or Celestial Emperor, they also had a lack of intelligence and also a lack of actions. Su Xianghua, the young master of high heavens who shone with unparalleled magnificence, also had his own shortcomings in his personality. Founding Emperor was the same. As for Supreme Emperor, Heavenly Emperor Absolute Beginning, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven, Heavenly Venerate Cloud, and the others, they all had their own shortcomings and weren't perfect. Even the unfathomable Great Change had his own shortcomings. Sometimes, he would deliberately make things mysterious to cover himself in mystery. As for Qin Mu himself, he also had all sorts of flaws in his personality. Only the master of Moreau Palace deserved the praise of a perfect person. "Lover, can we go now?" Madame Yuanmu was excited and kept urging him. Qin Mu took a deep look at the red knot and stood up. He went through the marvel of the Tao he had comprehended over the past few days in his mind. After a moment he smiled and said, "We can go now." Madame Yuanmu cheered. This was the first time she had completely taken control of this body and couldn't help being filled with confidence. She smiled and said, "When we get down later, use your strange domain to assist me and I'll fight against second young master. I'm still not enough to be her enemy, but she's being suppressed so I can still block a few moves. As long as you escape, I won't mistreat you." She had solved her own weakness and her cultivation had increased greatly. Her confidence had also risen. The two of them waited for the tide of returning ruins to pass and immediately leaped out of the range of the red rope. Following that, the gravity of returning ruins descended. Along the way, Qin Mu flicked his fingers and activated the power of the 5 Tao chains. Countless Tao markings instantly appeared on the Tao chains and shook continuously as they surged down along the Tao chains. When Madame Yuanmu saw this, she was even more at ease. If Qin Mu could activate the Tao chains to restrict second young master's abilities, their chances of escaping would be even greater. As long as I can get rid of second young master, I'll send my little lover on his way. She had a smile on her face as she thought to herself, "My little lover is too dangerous. If he gets out alive, the threat he poses to me is too great. Furthermore, this threat is increasing day by day. His growth speed is too fast." The two of them descended rapidly, and the vibrations of the Tao chains became more and more intense. It was clear that the Tao chains had suddenly unleashed their might and alarmed second young master, who was suppressed in the sea of chaos. Suddenly, a vast expanse of white appeared in front of them. Qin Mu opened the vertical eye between his brows and looked over. He immediately shouted out, "It's second young master's hair. Be careful." His divine treasure domain spread out, and Madame Yuanmu stood in it. Instantly he could see the front, back, left, and right. Any attack would attack her from the front, and it would be easier to block and break it. "Good domain." She couldn't help exclaiming in admiration. The next moment, she saw second young master's hair, which was woven into a cloth and laid flat in the great abyss of sinkhole. Qin Mu and Yuanmu let out a long howl at the same time and rushed down. Qin Mu stood under the world tree, and arms drilled out from under his armpits. The 58 halls behind him turned into Jade Capital to defend the heaven. His primordial spirit appeared in Jade Capital City, and it was incomparably majestic. His hunting robe swirled, it covered the entire Jade Capital City. His corporeal body and primordial spirit attacked at the same time, grabbing onto the path chains. All of his magic power poured into the path chains, raising the power of the path chains. Chi-chi-chi. The net woven by countless white hair was torn apart by the power of the path chains. The domain of spirit embryo divine treasure carried the two of them and flashed through the torn net. The instant they passed through the net, countless white hair unfurled from the net and rushed down. In an instant, they were like countless hands and countless sharp blades that attacked the two of them crazily. Madame Yuanmu flew up and down in the divine treasure territory like a colorful butterfly. She displayed her most powerful divine ability and blocked all the white hair's attacks. Her clothes sizzled and were cut by the white hairs like butterflies, revealing her pure white skin. The spirit embryo divine treasure territory was still whistling down. In the sea of chaos below, lotus leaves swayed and white hairs on one of the lotus leaves shot up into the sky like a waterfall. Although the second young master of the Miluo Palace was a woman, he had unparalleled strength. He pulled the twin lotuses and uprooted the lotus flower. There was actually a section of lotus root connected to the bottom of the lotus flower, from which billowing chaotic chi was spewing out. There were roots under the lotus root. Each and every root was dancing in the air. It was like a great dragon of chaos that was engaged in a fierce battle with the Tao patterns bursting out from the 5 Tao chains. Whoosh! Second young master executed the lotus roots, and countless great abysses of sinkhole appeared in the sky above the chaos ocean below. They appeared and disappeared in all directions, swallowing and grinding down the Tao chains. Lotus seeds shot out from the twin lotuses, and with each strike, a patch of void was destroyed. Clearly, the twin lotuses of the 16th epoch of the universe had already matured. There were lotus seeds in the flowers and lotus roots under the flowers. They weren't like the twin lotuses of the 17th epoch, which only had roots and no lotus seeds or lotus roots. She knew that Qin Mu and the goddess of returning ruins had most likely had a fortuitous encounter, and their abilities had increased greatly, so she had executed her trump card. However, the power of the Tao chain was simply too strong. It suppressed her cultivation and abilities, and with the wear and tear of the Sea of Chaos, the battle prowess she could unleash wasn't high. Even if it wasn't high, it was no small matter. If she struck Qin Mu or Yuan Mu with all her strength, they would probably be turned into ashes and nothing would be left behind. Fortunately, she had to fight against the Tao chain, or else Qin Mu and Yuan Mu wouldn't have any chance of escaping. The two of them rushed down, and Yuan Mu's gaze locked onto second young master's floating sinkhole divine art. She brought Qin Mu to dodge in all directions, and suddenly a lotus seed came crashing down like a stone smashing into the calm surface of a lake, smashing into Qin Mu's divine treasure territory. The power of the lotus seed burst forth, and in the next instant, it turned into a huge abyss that swept through the divine treasure territory. The vast starry sky and countless worlds fell into the lotus seed. Madame Yuan Mu flew up to meet the lotus seed and executed her ultimate divine art. Her corporeal body and primordial spirit swayed, turning into a huge abyss that clashed head-on with the lotus seed. Qin Mu immediately stabilized the domain of his divine treasure and stopped his falling figure. Pa, Madame Yuan Mu's body exploded. It was just a simple collision, but she had already turned into a bloody mess. Her entire body, including her primordial spirit, couldn't find a single piece of intact skin. Her vital chi was like a long rainbow as it was sucked into the abyss formed by the lotus seed. Die! Qin Mu shouted out and executed his domain. Madame Yuan Mu's corporeal body and primordial spirit immediately recovered. The two of them gritted their teeth and fought against the lotus seed. Suddenly white hairs passed through the domain of their divine treasures, and in the next moment, the two of them were pierced through by 100 white hairs. The white hairs were torn apart in all directions, and the two of them instantly shattered into countless pieces. The lotus seed swallowed the countless pieces that the two of them had transformed into with a whoosh. If the treasure tree isn't destroyed, I won't be. The lotus seed was flying toward the woman on the lotus leaf when it suddenly expanded bigger and bigger. In the next moment, it shattered into pieces, and a world tree that was lush and green rose from the ground. Countless vital chi swirled around the world tree, and the sun, moon, and stars, as well as the heavenly palaces and treasure palaces, quickly formed. The worlds of the heavens appeared one by one, and Qin Mu and Madame Yuan Mu stood under the tree. Qin Mu gave a loud shout and executed extreme void. His domain became incomparably thin and didn't have any thickness. With a swoosh, he flew forward along the surface of the Sea of Chaos, far away from second young master. Second young master resisted the Tao chain and shook his twin lotuses. A lotus leaf flew out and caught up to Qin Mu and Madame Yuan Mu. It gently stuck onto the domain of the divine treasures that didn't have any thickness. The lotus leaf returned to second young master, and the domain of the divine treasures on the lotus leaf also flew back. 36 heavenly palaces appeared behind Madame Yuan Mu's head and she said sternly, "Heavenly Venerate Mu, lend me the treasure palaces." There weren't many treasure palaces in her heavenly court, and there were only 29 of them. When Qin Mu heard that, the 58 treasure palaces flew out and sat in her heavenly court. Qin Mu executed Taisu Heavenly Palace, and the 58 treasure palaces instantly became one with her 29 treasure palaces. Many of them overlapped with each other, but there was a total of 67 of them. Madame Yuan Mu's cultivation and magic power increased explosively, and countless palm imprints slammed onto the lotus leaf, knocking it away. Qin Mu executed Extreme Void once more and whizzed into the distance. They were getting closer and closer to the twin lotuses of the 17th epoch. On the lotus leaf under the lotus flower, God King Boyang's corpse could be seen clearly. At that moment, white hair flew over and coiled around the twin lotuses, pulling them back together with the lotus leaf. God King Boyang's corpse swayed and fell into the sea of chaos. It was quickly melted by the sea of chaos and turned into nothingness. That's my lotus. Madame Yuanmu rose into the air and hugged the lotus roots. Her corporeal body grew bigger and bigger, and with a shout, she uprooted the twin lotuses. She almost fell into the sea of chaos. The next moment, Qin Mu's divine treasure territory covered her feet, and Madame Yuanmu landed on the ancestral court. She waved the twin lotuses and shook the white hair away. The twin lotuses spun rapidly and bloomed, smashing toward Qin Mu's back. Behind Qin Mu, second young master's palm passed through the fog of chaos and came attacking. 5 chains wrapped around her 5 fingers, quickly exposing her ghastly white bones. However, the power of this strike was still immeasurable. Boom! Yuanmu shrieked, and all the power poured into the 2 lotuses. At the same time, Qin Mu's body continued to bulge out from under the world tree, uprooting it to face second young master's palm. Boom! The collision caused their bodies to explode one after another. After they exploded, they recovered and exploded again. Even their primordial spirits were completely destroyed. Fortunately, Qin Mu's divine art of not easy burst forth, allowing them to survive and block second young master's strike. Second young master stretched out his palm once more, but the 5 chains locked her tighter and tighter, pulling her into the sea of chaos. She let out an indignant roar and sank into the sea of chaos. Old 7, if I escape, I'll find you. Qin Mu erected the world tree and planted it heavily. The roots of the world tree danced and stabbed into his spirit embryo ancestral court. Madame Yuanmu also stabbed the twin lotuses into the sea of chaos. The 2 of them were covered in wounds, but they smiled at each other and rose into the sky, flying toward the sky above Sinkhole. The tide of Sinkhole erupted, making their bodies faster and faster. The 2 of them felt relaxed, and they saw the entrance of Great Abyss of Sinkhole getting closer and closer. They came to the flower house of the twin lotuses. It was peaceful inside, and the stamens of the flowers danced in the tide. Qin Mu stood by the side of the flower house and looked down. The light flow of the tide was intense, and the sea of chaos below gave him a lingering fear. I've finally escaped. Little lover, if it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do. Madame Yuanmu bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth and stuttered. How should I repay you? Qin Mu turned around with a gaze full of affection. How does Madame want to repay me? Of course it's. Madame Yuanmu was shy and timid as she rubbed a corner. She suddenly raised her hand and beckoned the great abyss cover over with a smile. Of course it's to send you to your death. If you're alive, I won't be able to rest in peace. The distance between the 2 of them was extremely close, so she moved so fast that Qin Mu couldn't react in time. However, at the moment she made her move, Qin Mu seemed to have already expected her to make a move. The vertical eye in the heart of his brows opened up, and a light wheel whizzed out from it and struck the heart of Madame Yuanmu's brows. Empress, wake up. In Madame Yuanmu's body, the consciousness of Empress, who had gone through countless reincarnations and couldn't find a way out, immediately escaped from the reincarnation and seized control of her corporeal body with Madame Yuanmu. Madame Yuanmu's strike came to the top of Qin Mu's head, but it couldn't land. Astonishment appeared on her face. You really left a trap. The twin lotuses rose slowly in the tide and came to the top of the great abyss. Light shone over, and the water of the underworld river surged. Qin Mu looked at Madame Yuanmu's face and sighed. He spread his right hand and pressed it on Madame Yuanmu's face before turning around. Yuanmu, Empress, the divine art I've comprehended can't kill the 2 of you, so I can only suppress the 2 of you. If we're fated in the future, farewell. The 5 fingers of his right hand moved away from Madame Yuanmu's face and walked out of the flower house with twin lotuses. Qin Mu raised his head and looked at the water of underworld river. Red rope knot, he said softly. Shwa. 5 chains passed through Madame Yuanmu's facial features, and 5 red ropes rose from the flower house. They interweaved and interweaved to form a red rope knot. The twin lotuses slowly sank into the sinkhole. For 1,000 words Madame Yuanmu and Empress Emperor appeared in another body. As the twin lotuses descended, they also fell into the great abyss. No matter how they struggled and resisted, they couldn't break free from the red knot. Qin Mu had only comprehended 1% of the red knot, but even if it was 1%, its power was enough to lock them up, making it impossible for them to escape. Qin Mu didn't sink them into the sea of chaos, so even if they wanted to contact the second young master of Mycroft Palace, they didn't have the means to do so. Not only that, the red knot Qin Mu had left behind was unlike the red knot that the master of Mycroft Palace had used to seal the second young master. He had even left behind a sixth thread, giving the second young master a chance to live. Qin Mu didn't leave them a chance to live. If someone came to rescue them and touched the red knot he had left behind, the power of this seal would burst forth and strike into their bodies. Unless someone could break the red knot with brute force or was proficient in it, they would be able to break the seal and save Madame Yuanmu. However, that would require the person's abilities to far surpass Qin Mu, or their comprehension of the red knot to be above Qin Mu's. In the current world, there were very few people whose abilities surpassed Qin Mu's, and there were even more people whose comprehension of the red knot surpassed Qin Mu's. Of course, there was still a chance for Madame Yuanmu and Empress Dowager to survive, and that was because Qin Mu's comprehension of the red rope knot was only 1% of that of Palace Master of Miluo Palace. Qin Mu's red rope knot didn't have as many complicated changes as that of Palace Master of Miluo Palace, so it left them with the possibility to crack it. Qin Mu followed Underworld River out of Sinkhole and came to Yudu. The Jade Lock Pass of Yudu was still there. An Earth Count had almost destroyed it. However, because of Earth Count H. Cho and the reincarnation of Heavenly Duke, the place was still protected. However, the army of the Heavenly Court guarding the place had already been completely wiped out, destroyed by Earth Count's attack. The moment Qin Mu arrived at Jade Lock Pass, he was immediately noticed by the Great Tao of Yudu, and the Devil Qi of Yudu became incomparably dense. He smiled slightly, and the path of reincarnation turned into a light wheel that rotated. It completely blocked the senses of the path of Yudu, and the restless Devil Qi of Yudu instantly quieted down. He didn't completely eliminate karma. Even though the path of reincarnation could avoid disasters, he wasn't able to completely eliminate karma at the moment. He could only make the path of Yudu feel that this person wasn't Qin Mu. If one had an extremely deep cultivation in the path of Yudu and reached Tao realm of 36 heavens, they could still rely on karma to search through reincarnation and find his aura from karma. However, it was impossible for the Great Tao of Yudu to take the initiative to search for him, so it naturally wouldn't find him. Yudu has become a little strange. Looks like quite a number of things have happened during the time I was filled in the eye of the sea. Qin Mu came to the forest of karmic fire tablets in Jade Lock Pass, and raised his head to take a look. Even though the Devil Qi of Yudu was no longer restless, it was still extremely dense. It was very different from the usual Yudu. If it was any other day, he would have seen billions of paper ships shuttling back and forth in all parts of Yudu. Elder Messenger of Death would have sat on them to receive the souls and primordial spirits of the dead in all parts of Yudu to receive their judgment. But now all the paper ships had disappeared. The entire Yudu had completely stopped functioning, and no one was going to take care of the dead in all the worlds. If they did that, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in all the worlds. The souls of the dead ran amok in the world of the living. Some died unjustly, while others harbored resentment or ambitions. They would turn into malicious ghosts. There were even gods who had fallen and possessed great power to possess all living things and disturb yin and yang. There were even some who would separate the world of the living and create ghost countries in the world of the living. If the dead didn't die, they would cause great trouble. At that moment, Yudu was filled with killing intent. The circulation of the Great Tao of Yudu had become more active than before, and the devils in Yudu had also become quiet. However, Qin Mu could clearly feel the power of the devil path increasing. This situation was very similar to the changes of the Heavenly Tao of Xiandu, when they were crusading the Heavenly Duke back then. Yudu has stopped circulating, so something big must have happened. In that case, the Heavenly Court is preparing to crusade Earth Count. His heart trembled, and he walked into the forest of karmic fire tablets. Soon he found the reincarnation of the Heavenly Duke. The reincarnation of the Heavenly Duke was still suffering from the torment of the karmic fire, struggling in it. Heavenly Duke Mu. When the Heavenly Duke noticed him, he forcefully endured the intense pain from his soul and called out. Qin Mu greeted him and sized him up. He saw that the Heavenly Duke's heavenly Tao was even more perfect. It wasn't just the heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Duke also had extraordinary comprehension and understanding of all the great Tao in the world. He was immersed in the karmic fire and was being burned by it. On the contrary, it allowed his comprehension of the heavenly Tao and the other great Tao to reach an extremely deep realm. His Tao realm advanced by leaps and bounds, and his cultivation was extraordinary. Heavenly Duke has gotten rid of the fetters of the ancient gods, and it's time for me to attain Tao. Qin Mu smiled and congratulated him. Heavenly Duke said, "It's also thanks to Heavenly Venerate Mu's help that I have the hope of attaining Tao." Heavenly Venerate Mu must have noticed the changes in Yudu, right? Fellow Taoist Earth Count is also about to be freed, and I won't be lonely on my path of attaining Tao anymore. We will support each other. Qin Mu's heart sank slightly. The Heavenly Court was attacking Earth Count, and Earth Count had used the opportunity to break away from the body of an ancient god and become a Cho. This was Earth Count's long-cherished wish, so he naturally had to fulfill it. However, if Earth Count died and Yudu fell into the hands of the enemy, the Heavenly Court would have the power of Yudu in their hands. With Xiandu in addition, no matter if it was Eternal Peace or Carefree Village, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. Xiandu controlled the sun, moon and stars and could cause all the worlds in the universe to fall into darkness. All kinds of natural disasters would appear. The great snowstorm in Eternal Peace had caused Eternal Peace to lose hundreds of millions of people. If Heavenly Court controlled Xiandu and started a war, the natural disasters would be unimaginably huge. If Heavenly Court controlled Yudu again, they could directly invade the life and death gods' treasure of all Eternal Peace gods and divine arts practitioners. It wouldn't be easy to kill gods, devils, and divine arts practitioners. What was even more terrifying was that if Heavenly Court took control of the body of Earth Count and mobilized the ghost army of Yudu to invade the world of the living, it would be an unimaginable calamity. The current Eternal Peace was no longer the same as it was in the past. The number of gods was many times more than before, and Heavenly Venerate level strong practitioners like Qin Mu had also been born. Eternal Peace also had Lan Yuqian, Su Shanghua, Lin Xian, and the other strong practitioners of the older generation. Their abilities were formidable, and all kinds of manufacturing factories could forge the strongest divine weapons in the world. The wealth of the people was astonishing. It was clearly the strongest divine empire on land among all the heavens. Furthermore, Qin Mu had vast connections and could help Eternal Peace join hands with Carefree Village and the bright red floating world. Along with founding Emperor, Heavenly Venerate Yu, Heavenly Venerate Ling, Heavenly Venerate Yu, and Lang Bao, as well as Heavenly Venerate Yun who was high up in the ultimate void, the battle prowess of their side wasn't much weaker than that of the Heavenly Court. However, if Yudu fell into the control of the Heavenly Court and they really made a move, the Heavenly Court would be able to flatten the origin world in a few years or even a few months. That was because the core strength of heaven was simply too many and too strong. Heaven controlled all the heavens and all the worlds, and all the talented people in all the worlds were gathered into heaven. Just the number of emperor thrones alone numbered 100. Even if the 4 emperors died in battle, they could replace the 4 emperors at any time. When the war really broke out, as long as founding emperor and the rest were blocked, the core strength of heaven would be able to flatten Carefree Village along with Eternal Peace and Floating World. Earth Count is freed, but the people of the world can't be freed. Qin Mu composed himself. Tao brother, Heavenly Venerate vast heaven has attained Tao and no one can be his match. Furthermore, with Heavenly Court having such a huge foundation and controlling Hades City, there's still no one in Heavenly Court who can be his match. If Hades City falls into the hands of Heavenly Court, what's the point of fighting? I might as well take off my clothes and tie myself up before going to Heavenly Court to kneel in front of Heavenly Venerate vast heaven. There was resentment in his words. The Heavenly Duke hesitated, he said. In fact, the Heavenly Court planned to attack Yudu this time because the Earth Count killed the soldiers of the Heavenly Court in the Jade Lock Pass when he wanted to capture you. This gave the Heavenly Court an excuse. These days, the Heavenly Court has reported to all the heavens, publicizing the evil deeds of the Earth Count and raising the banner of punishing the Earth Count. Earth Count is seeking his own death. His Earth Count Cho is in the forest of karmic fire tablets. Perhaps you should ask him. Qin Mu bowed and took his leave to look for Earth Count Cho. Earth Count Cho was entangled by the chains and was enduring the flames of karmic fire from all the living beings in the 10,000 worlds. He knelt on the ground and lowered his head as if he was enduring the endless suffering of the people in the world. Qin Mu looked at him and said after a moment, Earth Count, after you die, who will you to fall into the hands of? Who will succeed Earth Count? The chains rattled. Earth Count Cho slowly raised his head. Heavenly Venerate Mu, after I die, Yudu falls into the hands of Heavenly Venerate Yu and Qin Fengqing, who will take over as Earth Count. For 1,000,000 years, Heavenly Venerate Yu has been the sacred king of Tianqi Ren, managing everything in Yudu and familiarizing himself with the affairs of Yudu. Qin Fengqing is the divine son of Yudu and controls the power of Yudu, but his wildness is hard to tame. However, if he had Heavenly Venerate Yu to assist him, he could be a good Earth Count. Qin Mu said coldly, Then what about Heavenly Venerate Su? What about Son of Heaven Yin? The reason why the Heavenly Court used troops against Yudu was for the entire Yudu world. To control the Yudu world was to control the lives of everyone. With our current abilities, as long as the Heavenly Court moves the stars in Xuandu, we won't be able to spare any troops to protect Yudu. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He said patiently, The Heavenly Court controls Hades, which means they control all lives. Earth Count, you also control Hades. Now everyone's lives are in your hands. As long as you are willing, you can slaughter all the gods of the Heavenly Court in one fell swoop and capture all the advantages of the Heavenly Court in one fell swoop. You will be responsible for slaughtering all the gods, and I will be responsible for getting rid of the Heavenly Venerate of the Heavenly Court. This way the overall situation can be settled. The path of Yudu doesn't allow me to lay my hands on the living, unless it's someone who has violated the path of Yudu. The karmic flames in Earth Count Chao's 3 eyes blazed. Heavenly Venerate Mu, don't worry. I won't let Yudu fall into the hands of the Heavenly Court. I'll bring Heavenly Venerate Su into seclusion and live the life of a mortal. As for Yin Tianzi, he's no match for little Earth Count, so it's even more impossible for him to control Yudu. Qin Mu laughed loudly. Is Heavenly Venerate Su willing to go into seclusion with you? Earth Count, even though Heavenly Venerate Su is your daughter, she doesn't have any kinship with you. She's the 10th Heavenly Venerate. She was nurtured by Heavenly Emperor Absolute Beginning and used to deal with you. Earth Count Cho said with a calm expression, She's still my daughter. Qin Mu flicked his sleeves and passed through the layers of karmic fire to come in front of Earth Count Cho. The path of reincarnation allowed him to not be tainted by any karmic fire, so no matter how fierce the karmic fire here was, it couldn't hurt him in the slightest. The vertical eye in the heart of Qin Mu's brows opened, and he faced Earth Count Cho face to face. Their 6 eyes met, and they could see the stubbornness in each other's eyes. She's 10th Heavenly Venerate, Qin Mu said. Earth Count Cho looked straight at him. She's my daughter and I'm a Cho. Qin Mu clenched his fists, and Earth Count Cho tightened the chains with a whoosh. His body leaned forward, and the two of them were almost face to face. They were still looking straight at each other. Heavenly Venerate Mu, you made me go against the great Tao of Yudu, killing the innocent and burying the billions of gods and devils in the Heavenly Court. If I do that, what's the difference between me and the 10th Heavenly Venerate? Devil fire spewed out of his nostrils and burned Qin Mu's face. You want to kill the billions of gods and devils in the Heavenly Court? Qin Mu said coldly. In the future, you will watch the billions of gods and devils in the Heavenly Court and slaughter the billions of lives in eternal peace. What's the difference between you and the 10th Heavenly Venerate? Stop quarreling. Heavenly Duke, whose body was on fire, staggered over and tried to persuade them. A fierce battle was about to begin. It was the end of the month. Asking for a monthly ticket for God Shepherd. Today was a double monthly ticket. God Shepherd didn't ask for a ticket in the evening, but he was overtaken in the morning. He asked for a monthly ticket to support him. Qin Mu and Earth Count Cho fell silent. They were still willing to listen when the Heavenly Duke appeared, but how much they could listen to was questionable. The Heavenly Duke stood there and wanted to say something, but after a moment, he couldn't think of any words. Qin Mu and Earth Count were both terrifyingly stubborn fellows, so it was almost impossible to persuade them to change their minds. Furthermore, Heavenly Duke himself wasn't clean either. Back then, for his own selfish desires, he hadn't considered the situation of Qin Mu and eternal peace at all, and had let Heavenly Venerate Hong and the other Heavenly Venerates to take revenge on him. Qin Mu was his ally, so he hadn't considered the situation of his ally. However, Qin Mu still did his best and relied on his face to invite many experts from founding Emperor Lang's to Heavenly Venerate you. He even personally went into battle and saved him in the end. Reviving him gave him hope of becoming a Dao. Otherwise, the Heavenly Duke wouldn't have had any chance of surviving that time. This time, Heavenly Venerate Palace had used Yudu to go to return ruins to suppress Qin Mu. And Earth Count had also used the opportunity to slaughter the soldiers of the Heavenly Court in Jade Lock Pass. He had attracted the wrath of the Heavenly Court, which was exactly the same as what the Heavenly Duke had done in the past. He wasn't thinking about Qin Mu and eternal peace, but for his own selfish interests. As allies, these two ancient gods weren't qualified. Before them, the vermilion bird that had made the decision on its own had been the same. It had rebelled without notifying Qin Mu and attracted Fire Heavenly Venerate, wanting to use the Hand of Fire Heavenly Venerate to free itself from the shackles of the ancient gods. However, it had been suppressed by Fire Heavenly Venerate in Fragrant Cloak Hall. Even so, Qin Mu still did his best to find a way to crack Fragrant Cloak Hall and resurrect the vermilion bird. From this point, Earth Count and Southern Emperor owed Qin Mu a lot. After a long time, Qin Mu said in a desolate voice, "Earth Count, no matter what, Yudu can't fall into the hands of the Heaven Court. Otherwise, I won't be able to turn the situation around. I hope you can have full confidence. This is the last time your ancient god camp will take matters into your own hands. If there are other ancient gods following suit after you get rid of the shackles of the ancient gods, forgive me for not saving you." He said indifferently, "At that time I will watch you court death." Earth Count Acho was silent for a moment before saying, "Many thanks." Qin Mu gave a snort and flicked his sleeves before leaving. His voice came from afar. "The celestial heavens will come to kill you and won't mobilize the army of the celestial heavens. A few celestial venerables are enough. I will do my best to invite Founding Emperor and the rest to help. However, if Yudu falls into the hands of the celestial heavens, I will kneel in front of Heavenly Venerate Clear and surrender." His figure passed through the hellfire and disappeared without a trace. Heavenly Duke watched him leave and praised, "Heavenly Master Mu's abilities are getting better and better. He doesn't even fear the hellfire. It's just that his temper is too hot-tempered. He calls himself I in front of us. His cultivation strength has already reached the level of a Heavenly Master. Among the 10 Heavenly Masters, he is not weak. I don't really understand his abilities anymore." Earth Count Acho said, "This time he is indeed angry. I can feel the anger in his Tao heart being ignited. If you had not run over just now, he would most likely have raised his fist and fought with me, beating me up." Duke of Heaven smiled and said, "How would he dare?" Earth Count Acho did not speak. Duke of Heaven asked curiously, "How did he avoid the detection of the great Tao of Hades?" Earth Count Acho shook his head and said, "I don't know. But I sensed a strange great Tao in his body. This great Tao allowed him to deeply conceal the karma caused by reviving the dead. I can discover this, but the great Tao of Hades can't discover this." Heavenly Duke smiled and said, "Your realm has become more profound, so I haven't seen that great Tao. Fellow Taoist, do you think Heavenly Venerate Su will still recognize you as Acho?" Earth Count Acho was silent for a moment, and a smile appeared on his incomparably ugly face. "She will. Isn't her goal of becoming 10 Heavenly Venerate to kill Earth Count and save her father, Acho?" Heavenly Duke frowned slightly, feeling a little worried. He raised his head to look, and Yudu was filled with killing intent. There were already quite a number of Yudu devil monsters that had taken advantage of Heavenly Venerate Yu's absence to escape to the mortal world to avoid the calamity. Qin Mu walked out of Yudu and came to the place where the Heavenly River intersected with the Underworld River. The Heavenly River had come here to enter Yudu, and turned into the Underworld River. Numerous Yudu devils and devils had sneaked into the world of the living. When he came here, He saw countless devils swimming in the torrential water. They moved in stealth in the river, and even the heavenly river was dyed black. Yudu wasn't like Xiandu. The people of Xiandu loved the heavenly duke very much, so when the calamity of Xiandu descended, not many people escaped. Instead, they fought with their lives on the line to fight against the heavenly court. The devil monsters and devils in Yudu were born from all kinds of negative emotions in the world. The devil gods of Yudu also cultivated the devil path, so when faced with the calamity of Yudu, the first thing they thought of was escaping for their lives. Heavenly Venerate Mu. Someone suddenly called out to him. Qin Mu looked toward the source of the voice and saw Heavenly Venerate Su standing on the surface of the heavenly river. Beneath his feet was pitch-black water, and countless devil monsters swarmed over. They surged behind her, and their numbers grew larger and larger, forming a devil army that blotted out the sun. Qin Mu stopped and his gaze landed on Heavenly Venerate Su's face. He asked indifferently, "What teachings does Heavenly Venerate Su have? I don't dare to accept your teachings. In terms of seniority, I still have to address you as uncle." Heavenly Venerate Su bowed slightly and said. Heavenly Venerate Gong escorted uncle to the returning ruins and prepared to fill the eye of the sea with uncle. Yet she didn't return for a long time. Yet Heavenly Venerate Mu came back alive. Could Heavenly Venerate Gong have already met with misfortune? Qin Mu said with a smile that wasn't a smile. You guys have planted so many spies in eternal peace. Don't you know if Heavenly Venerate Gong is dead or not? Celestial Master Su said. Celestial Master Gong has indeed met with misfortune. Some people saw her turning into ashes in the origin world. And uncle, your mount went to kill Celestial Master Gong's reincarnation. Some people found Celestial Master Gong's reincarnation's corpse washed up by the waves by the sea. Thinking about it, if I die in the future, uncle will also order people to kill my reincarnation in eternal peace without mercy. Qin Mu laughed out loud, and the smile on his face disappeared completely. Heavenly Venerate Void, you seem to be in a good mood. This is the longest conversation between us since I've known you. Heavenly Venerate Void smiled slightly and said. Heavenly Venerate Vast had already imprinted Ultimate Void, cultivated Dao Tree Dao Flower, and opened one Qi Great Overarching Heaven. Qin Mu said. Heavenly Venerate Vast had this ability, so it's not strange that he imprinted Ultimate Void. Heavenly Venerate Void said. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven said that apart from branding Great Overarching Heaven, he sensed another path to attain Dao. He cultivated two techniques of Great Heavenly City, and there was another technique that had yet to attain Dao. Qin Mu's pupils shrunk slightly, but he didn't say anything. Heavenly Venerate Void continued. His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor has returned from the ancestral court, Jade Capital City. He used his powerful corporeal body to brand the ultimate void and also opened up Great Overarching Heaven. Absolute Beginning Great Overarching Heaven. Qin Mu shook his head. Absolute Beginning is half crippled. Even if Third Young Master supports him, he wouldn't be able to complete the path of Absolute Beginning. His Great Overarching Heaven wasn't Absolute Beginning Great Overarching Heaven, but one Qi Great Overarching Heaven. He had already lost all his fate and wasn't a match for Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven. Heavenly Venerate Su praised. Uncle is very accurate in seeing things, no wonder he could live until now. When His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor returned to the Heavenly Court, he issued an edict and was prepared to give way. He had already made Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven the Crown Prince. Qin Mu's heart pounded violently and he asked solemnly, Third Young Master and Fourth Young Master have formed an alliance? Heavenly Venerate Su couldn't help praising. Uncle is indeed extremely powerful. Just from the fact that Heavenly Emperor intended to abdicate, you can guess what happened behind the scenes. Your niece admires you. Qin Mu didn't speak anymore. Heavenly Venerate Su said, Uncle is so powerful, you should be able to see that Earth Count already has no way to live. So why do you have to use a mantis to stop a chariot and use an egg to hit a rock? Qin Mu laughed loudly and suddenly moved to the side. In the next moment he stood in front of Heavenly Venerate Su. His aura burst forth and collided with Heavenly Venerate Su's aura. With a loud boom, Heavenly Venerate Su's black robe swelled up and spread out in all directions. The dark halo behind her head spun crazily, and the aura of countless Yudu devil gods connected with her. However, the billions of devil gods were also sent flying into the sky. Boom! Incomparably violent tremors came from the sky, and the sky twisted and turned. The huge face of the heavenly Duke of Xuandu appeared in the sky, and his snow-white eyes were brighter than billions of suns as he stared at Qin Mu. Qin Mu raised his head and took a look at the heavenly Duke's face. He sneered, "Ancestor God King, the clown who killed his father." The heavenly Duke roared, and boundless starlight pressed down from the sky. However, before it could reach Qin Mu's head, it was blocked by the world tree that appeared behind him, preventing it from falling down. Qin Mu restrained his aura and walked past heavenly Duke Su. He said softly, "Niece, no matter what, Earth Count is your father. Do you want to be like the ancestor God King, the one who killed his father?" Heavenly Duke Su revealed a smile. "Heavenly Duke Mu, you have no chance of winning." Qin Mu laughed loudly, and his body went into the distance. His voice came from afar. "Heavenly Duke Hao and Heavenly Emperor Absolute Beginning are just the dogs of 3rd Young Master and 4th Young Master, while I'm the 7th Young Master. If you want to fight with me, you are far inferior." Heavenly Venerate Void frowned. In the sky, the ancestor God King controlled Heavenly Duke's corporeal body, and looked at her with a questioning expression. Heavenly Venerate Void shook his head. "I don't have the confidence to keep him. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and His Majesty Absolute Beginning aren't here, so there's no need to fight with him. Yudu is even more important." The ancestor God King slowly disappeared. Qin Mu walked along the heavenly river to eternal peace and landed there. Eternal peace was changing with each passing day. He hadn't returned here for more than 20 years, and when he looked around, he saw numerous god cities floating in the sky. Tall buildings stood tall, and there were buildings and ships coming and going. They were sailing between buildings and palaces. The divine arts, paths, and skills of eternal peace were changing with each passing day, which made him slightly at ease. "I have to find Heavenly Venerate Ling first." Just as he thought of this, a familiar voice came from Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge. It was both surprised and delighted. "Cult Master. Old Cult Master." Qin Mu's heart moved slightly and he looked over. He saw a youth with the head of a Qilin and the body of a human walking out from Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge. He was running toward him with joy, and it was the Dragon Qilin. The Dragon Qilin ran over, but when he saw Qin Mu's face turning darker and darker, he couldn't help trembling in his heart. "Oh no, I added the word old before the word Cult Master, which made Cult Master unhappy." He continued to run over and revealed his true body. His ears trembled, and he saw a few strange creatures with the body of a Qilin and the tail of a vermilion bird flying out from his ears. They flew around Qin Mu. Qin Mu immediately threw the unhappiness from before to the back of his mind, and raised his hand to hold a small monster. The small monster held his finger and ground its teeth, causing sparks to fly between its teeth. Qin Mu was astonished. "Fatty Dragon, this is your and Yinner's cub? Yinner has been incubating for many years and is finally born." The small monsters had dragon scales on their claws. The small monster in his hand used its tail to wrap around his finger, while its claw held one of his fingers. It sized him up and its big black eyes were filled with curiosity. On the back of the other slightly bigger monster sat a small Earth Count who looked very majestic. He nodded at Qin Mu and said, "Maha." The Dragon Qilin smiled apologetically. "I just came back from the ancestral court, and my wife asked me to take care of the children. I had no choice but to bring them along. I plan to return to eternal peace to look for Cult Master. After meeting him, I'll bring the children back to the beast world." When Qin Mu saw his family, the burden in his heart vanished without a trace. He sighed with emotion and finally said, "Fatty Dragon has grown up." It was the last 2 days of the end of the month, requesting for a monthly vote. Now it was a double monthly vote, so voting 1 would become 2. His attention was attracted by the little cutie of the Dragon Qilin's family. Only then did the Dragon Qilin heave a sigh of relief. Qin Mu probably wouldn't pursue the term old cult master anymore. Qin Mu brought these little monsters that looked like birds, beasts, dragons around the city to observe the local customs of eternal peace. With these little monsters to relieve his boredom, it was quite relaxing. One of the little fellows ran to his shoulder and looked at his ear holes curiously. Another two little fellows ran into his hair and hid themselves. Soon, they started fighting again for this bird nest. Cult Master. The beast world has developed very quickly these years. The dragon Qilin stayed by his side. The beast world is vast, and there are the most beasts at the back of the ancestral court. I helped Long Xiao build many divine cities. There are also many cities in Origin World, Xiandu and the back of Yudu. There's also. He hesitated for a moment before saying, I discussed with the Emperor and used the method of reducing troops and increasing the number of stoves to move some of Eternal Peace's population to the back of Origin World, where many divine cities were built. That place is called Little Eternal Peace. When Qin Mu heard this, he let out a long sigh. Little Eternal Peace in the beast world was Eternal Peace's way of retreat. The plan of reducing troops and increasing the number of stoves can make the Heavenly Court unable to notice the decrease in Eternal Peace's population. In addition, we can use the Book of Life and Death to erase any traces of their existence. This way, we can let these people go to the beast world without anyone noticing and open up the second Eternal Peace. The Dragon Qilin said, I also have quite a number of forces in the beast world and have been trying to open up the wisdom of the beast race in the beast world over the years. Blue Emperor Blue has some disciples of the beast race, and they are all huge primordial beasts. It was also thanks to their help that we were able to build Little Eternal Peace this time. Qin Mu nodded, feeling very gratified in his heart. Blue Emperor Blue had imparted his teachings in the ancestral court, and there were quite a number of huge primordial beasts that had followed him. They had opened up their wisdom and knew how to cultivate, evolving into a new race, the beast race. After the beast world was established, Qin Mu had the Dragon Qilin follow Long Xiao to the beast world. The beast race also followed the Dragon Qilin to the beast world. Qin Mu's goal was for the Dragon Qilin to operate in the beast world and establish another area of influence. The beast world was in the dark side of all worlds, and the environment was harsh. However, if war broke out, the beast world would be the last pure land. The fewer people who knew about this matter, the better. Therefore, Qin Mu had to send out the most trustworthy person to handle this matter. The Dragon Qilin hadn't appeared for so many years because he was managing this matter. The strong practitioners of the beast race and I used a reverse summoning divine art to summon the people of Eternal Peace to the beast world. Our progress has been slow all these years because we had to be wary of Long Xiao so that he wouldn't know about it. Fortunately, we have some achievements. The Dragon Qilin smiled. When will Cult Master go to Little Eternal Peace of the beast world to take a look? Qin Mu smiled. I don't need to worry when you do things. Pi in my heart, you have long become an existence that can hold your own. The Dragon Qilin was overjoyed and wanted to wag his tail. However, his status in the beast world had been second only to Long Xiao all these years, so his status made him somewhat reserved. Qin Mu patted his head, and the Dragon Qilin immediately couldn't help wagging his tail twice in satisfaction. Qin Mu toured the God City for a week and went to the market, primary school, and university to take a look. He spread out his divine consciousness and heard all the conversations of the people in the entire God City to check out the situation of the people. This God City is very good. Even though there are some problems, it's mostly up. Qin Mu suddenly said, I've seen the God City, but how's the development below? He came to the side of the city and looked at the land below. There were also many villages and towns there. The Dragon Qilin followed him to the land. Qin Mu walked in the countryside and came to a town. He asked, Do all the children have names? They all have names, the Dragon Qilin said. My surname is Long, your surname is Zhu. The boys will follow my surname, and the girls will follow her surname. Boss was born early, so he's a boy called Chongli. The second girl is called Hongyu, and the third one has a sharp tongue and is called Tanxian. Qin Mu came to the town and saw that it was usually filled with old people with children. However, there were very few young and strong people, so he couldn't help frowning. He came to the town's primary school and listened to a few classes. His brows furrowed even more tightly. The clothes of the people in this town were far inferior to the people in the God City. Their living conditions were also much worse than in the God City, and their food was also the same. What was even more terrifying was the elementary schools and universities. The teachers who taught the children were all very ordinary divine arts practitioners. There were not many people with outstanding talent. Teaching the children was just passing by. Even the teachers were only half knowledgeable. He went to ask the old man in the town. The old man said, "The young people have all gone to the divine city, or to the mines or to the manufacturing factories. Some have even crossed the mountains to go to the Xia capital. They might not even see each other once or twice a year. In that case, the primary schools and universities in the countryside. If there are fewer people, the primary schools and universities won't be able to run anymore. Some of them have already closed down. Our town is bigger, so we can still run them. Those with some money in their families have all gone to the city to study, so those without money can only stay. They can learn some skills so they won't starve to death." Qin Mu stood in the dilapidated primary school in a daze and muttered, "It's only been 100 years, only 100 years. The dragon Qilin said carefully, "Cult master. Their lives are actually much better than 100 years ago." Qin Mu shook his head and said, "This isn't what I want. Let's continue walking and take a look at the front." He came to the village, which was even more dilapidated. Qin Mu didn't stay for long and directly asked where the elementary school was. "It's been closed down for more than 10 years. Someone brought him to the ruins of the primary school in the countryside." Qin Mu brought the dragon Qilin all the way down and shuttled through the countryside. Above him was a bright and beautiful god city that was extremely prosperous. Below him were dilapidated villages and towns, leaving only the old and the young. He walked past many cities and villages in eternal peace, but his brows never relaxed. The night gradually turned dark and Qin Mu stopped. The dragon Qilin brought his little fellows to build a bonfire while everyone sat by the fire. "Cult master, this is actually unavoidable. The development of the god city will definitely attract young and strong people. Young and strong people have a way to survive in the god city, so they can contribute, study, and have greater opportunities for development," the dragon Qilin said. "However, the god city doesn't need the elderly and children, so the old and the young can only stay in the village. This is justice, not fairness." Qin Mu nodded. "I understand. I was the one who taught you the truth." The dragon Qilin let out a sigh of relief. "Since Cult Master understands this truth, you should know that the faster eternal peace develops, the more different classes will appear. Some people rely on their own abilities and talents to earn a lot of money, and they will soar to great heights, becoming prominent. There are some people who are a step behind, but they can still rise up and not have to worry about food, clothing, and travel. There are also some people who can only stay in the countryside because they haven't become divine arts practitioners. Eternal peace uses knowledge to apply it. Talent is the only thing that matters. Knowledge and action are one. Only those who are useful can have achievements. Isn't that Cult Master's ideal?" Qin Mu nodded. "I understand it too. I'm the one who taught you these principles." "Then why is Cult Master frowning?" The dragon Qilin was puzzled. "The development of eternal peace over the past 100 years has been based on your ideals and the path of the saints. Why is Cult Master still worried?" Qin Mu let out a turbid breath and said solemnly, "Everything can operate according to justice, but education cannot." The dragon Qilin was stunned and said, "There's no difference in eternal peace education. Regardless of whether it's a poor or rich family, the divine arts and secret arts that can be learned are all the best. Eternal peace doesn't hold anything back. Isn't this justice?" Qin Mu added firewood to the bonfire, and the flames shone on his face. "There's a difference in aptitude. Comprehension is like the clouds and mud. And there's also a difference in temperament. When you grow up, your achievements will be different, and your social class will be different. This is right, this is how it should be. However, education cannot have social class. Parents are stupid and become poor, but children may not be stupid. If the child has outstanding talent but was born in a poor family and because his family was poor, he couldn't receive a good education and wasted his intelligence to become a commoner, that would be the greatest injustice. He became a commoner because his family was poor. That's fair, but it's not fair. Everything is fine in eternal peace now, but in education it's not fair. Education is divided. If this goes on, the poor will become poorer and never have the chance to turn things around. This is what gives me the creeps. Eternal peace reform in this direction wasn't what I wanted." Qin Mu pondered over it and said, "Reform is to give people hope and not solidify this class. Heavenly Saint Cult had 360 halls, but there was no hall. After I became Heavenly Saint Cult Master, I established the hall. Back then, the students in the hall all came from poor families at the bottom. Back then they could still do this, so why can't they do it today? He frowned. The voices of the poor are low and low. Even if they complain loudly in the wilderness, the people in the divine city can't hear them. But someone must speak for them. Not to seek a future for them, but to seek justice for their descendants. I am the national master, the tallest person in the divine city. If I don't say it, who else will speak for them? The dragon Qilin frowned and pondered for a long time. I see that Cult Master has something on his mind these days, so I'm afraid a great war is about to break out. If education also wants to reform now, it will definitely affect the interests of many people, and cause the foundation of the upper echelons to be unstable. Qin Mu fiddled with the bonfire. The heavenly court wants to move Yudu, then take Carefree Village, take eternal peace, and restore the rule of the demigods, making people unable to resist anymore, he said solemnly. At this time, eternal peace education reform will indeed create some chaos. But what I want is not a momentary victory or defeat, but eternal peace is eternal prosperity, eternal victory. The education reform now will make the future hundreds and thousands of years of prosperity. Otherwise, the upper echelons of today will be the 10 heavenly venerates of tomorrow, so we can't ignore them. He chuckled softly. Now that there are 10,000 worlds in the heavens, the demigods eat people. So eternal peace wants to overthrow the rule of the demigods. If people eat people in the future, that would be a joke. In my position, I'm imperial preceptor, so I have to think of my own politics. The educational reform is imperative. I'll go to the emperor and ask her to promote Patriarch Wen Yuan to be in charge of this matter. Patriarch Wen Yuan has always been down to earth, but he has to walk in the countryside for a few years to see the situation in the countryside clearly. The dragon Qilin looked at him and suddenly smiled. Cult Master is still the Cult Master of the past. Since this matter has already been decided, then Cult Master should go to the 10,000 worlds in the heavens and take a look. Qin Mu looked at him in astonishment. The dragon Qilin smiled. The Heaven Court promoted heaven coins to control the economy of the world. Back then, Cult Master had decided on the strategy of founding a country. 100 years have passed, so Cult Master should go take a look at the situation of the 10,000 worlds in the heavens. Qin Mu thought about it and said, whether eternal peace can succeed depends on the hearts of the people. It's not just the hearts of the people in eternal peace, it also depends on the hearts of the people in the 10,000 worlds in the heavens. Alright, let's go to the 10,000 worlds in the heavens to take a look. He stood up, and the little monsters of the dragon Qilin family were still sleeping. Little Earth Count made a gesture of silence and gathered them up. The dragon Qilin opened his ears and let him carry them into his ears. The two of them went to the nearest god city. On the way, Qin Mu had already finished writing the memorials. When they reached the god city, he ordered people to send them to Eternal Peace Shangjing immediately. Ling Yuxiu read the memorial through the night. When she saw Qin Mu's memorial, she pondered for a moment and ordered people to go to the ancestral court to invite Wen Yuan. It's rare for the cowherd to come back, but he didn't come to see me. He only sent a memorial. She shook her head. The memorial didn't just talk about teaching the reform, it also talked about Yudu. It asked her to order people to look for Heavenly Venerate Ling, Heavenly Venerate Yu Zong founding emperor and the rest. Ling Yuxiu suppressed her thoughts and thought to herself, the battle of Yudu cannot be lost, or else eternal peace will be in danger. She immediately ordered people to search for the whereabouts of these heavenly venerates and thought to herself, if the herdsman didn't come back, where did he go? Qin Mu and the dragon Qilin came to the Green Sun world. The Green Sun world was one of the larger worlds among the 10,000 worlds, and it was extremely prosperous. Logically speaking, they only needed a spirit energy mutual shift bridge to directly reach the Green Sun world. However, Qin Mu and the dragon Qilin first used a spirit energy mutual shift bridge to come to 10,000 Ports world before changing paths from 10,000 Ports world to the Spirit River world. They then entered the Green Sun world from the Nether River world. Why do we have to change paths so many times? Qin Mu couldn't help being bewildered. Every time a merchant ship passes through a world, it has to pay a toll. The goods on the ship have to be unloaded and inspected once, which is a waste of time and effort. Why can't we just build a spirit energy mutual shift bridge that connects to the green sun world to make it convenient for us to go back and forth? The dragon Qilin said. All the worlds in the heavens and 10,000 worlds are ruled by the heaven. Only the heaven has the right to build the spirit energy mutual shift bridge of all the worlds. Most of the worlds in the heavens and 10,000 worlds that trade with eternal peace have to pass through worlds like 10,000 ports and serene river. Cult Master saw the divine city near the spirit energy mutual shift bridge just now, right? There's a military camp there and the great army of the heaven is stationed there. Half of the taxes here have to be handed over to the heaven. Qin Mu thought about it and found that there were indeed heavy soldiers guarding the side of the spirit energy mutual shift bridge. The goods have been exploited by the heavenly court layer by layer. The heavenly court has taken too much profit from this place, but the people who do business don't have much profit to speak of. Qin Mu said. It's all right for a short period of time, but as time passes, the heavenly coins will flow back to the heavenly court and eternal peace's goods will not be affected. However, the other heavens will become poorer and poorer. If every world could have a spirit energy mutual shift bridge to connect with eternal peace and go around heavenly court. Heavenly court will fight with eternal peace to the death, the dragon Qilin said with a smile. Qin Mu laughed. There were spirit energy mutual shift bridges to connect with eternal peace. So heavenly court would indeed fight with eternal peace to the death. However, this matter still had to be done in the future. Qin Mu walked in the green sun world. It was a world dominated by demigods, and the demigods were high and mighty. The other races could only work as coolies in the green sun world. He traveled around and saw that chaos had already started. The high-level demigods were firmly controlling all the resources in the world, and there were wine ponds and meat forests. On the other hand, the low-level demigods were as poor as the other races. Their livelihood was poor, and they were full of complaints. Because of the glory of their ancestors, these demigods became lazy and unwilling to control the livelihood of the low-level races, so they became more and more exhausted. Along the way, he had already seen no less than 10 raiders plundering everywhere. The rulers of Green Sun World had sent troops to encircle and suppress them, but one group had been wiped out, and another group had appeared on the other side. He came to the center of power of Green Sun World. It was a huge god city that was resplendent in gold and jade. There were gods everywhere and it was extremely luxurious. It was completely different from the chaos Qin Mu had seen along the way. The gods were all drinking and dancing, and the military preparations were lax. Qin Mu brought the dragon Qilin out of the Green Sun World and traveled to another medium-sized heavens, Fengxiao World. They had just entered Fengxiao World when they saw the two armies fighting. The ruler of Fengxiao World had already been defeated by the uprising army here. Numerous gods and devils rebelled against the ruler of Fengxiao World and started an uprising one after another. The ruler of Fengxiao World couldn't be defeated, so he went to the heavenly court to seek help. The heavenly court sent an army to suppress the rebellion of Fengxiao World, and the smoke of war billowed. Qin Mu and the dragon Qilin came to Gutai World again. Gutai World was peaceful, but he could keenly sense the undercurrents surging beneath it. There were many complaints from the people, and a calamity was brewing. Qin Mu walked over to the heavens one after another. With the appearance of Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge and the rise of Eternal Peace, the status of these heavens and devils had also changed unknowingly. Some of the heavens had declined due to the outflow of heaven coins, and the people couldn't make a living. They could only rely on selling their mines to survive, but their wealth was concentrated in the hands of the gods and devils who held power. Some of the heavens could still maintain their former glory and not be crushed by Eternal Peace casting. There were also some heavens that had become a part of Eternal Peace's economy. Instead, they gradually rose up and began to seek for even greater benefits. Those that declined fell into internal strife, and those that rose up wanted even more power. And the crux of all of this was heaven coins. Heaven Court can indeed create unlimited amounts of heaven coins, but the reason why heaven coins are valuable is because they are guaranteed by the Heaven Court's trust. If they are created unlimited amounts of heaven coins, the heaven coins would be worthless. Qin Mu smiled. Because they cannot be created unlimited amounts of heaven coins, the total amount of heaven coins is limited. The total amount is limited. Eternal peace and the rising heavens have risen. siphoning the wealth of the surrounding heavens. The heavenly coins of the heavenly court have also decreased in trade. In order to maintain its rule, the heavenly coins of the heavenly court must maintain a certain amount, so it can only suck money from the other heavens. It also has to use the heavenly coins to buy goods from eternal peace, so it can only continue to suck the other heavens to prolong its life. The dragon Qilan said. As it sucked, the blood of the other heavens would be sucked dry by the heaven court, causing chaos. Many heavens that couldn't live on had already shown signs of going against the heaven court. Qin walked in Jade Kettle World and looked around. The flames of war were burning all over the sky. The heaven court has established a huge system, and all the heavens in 10,000 worlds defend the heaven court. No matter if it's active or passive, all the heavens in 10,000 worlds have to be loyal to the heaven court. The heaven court has formed an unbreakable alliance. This alliance is led by heavenly court, and all the heavens in 10,000 worlds must listen to its orders and provide all kinds of resources, including manpower, for heavenly court. The most outstanding geniuses of all the heavens in 10,000 worlds will head to heavenly court to seek their own development and rise above others. Under such circumstances, heavenly court will become stronger and stronger. The other heavens in 10,000 worlds, with just one or two geniuses, are completely unable to overturn the heavens and contend against this alliance. It's almost impossible for eternal peace to rise in such a situation. No matter how many geniuses appear, they won't be able to compete with the 10,000 worlds in the heavens, unless we break this seemingly unbreakable alliance. It's the easiest way to start from the economic aspect. This isn't a conspiracy but an overt scheme. He walked through the ruins and said, an overt scheme is above board. The heavenly teacher who is in charge of the finances of the heavenly court should be in a terrible state right now. The dragon Qilan followed him and said, what if the heaven court abolishes the heaven coin to exchange for a new kind of heaven coin? If the heaven court abolishes the heaven coin, it would be self-destruction of their martial arts. Qin said unhurriedly, Great Abundance coin would be able to seize the opportunity to rise up and swallow the heavens in circulation to replace it and become the new heaven coin. Therefore, the heaven court cannot allow the heaven coin to flood, and also cannot abolish the heaven coin. The dragon Qilan thought for a long time and said, then the heaven court can abolish spirit energy mutual shift bridge, and cut off the trade with eternal peace and the new heavens. Qin smiled. If the heaven court wants to suppress the chaos of the myriad worlds, they need to continue buying goods from eternal peace. How can it be so easy to cut off the trade? The moment Madame Yuanmu moved Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge to the Heaven Court, it had already determined the chaos of the myriad worlds. The dragon Qilan revealed a look of admiration. Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge was a creation that Qin had come up with and completed together with the Black Tiger God. It was also Qin who had sent Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge to the heaven and was controlled by Madame Yuanmu, who was the palace master of Father Creator at that time. It was pushed to all the worlds in the heavens. Madame Yuanmu had probably never thought that this Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge would become a weapon that would shake the foundation of the rule of the heaven. Back then, she had pushed forward the Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge in order to stabilize heaven's rule over all the worlds in the universe. Then heaven can only use force to extend its own life. The dragon Qilan thought about it and said, heaven has supreme force and has troops stationed in all the worlds in the universe. At the moment they still control the strongest power in the entire universe. If heaven uses force against eternal peace, this is what I'm worried about. Qin walked into Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge and went to Eternal Peace. Eternal Peace, Carefree Village, and the new heavens have joined hands. Even though their martial power is still inferior to Heavenly Court, they already have the ability to intimidate it. Founding Emperor Lang Lang, Heavenly Venerate Ling, Heavenly Venerate you, Heavenly Venerate Yun, Heavenly Venerate you, and me as well as Heavenly Een Azure Dragon Black Tortoise White Tiger Gong Sun Li, and Bright Emperor Red Emperor, the battle strength of the upper echelons can already intimidate each other with Heavenly Court. However, the lower middle level is still far inferior to Heavenly Court. As long as the higher-ups of Heavenly Court hinder us, eternal peace will still be easily destroyed. Only when the alliance of 10,000 worlds in the heavens collapses will there be a chance to resist Heavenly Court. However, Yudu is about to fall into the hands of Heavenly Court. He frowned again. If Yudu fell into the hands of Heavenly Court, there would really be no chance for him to turn things around. If Earth Count could give him another 100 years, perhaps he wouldn't be in such a tight spot. Unfortunately, Fatty Dragon, you can go back to the beast world. Qin walked out of Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge. When you reach the beast world, manage it carefully. You also have to be wary of your foster father Long Xiao. Long Xiao isn't reliable and is a grass on the wall. If he betrays the agreement between us in the future, you have to have the means to deal with any mishaps. Cultmaster, don't worry. I've cultivated with Cultmaster until now and learned many things. I won't disgrace Cultmaster's reputation. The dragon Qilin turned into a human and stood up, cupping his fists and bowing. Qin hugged him tightly. A vortex of mystic light appeared in the sky, revealing the boundless rivers and mountains of the beast world. The dragon Qilin's figure gradually rose and disappeared into the vortex. The vortex disappeared, and Qin retracted his gaze and walked into Gong Sun Li's Earth Virtue Heavenly Palace. In Earth Virtue Heavenly Palace's Smell Dao College, Heavenly Venerate Lang Tai and Heavenly Venerate Yu were already waiting there. They were chatting with each other while Heavenly Venerate Ling sat at the side and flipped through the records of Smell Dao College, completely ignoring the others. Founding Emperor was flipping through the Sword Codex compiled by Village Chief and the other sword path experts of Eternal Peace. Village Chief stood at the side and quietly waited for his guidance. When Qin arrived, Founding Emperor raised his sword eyebrows. His gaze moved away from Sword Codex and landed on Qin. Qin touched his face and asked in astonishment, "Am I prettier than before?" "No, I'm just as ugly." Founding Emperor lowered his head and continued to flip through Sword Codex, but the corner of his mouth trembled. Even though his gaze was looking at the exquisite ultimate skill of Sword Path in Sword Codex, he couldn't help thinking of his encounter in the Ancestral Court, Jade Capital City. On that day, he had followed an old woman through 16 rivers of chaos and came to the Miluo Palace that stood tall above the great calamity of the First Universe. He walked into Hall of Chaos. There, he met Seventh Young Master, an experienced and wise Seventh Young Master. He was the Seventh Young Master who had shocked him to the point that he couldn't speak. Seventh Young Master Qin. The Seventh Young Master of Hall of Chaos was the Qin in front of him. It could be imagined how shocked Founding Emperor was back then. And what the Seventh Young Master Qin had told him had shocked him even more. Up till now, he had never mentioned his encounter in Hall of Chaos to anyone. He was much more composed than Qin and knew how to keep a secret. Back then, he had returned to the early years of Dragon Han, through Heavenly Venerate Ling's divine art. He had never mentioned anything about Qin to anyone. He had even been careful and tried his best to maintain the role of an observer in the early years of Dragon Han. He didn't try to change any history. This was different from Qin, who didn't interfere with history. Qin had a flamboyant personality, and had caused a ruckus in the early years of Dragon Han. In the end, both of them had fulfilled history. Founding Emperor gradually calmed down and flipped through Sword Codex. He still decided to bury the encounter in Hall of Chaos in his heart, and not tell anyone. Qin looked around. Heavenly Venerate Ling, Heavenly Venerate Yu, Founding Emperor, and him were the 4 Heavenly Venerates who had founded Heaven Alliance back then. This made his heart surge. He laughed out loud. There's only one more among the 5 founding elders of Heaven Alliance. Where's my golden ship? He said excitedly. The golden ship of crossing worlds didn't fall into the hands of the enemy, right? I'll use this golden ship to send Heavenly Venerate Yun's corporeal body into divine consciousness, great overarching heaven, and Heavenly Venerate Yun will be able to break free from the shackles and descend from great overarching heaven. This way, the 5 founding elders will be gathered. Heavenly Venerate Ling raised his head from the sea of books and said, "The golden ship has been parked outside Daowen Courtyard." Qin immediately wanted to rush over, but Founding Emperor closed Sword Codex and raised his sword eyebrows. "Heavenly Venerate are you sure you really want to save Earth Count?" Qin stopped and looked at him with a doubtful expression. "You know very well that you have no chance of winning this battle." Founding Emperor returned Sword Codex to Village Chief. He stood up. "Lang Er's abilities aren't good, so if you go against any Heavenly Venerate, you will definitely lose." After the war between Absolute Beginning and Carefree Village, The Creator only has 1 to 2,000 people left. If anything happens to Lang the Creator's race will be in danger of extinction. Lang sat there quietly and said, Celestial Master Mu is the saint baby of the Creator's race. I trust him. The Fire, Ancestor, Lang, and Su Celestial Masters have returned from the ancestral court of Jade Capital. Everyone is different now. Celestial Master Yu's cultivation base is not as high as theirs. She can only harass them and cannot cause fatal damage to the enemy. Founding Emperor continued. She has been plagued by Dao injuries for 40,000 years and has just recovered. In these 40,000 years her strength has not improved much, but her enemies have improved by leaps and bounds. In the Battle of Yudu, her life is also in danger. Heavenly Venerate Yu's expression was calm as she said, My Dao injuries were healed by Heavenly Venerate Mu. He wanted me to go to Yudu, so I went to Yudu. In the battlefield I can protect myself. Founding Emperor said indifferently, That was in the past. In the past, the 10 Heavenly Venerates couldn't break your path of space, but now there are already many divine arts that can break your techniques and divine arts. No matter how brilliant your path of space is, can you escape the wisdom eyes of Heavenly Duke's corporeal body? Heavenly Venerate Yu thought back to when Qin Mu had barged into the peach forest to meet her and relied on Heavenly Duke's guidance, and her heart sank. The ancestor god king who had grasped Heavenly Duke's corporeal body could easily crack her ultimate void scripture. Other than that, there was Heavenly Venerate Fire. When Heavenly Venerate Fire had controlled Dao Fire ancestral land, he had used Dao Fire 9 Heaven's sacrificial altar to crack her ultimate void. It was already difficult for her to protect herself. Founding Emperor was extremely calm as he said, Heavenly Venerate Ling's abilities fluctuated between high and low. At high times she could destroy Dao practitioners, and at low times, even Heavenly Venerate could kill her. Ling Tianzuan said, My life was saved by Celestial Master Mu. Moreover, no one can kill me. The Founding Emperor laughed coldly and said, At most, I can be trapped for another 40,000 years? Ling Tianzuan did not say anything. Yu Tianzuan has the strength, but can he be stronger than Fire Tianzuan? Not necessarily. The Founding Emperor continued, Celestial Master Yun has just been resurrected. Even if you return his body to him, his body is still weak. At most he has the body of an emperor. He has powerful Dao tree Dao fruit, but he didn't cultivate it himself. It will take some time for him to fully master the power of the Supreme Emperor. He analyzed the strength of his enemies and allies. It is even possible that he will never be able to fully master the power of the Supreme Emperor in the long years to come, he said. I can defeat Heavenly Venerate Hao, but I can't defeat Heavenly Venerate Hao and Absolute Beginning at the same time. As long as Absolute Beginning gets rid of me, everyone else might die at his hands. The current Absolute Beginning and Heavenly Venerate Clear aren't weaker than Supreme Emperor back then. Qin Mu said, And me? Can you fight against Heavenly Venerate Clear or Absolute Beginning? Earth Count isn't of any use either, he just wants to die. What's more, there are still 2 ancient gods of Taiji by Absolute Beginning's side. Who can resist them? Founding Emperor asked. Qin Mu frowned. Founding Emperor said solemnly, The Battle of Yudu is a trap. It's not a trap to destroy Earth Count, but a trap to deal with us. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's power is already complete. He wants to use the name of destroying Earth Count to take the opportunity to wipe us out. Even if we suffer heavy casualties, it's impossible for us to win. We can only watch Yudu fall into the enemy's hands. He softened his tone. Tubo wants to die and get rid of the shackles of the Hades Avenue, he said. This battle is not necessary for us. We were finally reunited with the hope of victory, but because of this unnecessary war and the future of the advantage shattered. This is the work of fools. Qin Mu fell silent and after a moment he said, If we don't move, the Heavenly Court will have a greater advantage. If we fight, there is still a possibility of taking back Hades. Only by taking back Hades will there be room for maneuver in the future. If Hades falls, then there will be no room for survival in the future. What if we can't take it back? The Founding Emperor looked straight into his eyes. His words were like his sword Dao, pressing forward step by step, not giving him a chance to defend himself. He pointed straight at the weakness of his Dao heart. What if you can't take back Hades no matter how hard you try in this battle? What if your fellow Taoists die because of this? Heavenly Venerate You frowned slightly. The founding emperor spoke a little too much today, and his words were sharp. He seemed to be different from his usual self. Lang Bao's gaze landed on founding emperor, and there was also some doubt in her eyes. She had more contact with founding emperor, and he was usually calm and unhurried. However, founding emperor seemed to have lost his composure and Tao heart today. Qinmu smiled. I'm great mage eternal disaster. I can be resurrected. What if you can't be resurrected now? Founding emperor continued to press him. Your eternal disaster isn't omnipotent, but it has its weaknesses as well. If you implicate your fellow Taoists and lose their lives to save Earth Count, and you can't resurrect your fellow Taoists, will your Tao heart collapse because of it? Heavenly Venerate Ling raised her head and looked at founding emperor with some doubt. Even though she had a big mind, she could still sense the strangeness of founding emperor. Qinmu found it hard to parry. Founding emperor took another step forward. The battle of Yudu isn't a battle between us and Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and Absolute Beginning. In fact, it's a battle with the third and fourth young masters of Miluo Palace. We aren't fighting Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and Absolute Beginning, but them. Do you think with our current abilities, we can fight against the third and fourth young masters? Qinmu opened his mouth. Earth Count is your ally but our ally? Founding Emperor's words became even more incisive. He was at a loss for words. Heavenly Duke and Earth Count saved you, and you have already repaid them. You saved Heavenly Duke and even helped Earth Count clean up the forces of the Heavenly Court in Yudu. Because of that, you took on a huge burden and almost lost your life. This repayment was already enough. Do you plan to drag the fate of Eternal Peace, Carefree Village, Creator, and even all the humans to save him? Qinmu fell silent. You have already done your best for Ancient God. Founding Emperor looked around and his gaze swept past the faces of Lang He, Heavenly Venerate You, Heavenly Venerate Ling, and the rest before landing on Qinmu's face. He said solemnly, Ancient God actually didn't do much for you in Eternal Peace. On the contrary, you did a lot for them. The situation is becoming clearer and clearer. So you can't risk your life to fight another battle. Qinmu pondered it for a long time before bowing in agreement. He straightened his back and smiled. It's my fault for not thinking things through. You don't have to go to the Battle of Yudu, and I won't go either. Earth Count is courting death. Let him die by himself. The most important thing now is to find a way for Yudu to fall into the hands of the celestial heavens. How should humans protect themselves? Founding Emperor revealed a smile. I'm very happy that you can think things through. I do have an idea on how humans should protect themselves. That is to change the life and death divine treasure, and eliminate the death records of humans. Qinmu's eyes lit up. This requires Earth Count's Life and Death Book. Earth Count's Life and Death Book is in Heavenly Venerate You's hands, so Heavenly Venerate You doesn't guard against me. I'll go to see Heavenly Venerate You first before looking for him. I'll steal the Life and Death Book when he's unprepared. Founding Emperor smiled. You're the second most skilled thief in the world, so I'm very at ease if you steal the Life and Death Book. Qinmu laughed loudly and walked out. Founding Emperor watched him walk out of Smeldao College, and Heavenly Venerate You's gaze landed on Founding Emperor's face. He said indifferently, Qinyi, do you believe that he won't save Earth Count? Founding Emperor said solemnly, Heavenly Venerate Mu, strange man, always keeps his word. I believe him. A man's mouth, a liar's ghost. Heavenly Venerate You sneered. If Heavenly Venerate Mu went to save Earth Count, would you go? Founding Emperor said sternly, I won't go. I just told him the stakes. Why would I go to my death? I won't throw away the great future of the human race for Earth Count. You may not believe in Heavenly Venerate Mu, but you must believe in me, right? I, Qinyi, am a man of my word. I have never broken my word. If you don't believe me, you can ask Heavenly Venerate Ling. Heavenly Venerate Ling knows me better than anyone else. Heavenly Venerate Ling stood up and walked out. He said, Heavenly Venerate Qin really trusts people. I took him on a journey through history, but he never told anyone else. Heavenly Venerate You quickly stood up and said, Ling, where are you going? I'm going with Heavenly Venerate Mu to supervise him. Heavenly Venerate Ling did not even turn his head. 40,000 years ago, he taught me the Tao patterns of the Miluo Palace. I haven't had the time to teach him what I've comprehended yet. Just wait for me to come back. She left in a hurry. Founding Emperor also walked out and said, after Tianzuan Mu meets Tianzuan Yun, he will go to Yudu to steal the Book of Life and Death. I also need to return to Carefree Village to prepare to eliminate the death records for the human race. He left the One Dao Academy and disappeared without a trace. Tianzuan Yu blinked his eyes and looked at Langer. He said with a smile, they have all left. Langer, what about you? If you are free, why don't we go to Tianzuan Yun's Great Luo Heaven? You haven't seen Tianzuan Yun for a long time, right? Lang Bao stood up and said indifferently, how about seeing him? I still remember that in order to fight against the Supreme Emperor, he watched as millions of my clansmen were killed by the Supreme Emperor. From then on, I swore that I would never see him again. Heavenly Venerate Yu hurriedly grabbed her hand and said apologetically, Ling and I were also involved in that incident. It was our fault. Lang Bao gently shook off her hand. I didn't blame Aunt Yu and Aunt Ling. I only blamed Uncle Yun. He is my hero, but don't worry. There are only 1,000 or so people left in the Creator's clan. I won't go to Yudu. Heavenly Venerate Yu could only watch her leave. She and Village Chief were the only ones left in the Tao College. Heavenly Venerate Yu paced back and forth, glancing at Village Chief who was studying the Sword Codex. She was so angry that she laughed. Sumumu, you wrote the Sword Codex. What's there to see? Village Chief raised his head and glanced at her. Founding Emperor corrected some mistakes just now and wrote some new moves in the Sword Codex. I'm studying it now. Heavenly Venerate Yu snatched the Sword Codex from his hand and smiled. You know Heavenly Venerate Mu the best. Do you think he'll help Earth count? Village Chief looked at the Sword Codex in her hand. He said carefully, the 9 little fellows of our disabled elderly village have always been unyielding and never go back on their words. Moore was taught by the 9 of U.S. juniors. Of course, he also inherited our fine traditions. His upbringing is very good. Heavenly Venerate, don't break it. This Sword Codex is very precious. Qin Mu found the golden ship and was about to head to the ultimate void when he saw Heavenly Venerate Ling walking over. Do you know how to go to the ultimate void and how to find Heavenly Venerate Yun? She asked while standing under the ship. Qin Mu was slightly stunned and revealed a smile as he stretched out his hand. Heavenly Venerate Ling held his hand and Qin Mu pulled her onto the ship. There's something strange about your ship. Heavenly Venerate Ling landed on the bow of the ship. I saw someone on the ship, but I couldn't see who it was. Furthermore, your ship is actually huge, and there's an unknown amount of space inside. I asked Heavenly Venerate Yu to search for it, but even after searching for half a year, she still couldn't find the entire ship. Qin Mu was startled. Heavenly Venerate Yu had searched for half a year, but she still couldn't find the entire ship? Heavenly Venerate Yu's space divine arts were no trifling matter, and her attainments were so high that even Qin Mu had to look up to her. She would probably only need a few years to run from one end of the universe to the other. Heavenly Venerate Yu said that this ship seems to have life and can grow or shrink on its own. The person hiding on this ship will make it impossible for you to find him. Heavenly Venerate Ling said as she looked toward the ship. Qin Mu followed her gaze and could only see the palaces on the outside of the golden ship. Up until now, he hadn't seen the complete picture of the transition era's golden ship. You're saying that Palace Master Miluo is really living on this ship? He pondered over it. However, Palace Master Miluo is already dead. So if there's someone on the ship, it wouldn't be him. Could only be his brand. Or there really is someone hiding on this ship. He thought for a while and suppressed the urge to search for the golden ship. He smiled and said, it's more important to see Heavenly Master Yun first. My golden ship is extraordinary and can enter the ultimate void. However, I don't know where Heavenly Master Yun's great overarching heaven is. Great overarching heaven is extremely important. If Heavenly Master Hao in absolute beginning find it, Heavenly Master Yun will be dead for sure. Therefore he has to hide. Heavenly Venerate Ling said, there aren't many people who know where great overarching heaven is, so I'll give you pointers on how to go there. On the way, I can impart my 40,000 years of comprehension to you. Qin Mu was overjoyed. Heavenly Venerate Ling thought about it, and decided to use divine consciousness to impart his 40,000 years of comprehension to him. This way it would save time and make it easier for Qin Mu to understand and comprehend. The golden ship slowly rose into the sky and sped up bit by bit as it sailed towards the sky. On the golden ship, Qin Mu tidied up the knowledge that Heavenly Venerate Ling had imparted to him while controlling the golden ship. He had to wait until the golden ship reached a certain speed to open the void, and allow the golden ship to pass through it. Heavenly Venerate Ling's comprehension over the past 40,000 years was indeed no small matter. The Tao markings of Miluo Palace that Qin Mu had imparted to her had basically been solved by her. This was a huge achievement. There were endless changes in the path markings of Miluo Palace. They were endless details, and when they changed they would interact with each other, making it incomparably complicated. Qin Mu had stayed in Miluo Palace for a long time, but he had solved the secrets of the fixed path markings, so he was unable to solve the changes of the path markings. Even so, he had relied on this shallow comprehension to create one finger of primordial chaos, making Heavenly Venerate Fire, Divine Emperor Lang Xian, and the rest not dare to go against his sharpness. However, because he hadn't comprehended any changes, Qin Mu's finger went straight to the point and was easily dodged. If he had the changes that Heavenly Venerate Ling had comprehended, Qin Mu's one finger of primordial chaos would be able to change according to his heart, and its power would be greatly increased. Similarly, he could also see through the changes of the red rope binding spell from the changes of the Tao markings of Mycroft Palace, which would greatly increase the power of the red rope binding spell. If he could do this, then the red rope knot would no longer be as simple as trapping Madame Yuanmu and Empress D. Instead, once the seal landed, the other party would be reduced to ashes. Ling, I'll impart a seal to you. It's also from the path markings of Miluo Palace, but when it involves the path chains, it's even more complicated. Qin Mu's divine consciousness fluctuated, and he imparted the knowledge he had gained from comprehending the red rope knot seals to Heavenly Venerate Ling. I've only learned the red rope knot in a still state, so I can't change my mind. How long will it take for you to comprehend the changes? Heavenly Venerate Ling sat silently at the bow of the ship and didn't reply for a long time. Qin Mu wasn't in a hurry either. He continued to comprehend the profoundness of the Tao markings while accelerating the golden ship. It had already reached the sky of Origin World, and the golden ship passed by the moon. There was a palace in the moon. Qin Mu looked around and saw a woman in white walking out of the palace with a sword on her back. She was carrying a flower basket and planning to pick some fresh flowers. When the woman saw the golden ship and Qin Mu on it, she stood in front of the palace gate quietly. Qin Mu controlled the golden ship and flew around the moon for a few rounds before slowing down. Finally, the golden ship came to a stop. He jumped down from the boat and came to the front of the moon palace. There were many flowers and plants in front of the moon palace, and there was also an old tea tree that was about 100 years old. The tea tree grew slowly, but it could grow very tall after 100 years. Long time no see. The woman welcomed the tea tree, but she stopped. The moonlight was pure white and shone on the shadows of the tea tree. A faint fragrance floated in the moonlight. Qin Mu walked forward and also came to the tea tree. He looked at Bai Chuer quietly. Bai Chuer was still as peaceful and beautiful as before. I know you like to drink tea, so I planted a tea tree. Her beauty came with her to the tea tree, making the faint fragrance outside the palace faint and elegant. You haven't seen me for a long time, so some of the tea has aged, so I drank it myself. I didn't like to drink it at first, but I've slowly fallen in love with it. Qin Mu's state of mind suddenly calmed down and he smiled. Is there any more tea? I don't have anything important to do, so I'll leave after drinking a cup. Bai Chuer was very happy and returned to the palace to prepare. At that moment, Heavenly Venerate Ling walked over and said, Prepare another tea set. Bai Chuer looked at her deeply and asked in puzzlement, Heavenly Venerate Ling? High Emperor Heavenly Venerate Ling. She had once followed her father to High Emperor's celestial heavens and met Heavenly Venerate Ling from afar. Although Ling Tianzuan was a woman, she was not very particular about her looks. During the Upper Emperor's era, she was usually unkempt. Now, she was dressed in a green robe and dressed as a woman. However, she felt that her hair was troublesome and could not be bothered with it. Hence, she cut it very short, It was very different from the unkempt appearance of the leopard dress and grass shoes from back then. Ling Tianzuan recognized her and said, "The White Dragon Clan? The sword god of the Upper Emperor? I have seen you before. It should be the Upper Emperor's heavenly court celebration 40,000 years ago. You followed Lord Bailong in the crowd. You were only this tall back then." She gestured with her hand. Tianzuan's memory is really good. Bai Chuer was shocked. At that time there were more than tens of thousands of races participating in the celebration. Ling Tianzuan took a glance from the tens of thousands of people, and he was able to remember her voice and appearance. It was truly astonishing. "Later on I saw you too," Ling Tianzuan said. "At the source of Surging River, there was a woman carrying a basket. There was a baby in the basket and I was the one who sent you to save them. Later on the baby grew up, and I sent him to see you 40,000 years ago." Bai Chuer's eyes went wide and she couldn't speak. The fate between the three of them was actually so wonderful that it formed a wonderful link. 40,000 years ago, Qin Mu had come to 100 Dragon City to save Bai Chuer. 40,000 years later, under the guidance of Ling Tianzuan, Bai Chuer had saved Qin Mu, who was still in his swaddling clothes. When Qin Mu grew up, he was sent to 100 Dragon City 40,000 years ago by Ling Tianzuan. Qin Mu moved the stone table over and Bai Chuer made tea. Qin Mu poured a cup for Heavenly Venerate Ling, who took a sip and put it aside. He then fell into deep thought. Bai Chuer looked at Qin Mu and revealed a puzzled expression. Qin Mu smiled and said, "She's just like that, so there's no need to pay attention to her." He slowly drank the tea. It was as elegant as the woman beside him, fragrant and charming. He took a small sip and had a long aftertaste. Qin Mu raised his head to look at the tea tree and asked curiously, "It was transplanted from high heavens, right?" Bai Chuer nodded and said, "Madame Su Jingyan gave me one. She said that Su Shenghua used this tea to serve you back then, and you even tricked half of it away." Qin Mu laughed loudly and was very proud of himself. "I didn't trick half of his tea away, but I tricked him as well." Bai Chuer drank her tea with a low laugh. Qin Mu looked at her and thought of the time he had traveled with her in the sky. He also thought of the time he had spent with her in Moon Palace and how they had disturbed the stars. Jiang Baigui and Yu Chenzi had come to check on them. The matter of forcing Qin Mu to call her senior. It was the happiest and most carefree time of his life. He revealed a smile and his Dao heart was incomparably calm. He drank his tea quietly and relaxed. He felt that his heart had reached a quiet harbor, and it was rare for him to enjoy this peace. The fate between him and Bai Chuer was too wonderful. After an unknown amount of time, Heavenly Venerate Ling suddenly said, "I've calculated it. Give me 50,000 years and I can solve it for you." She gave the two of them a fright. Only then did Qin Mu remember that Heavenly Venerate Ling was talking about the red knot, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Heavenly Venerate Ling picked up the tea, and Bai Chuer immediately said, "Heavenly Venerate, wait a moment. It's already cold, I'll go change a cup." "No need." Heavenly Venerate Ling raised his head and drank it all in one go. He put down the teacup and said, "Heavenly Venerate Mu, I'll wait for you on the ship. Don't waste too much time." Qin Mu nodded, and Heavenly Venerate Ling returned to the world-crossing golden ship. Qin Mu refilled a cup of tea for himself and held it in his palm, feeling the warmth. Bai Chuer looked at him and realized that he had been looking at her the whole time. She couldn't help feeling flustered. Qin Mu admired it for a long time, and the tea in his hand had already turned cold. Only then did he finish it in one gulp. He put down the empty teacup and got up. "I'm leaving again." Bai Chuer got up and tidied his collar. "Is it dangerous?" "It's all right." Qin Mu stood there motionlessly, waiting for her to tidy up. He smiled. "I've always been like this. I've experienced too much. So be careful." Bai Chuer thought about it and said, "Heavenly Venerate Ling Tian and Heavenly Venerate you are the Heavenly Venerates of the era of High Emperor. Help me ask her. I'm protecting some of the people of High Emperor, but my abilities aren't high. I implore the two Heavenly Venerates to protect their people." Qin Mu nodded and turned to leave. Bai Chuer watched him walk toward the golden ship, but he suddenly turned back and pulled her into his arms. Bai Chuer didn't struggle and instead leaned on his chest quietly. After a moment, Qin Mu let go of her and turned to leave. Not a bad girl. On the ship, Heavenly Venerate Ling was still sitting on the ground casually. He used his vital qi to evolve the structure of the red ropes and knots in an attempt to deduce the changes and profoundness within. Without raising his head, he said, "If the two of you can be together, it would be perfect." "That's right," Qin Mu said with a smile as he executed the world-crossing golden ship. Heavenly Venerate Ling said, "I heard Yuer say that you have drawn a painting for her, and she cherishes it very much." Qin Mu's eyeballs rolled and a drop of cold sweat slowly dripped down the back of his neck. "I heard from Su Mucha that your relationship with Emperor Yanxia was extraordinary. When the two of you were young, you were already engaged in private marriage and even went to court. It's just that you didn't consummate your marriage," Heavenly Venerate Ling continued. The back of Qin Mu's neck was wet, and sweat flowed down his back. Heavenly Venerate Ling raised his head and took a glance at him. "Su Mucha even whispered to me that there was a painting you had drawn in Langan, and the painting saint was even better. However, Langan had burned the painting saint had drawn, leaving only yours." A chill ran down Qin Mu's back, and he exerted his strength to execute the golden boat. It broke through the void and disappeared. It's not Su Mucha's fault. Although Su Mucha is the Grand Chancellor of the Wendao College, he always feels that I am his senior when he faces me. I only live in the legends, so when he meets the people in the legends, he will naturally feel a little awkward. Ling Tianzuan said, "So he always wants to talk to me, but he doesn't know what to say, so he can only tell me all about you. Do you still remember when Siyu brought you to the market and took a fancy to a piece of cloth, but she didn't bring any money with her, so she mortgaged you to the cloth manor? She forgot to redeem you. It was Blind who went over to redeem you." Village chief's mouth and granny. Veins popped up on Qin Mu's forehead. He sized up the sky and controlled the golden boat to sail deeper into the sky. He laughed and said, "Bai Chuer asked me to ask you just now, what about the survivors of High Emperor? She hid the survivors of High Emperor, but her abilities are lower, so she can't protect them in the calamity. The people of Founding Emperor era are also the survivors of High Emperor. The people of Eternal Peace era are also the survivors of High Emperor. In my heart, no matter who they are, there's no difference." Heavenly Venerate Ling said, "Just let these people merge into eternal peace, so I don't have to go to 3 more places." She didn't continue to ask about Qin Mu's feelings. Compared to troublesome matters like feelings, she liked to delve deeper into them. She was also immersed in the evolution of the red rope knot-making method. The red rope knot-making method involved too much knowledge, and even someone like her would need tens of thousands of years to understand it. It could be seen how difficult it was to create the red rope knot. She was originally an extremely intelligent person. Back then, Celestial Emperor Yu had said with envy that Heavenly Emperor Ling's aptitude, comprehension, and intelligence were above his. Even though it was Celestial Emperor Yu's words of humility and envy. However, Heavenly Emperor Ling's aptitude, comprehension, and intelligence were indeed extremely high. Qin Mu also calmed his heart to comprehend the path markings, and when he encountered something he didn't understand, he would ask. At the beginning, Heavenly Emperor Ling was still patient in answering, but later on, he became impatient. He felt that the question he asked was too simple, so he choked. "There's all of it in my comprehension, go and comprehend it yourself." Qin Mu's face turned red with embarrassment, and he had no choice but to comprehend it himself. Finally, the golden ship broke through the 35th layer of void and sailed into the ultimate void. The cold and lonely wind whistled and disintegrated all matter, but it could do nothing to the golden ship. Heavenly Venerate Ling pointed out the path to divine consciousness, great overarching heaven, and Qin Mu controlled the golden ship to sail in it. The ultimate void was countless times larger than the entire universe. As the universe grew, it would also become bigger and wider. The 36 layers of void would gradually become compatible with the universe, and the spirit chi and spirit energy of heaven and earth would also become thinner. The distance between galaxies would also become farther and farther. With my current power, can I brand the ultimate void and make my power indestructible? Qin Mu's eyes sparkled and he immediately took out Calamity Sword. He stood at the bow of the ship and tried to execute his divine art in an attempt to brand it in the ultimate void. He executed the 30 heavens divine art, starting from the first form of Calamity Sword, raising calamity, to the 31st form of silent reincarnation. However, the 31st Great Divine Art was branded in the ultimate void and soon dispersed like smoke, leaving no traces behind. Qin Mu frowned, and Heavenly Venerate Ling's voice suddenly came from behind him. Good divine art. Qin Mu turned back to take a look, and Heavenly Venerate Ling's gaze landed on the spot where he had imprinted the divine art. Good divine art. Qin Mu smiled. This is the Tao realm founded by founding emperor. I've already cultivated to the 31st heaven, and when I've cultivated to the 36th heaven, I'll be able to imprint the ultimate void. Ling, you probably don't know much about Tao realm, so let me tell you. Tao realm was founded by founding emperor, and it was originally regarded as a heresy. Now it has become a prominent school, and Tao realm is divided into 36 heavens. Heavenly Venerate Ling waved his hand and shook his head. The saying of Tao realm is a family's words. I've already asked founding emperor for advice in Tao College, but that's all. Qin Mu's eyes widened and he stuttered. You. Heavenly Venerate Ling said. Heavenly Venerate Mu, with your aptitude, you should have already expected that Tao realm was just setting up rules for vulgar people, allowing them to walk within the rules. When they walk to the extreme, they would be able to attain Tao. However, this is used to restrict mediocre people. Qin Mu held a breath in his chest and almost couldn't catch his breath. Heavenly Venerate Ling said, I saw you have a move called One Finger of Primordial Chaos, which uses primordial chaos runes. Give it to the ultimate void. Qin Mu did as he was told and pointed at it. He had comprehended many changes of One Finger of Primordial Chaos during this period of time, and the power of this finger was astonishing. A purple light shot out from the tip of his finger and pierced through the ultimate void, leaving a finger mark in it. The finger mark didn't disperse for a long time. The myriad changes of primordial chaos finger and the finger mark were moving around and changing endlessly, so the finger mark wouldn't be wiped away by the ultimate void. Qin Mu was stunned and examined his finger mark carefully. He had comprehended something in his heart, but he didn't know what logic he had comprehended. This divine art, which heavens is it? Heavenly Venerate Ling asked. Qin Mu shook his head. This isn't my divine art, but a divine art I comprehended from the Tao patterns of Miluo Palace. It's the divine art of the master of Miluo Palace. According to your logic, is your 31st heaven divine art of Tao realm also your divine art? It's the divine art of all kinds of great Tao. Primordial Chaos One Finger is your divine art, and also the divine art of the master of Miluo Palace. Heavenly Venerate Ling asked, what heaven do you think Primordial Chaos Finger is on the Tao realm? Qin Mu was at a loss and couldn't keep up with her thoughts. There is no heaven for this divine art. Heavenly Venerate Ling said, the master of Miluo Palace has already surpassed the heaven of the Tao realm. He has comprehended the essence of Tao, and the Tao realm can no longer trap him. If you cultivate along the Tao realm, you will still be bound by the rules and restrictions. Only when you jump out will you understand why Primordial Chaos Finger can still be so powerful even if it's not Tao realm. Qin Mu blinked his eyes in confusion. Heavenly Venerate Ling looked at him and frowned. He said patiently, Tao nature doesn't follow the waves, Tao nature doesn't feel cold. In this boundless realm I have to look back at my heart. Do you understand now? The corners of Qin Mu's eyes trembled and he said hesitantly, I still don't seem to understand. At the Jade Lake banquet a million years ago, he could have imparted the path of creation to Heavenly Venerate Ling, but today he no longer understood the realm that Heavenly Venerate Ling was talking about. Heavenly Venerate Ling seemed to have walked on a cultivation path that was different from the system of Divine Treasure Heavenly Palace, the system of Tao realm, and even the system of Ancestral Court's Fifth Supreme Court that Lan Yuqian was researching. This cultivation path left even an existence like Qin Mu scratching his head. You are as dumb as Heavenly Venerate Yun. Heavenly Venerate Ling shook his head and ignored him. Qin Mu stood at the bow of the ship in a daze, his eyes wide open as he looked at the endless void. The cold wind whistled, and it was like pieces of Tao heart had been blown away. So dumb. Heavenly Venerate Ling's voice seemed to come from the wind. Qin Mu was dejected and sat down to ponder over it. Indeed, Heavenly Venerate Ling wasn't wrong. One Finger of Primordial Chaos wasn't a divine art of Tao realm, but its power was abnormally strong. It was the same for the Red Rope Knotting Seal, And it could even suppress Tao practitioners. If it wasn't Tao realm and had such astonishing power, then where did the power come from? Turn back to the view of the body, turn back to the view of the body. He repeated the meaning of these words, and the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Heavenly Venerate Ling's cultivation and magic power were definitely mediocre. Her vital qi was even inferior to Qin Mu's, and she didn't have any achievements in Tao realm. However, she could kill a terrifying existence like Supreme Emperor with a single finger. Where did her power come from? She didn't borrow strength from the heaven, the ancient gods, the heaven and earth, or cultivate Tao realm. Why did her divine arts have such formidable power? She has already surpassed this era by too much. Perhaps she can get along well with the master of Miluo Palace. When the golden ship came to divine consciousness, great overarching heaven, Heavenly Venerate Yun saw it and hurriedly welcomed it. Qin Mu came down from the ship and looked back. Heavenly Venerate Ling was sitting on the ship and didn't move. Qin Mu was about to call out to her when Heavenly Venerate Yun immediately stopped him and shook his head. There's no need to alarm her. Why is Heavenly Venerate Mu a little dispirited? He sized Qin Mu up and revealed an astonished expression. Back then, when Qin Mu had come to rescue him, he hadn't panicked at all when Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven had captured him. Instead, he had been overjoyed. Even in such a dangerous situation, he could still maintain his optimism, but now he had become dispirited and lacking confidence. This truly made Heavenly Venerate Cloud feel deeply astonished. Qin Mu sighed. I was struck by Heavenly Venerate Ling on the way. Heavenly Venerate Yun understood and smiled. It's a small matter. I'm already used to it, and you will too. Qin Mu grunted and took out his corporeal body from the vertical eye between his brows. Apart from returning your corporeal body, the other thing I came here for is... Earth counts matter? Heavenly Venerate Yun examined his corporeal body. Even though this corporeal body was the corporeal body of a strong practitioner on the Emperor's throne, its vitality wasn't as good as before. It needed him to recuperate diligently after being resurrected. I'm bored here to the point of panicking, he said. I'm snooping around to find out about Earth count. Qin Mu asked for guidance. Brother Yun, if it were you, would you save Earth count? I would. Heavenly Venerate Yun entered his corporeal body and quickly took control of every aspect of his body. He said without thinking, Earth count and I don't have any friendship, but Earth count's life and death are related to the ownership of Yudu. The ownership of Yudu is related to the success or failure of Eternal Peace's reform and the life and death of the human race. Therefore, no matter what, I will do my best and even spare my life to save Earth count. No matter what, I can't let Yudu fall into the hands of the Heaven Court. Qin Mu let out a long sigh and smiled. With fellow Taoists' words, I can resolve a matter in my heart. Heavenly Venerate Yun stretched his body and executed his qi and blood, revealing a hint of a smile. I'm also very happy to be able to help you. Qin Mu walked around him, imprinting divine arts of creation on his body one after another to help him dredge his blood and refine the impurities in his divine treasures. Brother Yun has the same thoughts as me, but he failed in the era of Dragon Han, so it might not be a good idea to go all out to save Earth count. Heavenly Venerate Yun's face turned black. Qin Mu continued to move around him while executing divine arts to strengthen his qi and blood. Heavenly Venerate, how is your old enemy? An old enemy. He must have done a thorough research on you. He knows your personality, your plans, and what you might do in the future like the back of his hand. That's why you lost in the era of Dragon Han. Heavenly Venerate Yun's face turned even darker, but Qin Mu's qi and blood soon came to his head, making him look much better. His face was glowing red, and his face was radiant. The victors usually have the mentality of copying their own successful experiences, so Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven will use the method to deal with you to deal with me. Qin Mu pointed at the heart of his brows and activated his brain. He smiled and said, That's why I'm prepared to do the opposite. Heavenly Venerate Yun felt his brain instantly recover, and all kinds of thoughts and consciousness revolved. He asked in astonishment, How do you plan to do the opposite? I'm prepared to kill Earth count. Qin Mu stretched out his hand and grabbed Heavenly Venerate Yun's divine bridge, divine treasure. He chopped off his divine bridge with a sword and laughed. Didn't Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven want to kill Earth count? In that case, I'll be one step ahead of him and kill Earth Count. Heavenly Venerate Cloud was flabbergasted. One step ahead of Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven to kill Earth Count? Wait a moment. Why did Heavenly Venerate Mu cut his divine bridge, divine treasure in half? This fellow had never asked him at all. He was the Heavenly Venerate who had opened his divine bridge, divine treasure. If the divine bridge was broken, all the realms of Heavenly Palace would be gone. How could this corporeal body still withstand his magic power? If the magic power of Heavenly Palace realm was pressed down, his corporeal body would probably disintegrate in an instant and be crushed into chaos. Wait a moment. Heavenly Venerate Mu, listen to me. Qin Mu raised his calamity sword lightly and stabbed it into his body. Not only did it sever his divine bridge, divine treasure, it also severed his life and death, celestial being, 6 directions, 5 elements, and other divine treasures. Heavenly Venerate Yun became even more flustered. In just a short moment, his divine treasure was only left with his spirit embryo. And what did he mean by doing the opposite? Weren't they supposed to protect Earth Count? Heavenly Venerate Clear Sky and the rest used Earth Count as a hostage to force Qin Mu and the rest to come and rescue him, falling into the trap of Heavenly Venerate Clear Sky and the rest. Why did Qin Mu want to get rid of Earth Count as a hostage first? No matter how weak Earth Count was, he was still an ally. How could there be a reason for him to get rid of his strongest ally before the Great War had even begun? Earth Count was also in existence with strong battle prowess. Even though the current Heavenly Venerate was much stronger than before, Earth Count should also be able to fight to the death with the Ancestor God King, who controlled the corporeal body of the Heavenly Duke. Not letting Earth Count and the Ancestor God King die together and getting rid of Earth Count first, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's plan was unimaginable and hard to understand. Earth Count is alive, so he's a big target. As long as there are arrows coming, you can shoot them at the target. Qin Mu sealed Heavenly Venerate Cloud's Heavenly Palace in high spirits to prevent the energy from leaking out. If Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven can shoot, we can naturally shoot as well. Our goal is to prevent Yudu from falling into the hands of the Heavenly Court. Next is to rescue Earth Count so that he can break free from the shackles of the ancient gods and be reborn as a human. As long as we take action, we can set up Yudu before Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and the rest and gain the upper hand. Heavenly Venerate Cloud's eyes went wide and he was tongue-tied. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and Absolute Beginning gained the upper hand earlier. If they attack Yudu and kill Earth Count, then we have to deal with them. As long as we deal with them, we will fall into their trap. Qin Mu's 10 fingers flew up and down and kept tapping on his body. His speed of speech was even faster than his fingers. They can make their move whenever they want, he said quickly. They can set traps at their leisure, and we can only watch helplessly before we charge into their trap. As long as we charge in, they can pull back the net and trap us in it, allowing us to be slaughtered by them. What if we do the opposite and set up a trap while we get rid of Earth Count? His eyes lit up as he looked at Heavenly Venerate Yun with anticipation. Heavenly Venerate Yun opened his mouth. I know you will definitely agree to this plan. Qin Mu clenched his fists in excitement and smiled. Then it's settled. Cultivate well. Heavenly Venerate Yun hurriedly grabbed him. Don't go yet. You destroyed my divine treasures, so how am I supposed to cultivate? You have to compensate me. Qin Mu struggled free of his hand. I've already found a teacher for you. You have your corporeal body now, so you can leave great overarching heaven. I'll send you to eternal peace, and someone will send you to the world tree of the ancestral court. Your teacher is waiting for you there. Heavenly Venerate Cloud only felt that he couldn't unleash the slightest bit of power in his corporeal body, and his heart was gloomy. There was a period of time in the past when he admired Qin Mu and fantasized about fighting side by side with him. He fantasized about drinking and chatting happily with Qin Mu, fantasizing about waving his arms and pointing out the rivers and mountains with him. However, the more he came into contact with Qin Mu, the more he felt that there was a huge difference between Qin Mu and the Heavenly Venerate Mu he had imagined. This real Heavenly Venerate Mu was somewhat unreliable. Qin Mu remembered something. Brother Yun, hide your Absolute Beginning Emperor sword well and don't bring it with you. In great overarching heaven, Absolute Beginning couldn't sense his Emperor sword, but if he left great overarching heaven, He would be able to sense his companion's supreme treasure and find you to kill you. You must never let the Emperor's sword fall into his hands. Heavenly Venerate Yun nodded and said, "The ultimate void is incomparably vast. Even though absolute beginning and Heavenly Venerate clear heaven have great overarching heaven, as long as I want to hide, they can forget about finding me." He made his preparations and followed Qin Mu to board the world-crossing golden ship. He couldn't use his strength now and was lifted onto the ship by Qin Mu's magic power. Heavenly Venerate Yun came to Heavenly Venerate Ling's side, who sat there calculating something and ignored him. "Ling, you still have a weird temper." Heavenly Venerate Yun shook his head and staggered to sit down. He had spent much more time with Heavenly Venerate Ling than Qin Mu. Throughout the entire Dragon Han era, Heavenly Venerate Ling had always had this weird temper, so she didn't pay attention to him when he spoke to her. Qin Mu said, "When you reach the ancestral court and meet your teacher, I think it won't be long before you can reopen your divine treasure. When that time comes, your heavenly palace will open automatically." "That's right. I'm only sealing your corporeal body. If you meet an enemy, you can use the power of your primordial spirit to prevent Heavenly Venerate Cloud, Heavenly Emperor Shao Han, the person who became the Tao today, from being killed by some ignorant little lackey." Heavenly Venerate Cloud asked in astonishment, "You're not going to the ancestral court with me?" Qin Mu shook his head. "I'm going to see Heavenly Venerate you." Heavenly Venerate you nodded and suddenly asked, "Why don't you teach me yourself? How is that teacher's ability compared to yours? If he can't compare to you, I might as well follow you." Qin Mu smiled. "His ability is naturally inferior to mine, but what he cultivates is orthodox. The path that I walk is crooked and unorthodox, so it's not suitable for you. You'll know when you reach the place, so there's no need to ask." When he said that, Heavenly Venerate Cloud wanted to know who that teacher was even more. However, Qin Mu didn't say it no matter what, so he was helpless. The world-crossing golden ship sailed out of the ultimate void and came to eternal peace. Qin Mu walked into Daowen Courtyard to meet Village Chief, and he resisted the tradition of beating up teachers in Hall of Human Emperors. "Grandpa Village Chief, this is Heavenly Venerate Cloud. Escort him to the ancestral court to find Fatty Lan," he said. Village Chief looked at Heavenly Venerate Yun with respect and bowed. "At the end of my studies, I entered the Sumu shelter to pay my respects to Heavenly Venerate Yun. Heavenly Venerate Yun, please follow me." Heavenly Venerate Yun followed him far away. Qin Mu heard Village Chief's voice coming from afar. "Heavenly Venerate Yun and Muir are good friends, right? Speaking of which, I'm also Muir's teacher. His sword skills were taught by me. When he was young, he was even sold to the cloth village by our village's granny. Ha 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 ha. I'll explain this matter to you in detail on the way." Qin Mu's face turned black as he watched the two of them leave. Only then did he execute the golden ship to rush to Yudu. Heavenly Venerate Ling was still on the ship and hadn't moved at all. The golden ship sailed into Yudu and flew towards Earth Count's two horns. Qin Mu studied the changes of the Tao markings of Miluo Palace diligently, but there were still many problems. He couldn't understand it for a while. He wanted to ask Heavenly Venerate Ling, but he had been struck by Heavenly Venerate Ling until he lacked confidence and didn't dare to say anything. After a long while, Heavenly Venerate Ling raised his head and smoothed the hair on his temples. "If you really don't understand, then ask." Qin Mu's spirit was greatly roused, and he immediately voiced his doubts. On the other side, Village Chief brought Heavenly Venerate Yun to the ancestral court. First, they came to the Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge in Eternal Peace. This Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge led to the ancestral court. At that moment, Heavenly Venerate Yun saw Heavenly Venerate Yu standing beside the Mutual Shift Bridge. Heavenly Venerate Yu stood there quietly as if he was waiting for him. Village Chief didn't talk about Qin Mu anymore. Heavenly Venerate Yun walked forward and said with a smile, "You long time no see." Heavenly Venerate Yu couldn't hold back his tears, but he smiled. "Yeah, long time no see. It's great to see you again." Heavenly Venerate Yun unconsciously recalled the glorious days of the Long Han era. Back then, the human race was lowly and the strongest were the Heavenly Venerates of the human race. However, after Heavenly Venerate Royal's death, the hope of the human race seemed to have been cut off. Heavenly Venerate Yu went to Yudu. Heavenly Venerate Hua went to Heavenly Venerate Hao. Heavenly Venerate Qin and Heavenly Venerate Mu vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the Heaven Alliance. However, the Heaven Alliance was still an empty shell. At that time, the human race could not see any hope. He wanted to do something, but at that time, only Heavenly Venerate Yu and Heavenly Venerate Ling were by his side to support him. They followed him until his defeat. He had great ambitions, but their strength was still too weak. Even if he was the first to cultivate the throne, it was still difficult for him to turn the tide in that era. He was still unable to fight against ancient gods and demigods. The Long Han era was still an era of extreme depression and despair. It was Heavenly Venerate Yu and Heavenly Venerate Ling who supported him and gave him hope and motivation. Village Chief quietly waited for them to reminisce. After a long while, Heavenly Venerate Yu left and Village Chief walked forward to walk into Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge with Heavenly Venerate Yun. When they walked out of the bridge, they had already arrived at the ancestral court. Heavenly Venerate Yun clicked his tongue in amazement and felt a myriad of emotions in his heart. This mutual shift bridge was a bridge that could cross different worlds. The speed was so fast that it had opened his eyes. Along the way, he listened to Village Chief talk about Qin Mu's various deeds and had some understanding of him. He thought to himself, Heavenly Venerate Mu is the combination of the 9 elders of disabled elderly village. No wonder he's so temperamental and often has terrifying thoughts. Suddenly, his pupils constricted and he stopped in his tracks. Village Chief was slightly stunned and revealed a puzzled expression. Sumumu, you can go back now. Heavenly Venerate Yun took a long breath and looked forward. He said in a deep voice, An old friend has sensed that I have descended to the lower realm and is waiting for me on the road ahead. If you go, you won't be able to protect yourself. The village chief followed his gaze and looked forward. His heart trembled as he saw a flame rising from between the 2 mountains of the ancestral court. It was a flame. The flame lit up the 2 mountains. A figure could be vaguely seen standing in the flame. Fire Heavenly Venerate. The corners of Village Chief's eyes twitched as he pulled out his sword. Heavenly Venerate Yun raised his brows and pressed his hand before his divine sword was unsheathed. He then pushed the divine sword back into its sheath. Don't act rashly, he said in a deep voice. You won't be able to survive even a single move from him. We're old friends, so there won't be any danger. You can go back now. Village Chief's hand was still firmly holding the hilt of the sword. His corporeal body had recovered from his old age, and he was soon in his prime. His muscles and tendons seemed to have undergone the baptism of the great river, and there wasn't a single bit of excess flesh on his body. He said in a deep voice, Heavenly Venerate Yun, if anything happens to you, I won't be able to answer to Muir. Heavenly Venerate Yun hesitated for a moment before walking forward. Follow me and don't speak or move. Just treat yourself as if you're blind, deaf, and mute. Village Chief followed him step by step, and the 2 of them walked into the middle of the 2 mountains. The Tao flames parted to reveal a safe passage. Heavenly Venerate Yun walked behind the man. The man turned around with a strange mask on his face. The mask seemed to grow together with his face, making him look somewhat terrifying. The mask revealed a happy expression, and looked at him with a smile that was not a smile, but was not a cry. Heavenly Venerate Yun, my lifelong Tao friend. Tears fell from Heavenly Venerate Yun's eyes under the mask, and the tears turned into Tao fire that flew around him. We can finally meet again. Heavenly Venerate Yun smiled and walked forward. He smiled and said, Heavenly Venerate Fire, we meet again. Heavenly Venerate Fire laughed loudly. His voice was loud and clear. Heavenly Venerate Ling is so stubborn. Heavenly Venerate Yu is so naive. Heavenly Venerate Yu is so closed-minded. Heavenly Venerate Qin is blind. Heavenly Venerate Mu is a stone in the toilet. They don't understand me. Heavenly Venerate Fire opened his arms, he smiled and said, Even Big Brother Lan Yuqian, you can only make me respect him, but he can't make me confide in him. Only Heavenly Venerate Yun is my confidant. Yun, the person who knows me the best, the person who understands me the most. I am extremely happy that you have come back to life. It's still double the monthly ticket now. Brothers, I'm begging for the monthly ticket. I'm begging for the monthly ticket for God Mu. Village Chief looked at Heavenly Venerate Fire warily. His heart filled with anxiety. Now that Heavenly Venerate Yun's corporeal body had been restricted by Qin Mu, only his primordial spirit could still be used. His primordial spirit might be strong, but whether he was a match for Heavenly Venerate Fire was unknown. After Heavenly Venerate Fire returned from the ancestral court, his cultivation had increased greatly. It was obvious that he had appeared in the ancestral court rashly and blocked their path like he was a prophet, giving people an uneasy feeling. How did he know that Heavenly Venerate Yun was going to the ancestral court? How did he accurately block their way? Heavenly Venerate Yun was still very calm. Heavenly Venerate Fire opened his arms, but he did not go forward to hug Heavenly Venerate Fire. Instead, he smiled and said, "I'm also extremely happy to be able to see my old friends again. Fire, you seem to have some doubts and have some complaints about Heavenly Venerate Royal and Heavenly Venerate Mu. Can you tell me about it?" Celestial Master Hu put down his arms as if he was disappointed that Celestial Master Yun did not hug him when he saw his old friend again. He said with a smile, "I don't want to talk about those sad things. I'm conscientious for the safety of the human race. But I'm always misunderstood by others. In the years after you left, it was I who saved the human race and kept the human race from being exterminated. However, whether it's Celestial Master Ling, Celestial Master Yu, or Founding Emperor Yu, they all mocked and ridiculed me." The more he spoke, the angrier he got. He sneered and said, "Especially Heavenly Venerate Mu. Back then, I respected him for taking revenge for Big Brother Yu. He was a hot-blooded man, but I didn't expect him to have the deepest misunderstanding of me. I endured humiliation for the human race, even bearing the name of harming my own race. However, I saved the human race and managed to create an ideal world in the southern sky. And what did he do for the human race? He would only lead the human race to revolt. He will only destroy the great situation that I have managed. He still has the face to say that we are sinners of the human race." He looked at Heavenly Venerate Yun with a fervent gaze. "They don't understand me. Yun, you must understand me, right?" Heavenly Venerate Yun pondered for a long time before he raised his head and smiled. "I understand you." Heavenly Venerate Fire was greatly invigorated. He laughed and said, "I know you will understand me." Back then, during the Long Han era, we had more than one detailed discussion and shared our ideals. Although our ideals are different, you know who I am. Heavenly Venerate Yun nodded. In the era of Long Han, the human race was weak and was only one of the more eye-catching races among the countless races in the universe. We 9 Heavenly Venerate of Long Han were born. However, at that time the strength of the human race was insignificant. Even we, 9 Heavenly Venerate of Long Han, were only meat on the chopping board of the ancient gods and were at the mercy of others. It was only when Heavenly Venerate Mu killed the 5 elements ancient god on the Heavenly River that the world was shocked by the strength of the human race. Heavenly Venerate Fire's face sank slightly, and he became slightly unhappy when he heard Qin Mu's battle results. Heavenly Venerate Yun continued, "Even so, the power of the human race is still too weak, and despair enshrouds me all the time. I was grateful for the lack of my own power, so I looked for you many times and asked you to help me. You said you wanted to find another path for the human race." Heavenly Venerate Fire recalled the past and said, "At that time we had a long conversation in secret. You felt that the human race would find it hard to win, and we didn't have the ability to fight against the ancient gods and demigods. We might even be able to bring the human race to eternal damnation at any time. So you wanted me to help you." Fire Heavenly Venerate sighed and said, "You said that you couldn't put all your eggs in one basket. There had to be 2 plans. The first plan was for me to continue fighting for the human race." Fire Heavenly Venerate said, "The second plan was for me to lead a part of the human race to join the demigods and fight against the ancient gods together with the demigods. If you failed, the human race wouldn't have been exterminated because of that. There would still be a part of the human race that survived." Heavenly Master Yu nodded. "That's why I have no objection to you submitting to Heavenly Master Hao. The fact proves that you have a long-term vision and a good sense of people. Heavenly Master Hao is indeed very powerful. He defeated the ancient god, defeated me, and won the final victory of the Long Han era." Heavenly Master Fire said in a deep voice, "We had a discussion at that time. You led the human race to revolt. If you failed, I had to kill you to show my loyalty to the demigod. I did. He choked with sobs and said, I went to kill you with tears in my eyes. My heart hurts the most when you die. But because of that, I also bear the blame. Yuan, do you blame me for killing you? Fire Heavenly Venerate shook his head and said, I don't blame you for that. Fire Heavenly Venerate laughed loudly and his voice was filled with gratification. I know that only Yun is a hero and the person who understands me the most. Heavenly Venerate Qin or Heavenly Venerate Mu are not worthy of carrying Yun's shoes. Later on, during the Crimson Light Revolution Hua, you also held back your tears and went to kill Heavenly Venerate Ming, right? Heavenly Venerate Yun asked. Heavenly Venerate Fire's mask frowned slightly and said, Heavenly Venerate Ming was inferior to you. It was very difficult for him to accomplish anything, and he would only get in the way. During the era of High Emperor, you should have held back your tears and went to kill Heavenly Venerate Moon and Heavenly Venerate Ling. Heavenly Venerate Yun walked to his side and looked at the sky that was slightly distorted by the flames behind him. He sighed with emotion. During Founding Emperor era, you held back your tears and went to kill Heavenly Venerate Qin. During Eternal Peace era, you held back your tears and went to kill Heavenly Venerate Mu. Heavenly Venerate Fire's brows furrowed even more tightly as he looked at the sky behind Heavenly Venerate Yun. Suddenly, he cut off Heavenly Venerate Yun's words. Yuan, in terms of strategy, Red Emperor and Bright Emperor are all inferior to you. Heavenly Venerate Moon and Heavenly Venerate Ling are two extraordinary women, but their methods are much inferior to yours. They can't win against Heavenly Venerate Vast and 10 Heavenly Venerates. As for Heavenly Venerate Qin Yi, when he rose up, the entire universe was already set in stone. With 10 Heavenly Venerates unifying the world, no one else would have the chance to turn things around. Heavenly Venerate Mu was just a kid messing around. Yuan, you should understand. Heavenly Venerate Yun smiled and said, Then, since when did you no longer hold back your tears when you killed them? Heavenly Venerate Fire suddenly turned his head. The two of them with 4 legs were almost standing in the same line. One of them faced the east while the other faced the west. When Fire Heavenly Venerate turned his head, Cloud Heavenly Venerate also turned his head. Village Chief felt that the flames between the two mountains suddenly became scorching hot. The flames swirled and a dry and hot wind blew against his face, making him smell a burning smell. His palm gripped the hilt of the divine sword tightly, and his battle intent grew stronger and stronger. His mind was undistracted, and he stared at Fire Heavenly Venerate's every move. The ancestral quartz mountains were majestic and magnificent, but no matter how tall the mountains were, they could not suppress their imposing manner. Fire Heavenly Venerate Yun smiled and said, When did it start? Was it from the moment you became the 10th Heavenly Venerate? When you held supreme power, you no longer held back your tears when you killed your own kind, right? Fire Heavenly Venerate was silent. The flames between the two divine mountains whistled and blew from the valley between the mountains to both sides. The two mountains melted in the flames. The ground flopped and the underground magma rolled. The ground flopped and melted on the magma. During the Long Han era, we discussed several times. I understand your choice, Yun Heavenly Venerate said. There was a country in the past where the people's livelihood was bad. The advisor had 2 sons and wanted to go out and explore. The eldest son said that I wanted to support the nobles and overthrow the imperial court. The nobles had power and influence. If the nobles became the emperor and I became the nobles, I could let the people live better. The youngest son said that I don't trust the nobles. I want to establish my own power and overthrow the imperial court so that the people can live better. So they agreed that if the youngest son failed, the eldest son had to kill the youngest son in order to avoid the flames of war. The Fire Heavenly Venerate was expressionless as he listened. Later, the evil imperial court was overthrown. The nobles supported by the eldest son became the emperor, and the youngest son became a traitor. The eldest son killed his younger brother in tears and stopped the war. Heavenly Venerate Yun asked, Is this what we thought back then? Heavenly Venerate Fire did not answer. Heavenly Venerate Yun said, The eldest son became a powerful minister because he supported the emperor. However, the country was still poor and the people were suffering. At this time, the eldest son no longer had the idea of overthrowing the new imperial court because he said indifferently, because he was a part of this imperial court and the most powerful person in the imperial court. How could he overthrow him? Therefore, whenever someone could not stand the oppression and resisted, the eldest son would always be the first to jump out and destroy the rebel army. Because he had experienced 3 parts of the world in Long Han and experienced those things, he knew that he could not let the rebel army destroy his position of power. He is no longer the eldest son who fought for his family back then. You have changed. Heavenly Venerate Fire sighed and shook his head. You are no longer the Yun from back then. You are no longer the Yun who understands me. The face on his mask was twisted and revealed a crying and laughing expression at the same time. You are the same as Mu and Qin. Do you want me to die too? Heavenly Venerate Yun placed his hands behind his back and looked at the sky that was distorted by the Tao fire behind him. He said leisurely, you are a generous person in Songyan City. You are a carefree Chuchio. You will not let the young man down. He sneered and said, you were dead when you were alive. Who knows whether you are real or not? Hua, you still have a way out. He turned around, he looked at Heavenly Master Hua and said, Hua, if you can assassinate Heavenly Master Hao and kill him with your relationship with Heavenly Master Hao, then the human race can win and overthrow the current heaven. You can take all the achievements alone. Whether it is me or Ling Tianzuan Moon Tianzuan, or Kai Huang Mu Tianzuan, the achievements are not as illustrious as you. You did what we couldn't do in a million years. He said loudly, I can hide all your past deeds for you. You in front of the people will be a bare humiliation, bearing the name, and the final victory in one fell swoop of the glorious existence. Countless people will praise your efforts, and countless people in the future will admire your actions, but they won't know what you did in the past. Your past will be erased. As long as you assassinate Heavenly Master Hao. Heavenly Master Hua stood there motionlessly and suddenly laughed. Heavenly Master Yun frowned, and Heavenly Master Hua's laughter grew louder and louder. His voice shook the valley, causing the 2 mountains to collapse in the Tao fire and turn into rolling lava. Yun, it's undeniable that you're more bewitching than Heavenly Master Mu. Heavenly Master Fire turned around and looked at his face, but his voice did not seem to have any warmth. His voice grew colder and colder. But you can't defeat Heavenly Master Hao in the Heavenly Court. If I were to assassinate Heavenly Master Hao, even if I could kill him, I would be killed by his last attack. Your plan is very good. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone and get rid of the 2 of us in one go. He said sarcastically. After that, you can flatten the Heavenly Court in one go. Then, you can deal with founding Emperor Heavenly Venerate Mu and get rid of them. You can take over the power. How can these hotheads be your opponent? You think very well, really very well. Get rid of me, get rid of Heavenly Venerate Haotian, and then get rid of Heavenly Venerate Mu and founding Emperor. Heavenly Venerate Yun let out a long sigh and said in a desolate voice, You've really changed. You've betrayed your original heart. Wrong. The Tao fire around Heavenly Venerate Fire suddenly became extremely vigorous. It burned everything and released the anger in his heart. He was like a ferocious beast that could devour everything. It's you who betrayed me. Ask for a monthly ticket. His imposing manner couldn't be said to be weak. Among the 9 Heavenly Venerates of Long Han, Heavenly Venerates of Fire opened up his celestial being divine treasure, and was ranked 4th. His talent was extremely high, or else he wouldn't have opened up his celestial being divine treasure, and left a huge mark in the cultivation system of his divine treasure. Celestial being divine treasure was a divine treasure that connected heaven and earth. This divine treasure connected the 5 elements, 6 directions and 7 stars, and it also had an inheriting effect on the later life and death divine treasures. Eternal Peace changed the divine treasure and modified Heavenly Venerate Yun's divine bridge divine treasure, but it didn't change much to Heavenly Venerate's divine treasure. From this point, it could be seen that Heavenly Venerate Fire's aptitude was extraordinary. Heavenly Venerate Yun didn't seem to feel his terrifying Tao might at all. Heavenly Venerate Fire's magic power was incomparably vigorous, much more vigorous than Heavenly Venerate Yun's corporeal body, yet Heavenly Venerate Yun was still calm and composed. There was even a hint of pity and sympathy in his eyes when he looked at Heavenly Venerate Fire. Fire, are you planning to get rid of me? Heavenly Venerate Yun said with a smile that wasn't a smile. You killed me this time, so you won't be holding back your tears anymore, right? Heavenly Venerate Fire said in a sinister tone. In the past, I thought you were my Tao friend, so I shed tears to kill you. However, it's only now that I've seen your true face. You're just an ambitious little brat like Qin Yi and Qin Mu. His killing intent surged. The pupils under the mask revealed boundless killing intent. Your harm is even greater than Qin Ye's. They are stupid, but you are smarter. You will bring us humans into the land of eternal damnation and destroy the great situation that I have painstakingly created. I will definitely not tolerate your survival. Heavenly Venerate Yun laughed loudly, and the pity in his eyes grew even more. Aren't you a little curious? How did you know that I would definitely take this path? Who told you that I would pass by here? Behind him, Village Chief was slightly stunned. He was also puzzled about this matter. Only 5 people knew that Heavenly Venerate Yun had gone to the ancestral court. Qin Mu, Heavenly Venerate Ling, Heavenly Venerate Yun, Heavenly Venerate Yu, and him. However, Heavenly Venerate Fire seemed to have known that Heavenly Venerate Yun would go to the ancestral court, and he had even waited at the place they had to pass by. Heavenly Venerate Yun naturally wouldn't betray him, and Qin Mu, Heavenly Venerate Ling, Heavenly Venerate Yu, and Village Chief wouldn't betray him either. So how did Heavenly Venerate Fire know that Heavenly Venerate Yun would pass by here? You came here to wait for me because that person intentionally leaked the news to your reincarnation in eternal peace to let you know that I would go to the ancestral court and pass by here. Heavenly Venerate Yun said indifferently. His goal isn't to use you to get rid of me. He also knows that even if you kill my corporeal body, I won't die because of it. After all, I've already cultivated the perfect divine consciousness, great overarching heaven, which is even more perfect than Supreme Emperor. His aim is only to make me give up on you. He revealed a mocking expression. He said leisurely, this person is the Heavenly Venerate Mu whom you despise. How can you defeat him? He is the other me, the one who dominates this life. He revealed this information to you. Firstly, he wanted me to see your true colors and give up on you completely. Secondly, he wanted to lure you over. He wanted to destroy your Tao heart, and also take the opportunity to get rid of you. Fire Heavenly Venerate's pupils constricted. He was able to block Heavenly Venerate Yun here because his reincarnation had accidentally received the news. After he received the news, he immediately came forward. Heavenly Venerate Yun smiled and said, when Heavenly Venerate Mu does things, he has both my ruthlessness and killing intent. If it were me, I would definitely not give you the chance to see you being betrayed by your friends and relatives. I would do anything to get rid of you. However, he's different. He predicted that you would definitely come, that Su, ancestor, and the other heavenly venerables had already gone to Yudu. He wants to beat you until your Tao heart disintegrates and despair rises in your heart. Suddenly, the Tao fire in the valley whizzed around and turned into layers of Tao fire behind Heavenly Venerate Fire's head. Heavenly Venerate Fire looked around vigilantly. If he was lured here, Qin Mu would definitely have laid down all sorts of methods to kill him here. Qin Mu definitely wouldn't let go of this great opportunity. At that moment, Heavenly Venerate Fire saw a Tao tree appear in the sky. That Tao tree was rooted in great overarching heaven in the ultimate void. A figure stood under the tree like a peerless sword. Even if the heaven and earth were used as a scabbard, it wouldn't be able to hide his sharpness. Founding Emperor Qin Yi. Founding Emperor Qin Yi had always been protecting Heavenly Venerate Yun. Heavenly Venerate Yun looked at Fire Heavenly Venerate's every move and felt even more disappointed. He shook his head and said, Fire, you are no longer the fire that dared to fight and fight. When you saw Heavenly Venerate Qin, you showed fear in your heart. Back then, even if you met Heavenly Venerate Mu, you would still dare to fight him to the death. Even if you were beaten until your head was bleeding, you would still continue to fight him. No wonder your Tao heart could not be as thorough as Heavenly Venerate Qin's. No wonder you could not defeat Heavenly Venerate Mu. You can't defeat Heavenly Venerate Hao either. He pointed at Heavenly Venerate Fire and said, You're a human Heavenly Venerate. How can Heavenly Venerate Hao be at ease with you? I met Heavenly Venerate Hao once, and he was scared away by me. He knew that I was resurrected, so how could he not be wary of you? Heavenly Venerate Fire was slightly startled. Heavenly Venerate Yun said loudly, Since Brother Hao is here, why are you still hiding? Now that you've become the great all-heaven, you're the most powerful existence in the world. Do you have to do such petty things? Before he finished his words, another great all-heaven appeared. The Tao tree was rooted in the great all-heaven, and the Tao flowers were in full bloom. Heavenly Master Hao stood under the Tao tree. The two great all-heaven reflected each other. Heavenly Master Hao laughed and said, "Brother Yun, you know me better than anyone else." Heavenly Master Yun smiled and said, "You and I have been fighting for 300,000 years. We know each other very well. But you can't defeat me." Heavenly Master Hao said leisurely, "Now that I'm here, I can defeat Qin Yi. As long as Heavenly Master Hua makes a move, you will die without a doubt. Even Qin Yi might die here today. Yuan, you couldn't defeat me in your previous life, but it's the same in this life." "Is that so?" Heavenly Master Yun smiled and said, "I can't defeat you, but Heavenly Master Mu won't. Although Heavenly Master Mu is not as ruthless as me, he is more meticulous than me." "How do you know that the person who came is only the founding emperor?" Heavenly Master Hao's heart trembled. He stood on great overarching heaven and looked down. Suddenly, he rolled up his sleeves and swept up Heavenly Master Fire. He took Heavenly Master Fire with him and disappeared without a trace. "He found me." Heavenly Master Yu walked out from the depths of space and said in annoyance, "It seems that Founding Emperor was right. My zenith void is no longer perfect. Heavenly Master Hao can see through my Tao, spells, and divine abilities." Heavenly Venerate Yun smiled and said, "If you can comprehend the Tao of space to the extreme, grow Tao trees, open Tao flowers, and bear Tao fruits, then Heavenly Venerate Hao won't be able to see through your whereabouts." Heavenly Venerate Yu came to his side and said, "Sister Ling told me that Tao realm and using strength to achieve Tao are not orthodox paths to achieve Tao. You don't need to cultivate Tao realm to achieve Tao. Once she has researched it, she will pass it on to me." Heavenly Venerate Yun's face darkened. He shook his head and said, "You listened to her?" Ling was naturally very smart, but in order to achieve her goal, she could endure 1,000,000 years of loneliness and study the Bai divine power alone. This time, when she has developed the orthodox path, who knows how many tens of thousands of years it will take. If you can wait, the human race cannot. Heavenly Venerate Yu recalled the past when Heavenly Venerate Ling studied the Bai divine power and came to a sudden realization. Thus, he gave up this idea and said with a smile, "In that case, I will study the Tao realm wholeheartedly." All along, she had followed Heavenly Venerate Yun and assisted Heavenly Venerate Yun. Later, she followed Heavenly Venerate Ling and assisted Heavenly Venerate Ling. She was always a little sister and listened to the two of them, but she did not have many opinions. Heavenly Venerate Yun bowed and thanked Founding Emperor. Founding Emperor returned the bow and said, "Heavenly Venerate Mu invited me to stay in the ancestral court for a few months to protect you until you can use the power of your physical body." Celestial Master Yun suddenly understood. He clapped his hands and smiled. "I see. I know why he did this. He wanted to use you to hinder Heavenly Master Hao while he took the opportunity to kill Earth Count. Since you are in the ancestral court, Heavenly Master Hao must stay in the Heavenly Court to prevent you from raising the Heavenly Court to the ground. Kill Earth Count." The Founding Emperor looked surprised and then nodded. That is indeed his style. However, can he kill Earth Count while dealing with Heavenly Master Su and the Ancestral God King with his strength? He left the great overarching heaven of Sword Tao and came to Heavenly Venerate Cloud's side. Village Chief immediately felt a little pressured when he faced the three Heavenly Venerates at the same time. He thought for a moment and said, "Do you know that when Heavenly Venerate Mu was young, he was chased and beaten by the Hen Dragon?" 1. Under the protection of the two Heavenly Venerates and Village Chief, Heavenly Venerate Cloud continued to walk toward the Blackwood Sacred Land. He saw the World Tree in the Blackwood Sacred Land from afar. He could not help but be slightly shocked. This tree is even bigger than the origin tree. However, this tree is still a sapling. It has yet to grow. How big will it be when it grows? Just as they were about to enter the Blackwood Sacred Land, Celestial Master Yun was suddenly startled. He saw a woman standing quietly in front of the sacred land, as if she was waiting for them. Celestial Master Yu's heart skipped a beat. He quickly said, "I'll go to the sacred land to take a look first." With that, he disappeared without a trace. Founding Emperor frowned and walked into the sacred land as well. Fellow Taoists Su, let's have a spar. Village chief's spirits were greatly lifted, and he hurriedly followed him. Heavenly Venerate Yun strode forward and came to the woman's side. Lang Bao turned around, and his gaze was clear and flawless. Heavenly Venerate Yun was a little dazzled, but he soon calmed his mind. The little creator girl who had followed him all those years ago had already grown up. There was no one else in the world who was as beautiful as her, but there was no emotion in her eyes. As she circulated her cultivation technique, her emotions were suppressed in the depths of her heart, and it was difficult for her to release them. Heavenly Venerate Yun greeted her. Miss Lang Bao. Lang Bao turned around and left. Heavenly Venerate Yun was slightly startled, and he watched her leave. I still can't get over it. Lang Bao's divine sense came from afar. After I saw you, the emotions of the past that I suppressed rose up, and it reminded me of the deaths of those millions of clansmen. Uncle Yun, I won't see you again. Heavenly Venerate Yun walked into the Black Mountain sacred land with a sense of loss. He came to the World Tree, and the village chief led him to Lan Yutian. When Heavenly Venerate Yun saw the youth who was comprehending Tao under the World Tree, he could not help but be stunned. He stood there without moving for a long time. Lan Yutian looked up and saw him. He was a little surprised and smiled. I seem to have seen you before. Do we know each other before? Grandpa Village Chief said that you can be my disciple and cultivate with me for a period of time. Elder brother. Heavenly Venerate Yun walked forward and bowed to the ground with his hands clasped in front of his chest. His tears fell to the ground one drop at a time. At the same time, the golden ship sailed into Yudu and came to Sacred King Tianqiren's manor in Earth Count's Long Horn. Before he could stop the ship, a violent and cold aura suddenly came from Sacred King Tianqiren's manor. With a loud boom, Heavenly Venerate Yu's unparalleled primordial spirit broke through Sacred King's manor and stretched out his hand to grab Qin Mu on the golden ship. Heavenly Venerate Yu, it's me, don't make a move. Qin Mu immediately shouted out. Heavenly Venerate Yu's palm stopped above the golden ship and his gaze landed on him. He said coldly, I can sense the killing intent toward Earth Count from you. How is this possible? A drop of cold sweat hung on Qin Mu's forehead. Why would I have killing intent toward Earth Count? He asked in astonishment. You must have sensed it wrong. Look, when I came here, the great Tao of Yudu didn't touch me at all. This means that the great Tao of Yudu has already forgotten about the past, and knows that I'm here to help Earth Count transcend the tribulation. Quick, take your hand back. Heavenly Venerate Yu revealed a doubtful expression and sensed carefully. He could still sense the killing intent toward Earth Count from Qin Mu's body. He had immersed himself in the great Tao of Yudu, and his Tao realm was far-reaching. He wasn't inferior to Heavenly Venerate Su and Earth Count Acho, and he was even above them, so he was extremely sensitive. However, how could Heavenly Venerate Mu have the intention to kill Earth Count? I must have sensed wrongly. Heavenly Venerate Yu retracted his primordial spirit, and Qin Mu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He smiled and said, Heavenly Venerate Yu, I've brought you an old friend. Heavenly Venerate Ling has been brought here by me. Heavenly Venerate Yu's heart trembled violently, and he hurriedly looked toward the ship. Qin Mu said casually, You Earth Count's life and death book is still with you, right? Heavenly Venerate Yu couldn't help nodding his head. Qin Mu let out a sigh of relief and laughed loudly as he pulled him into the manor. Ling, come over too. Heavenly Venerate Ling came to his side and his divine consciousness rippled. You've obtained the life and death book? Qin Mu nodded. I've already obtained it. There's only one problem left. How many steps does it take to kill Earth Count? How do I set it up? 2 steps. Ling Tianzuan transmitted his divine consciousness. Go to Earth Count's side and kill him. Qin Mu was stunned. He had thought of countless possibilities along the way, thinking about how to kill Earth Count while dealing with Heavenly Venerate Void Celestial Emperor Lang Xian and the Ancestor God King. He also thought about how Earth Count would counterattack under the control of the Great Tao of Yudu, and how Heavenly Venerate Yu would deal with this battle. He also thought of another extremely important person, which was Absolute Beginning. If Absolute Beginning returned to his identity, would he see through his plan and interfere? Moreover, another important point he considered was that the third and fourth young masters had reached an agreement. In other words, the plans of the two young masters had been integrated into one. The third young master's Ling Shao trap and the fourth young master's ancestral court blood sacrifice were carried out at the same time. The two young masters would no longer trip each other up. What sort of plan would they have in the battle to kill Earth Count? How many benefits did they give to Absolute Beginning and Heavenly Venerate Clear Sky? How big of a threat would these benefits pose to him, Founding Emperor, Heavenly Venerate Cloud, and the rest? Qin Mu had thought about the possibility of failure. After he failed to kill Earth Count, how would he end things and minimize the losses? If he succeeded in killing Earth Count, how would he be able to protect Yudu? If he couldn't, he had to come up with a countermeasure. The situation he had to face to kill Earth Count was so complicated that he had never experienced it before, so he had to rack his brains for it. However, he had overlooked the most crucial point. Killing Earth Count might not be difficult at all. As long as he let Heavenly Venerate Ling walk in front of Earth Count, Heavenly Venerate Ling would be able to kill Earth Count in one move. Back then, Heavenly Venerate Yu had sent Heavenly Venerate Ling to the back of Supreme Emperor, and he had been killed by Heavenly Venerate Ling in one move. Earth Count was even inferior to Supreme Emperor in Divine Consciousness Great Overarching Heaven, so as long as Heavenly Venerate Ling entered the heart of Earth Count's brows, killing him in one move wasn't difficult. I've thought too much and forgot the simplest path. Qin Mu followed Heavenly Venerate Yu into Sacred King Tianqiren's manor and thought to himself, however, Heavenly Venerate Ling killing Earth Count is simple, but before and after, he needs incomparably detailed strategies in order to avoid casualties and prevent Yudu from falling into the hands of the heaven. In Sacred King's manor, Qin Mu didn't see Heavenly Venerate Yu's mother, so he was astonished and asked. Heavenly Venerate Yu personally poured tea for the two of them and said with a calm tone, "Mother has gone to reincarnate." Qin Mu was astonished and looked at him deeply. Heavenly Venerate Yu said, "In the Battle of Yudu, it's difficult for anyone to protect her. My mother stayed here and I needed to divert my attention to take care of her, so I sent her to reincarnate." Qin Mu was silent for a long time before sighing. "You're actually willing to do that? I'm too selfish. Because of this little bit of familial affection, I've bound my mother for 1,000,000 years and let her accompany me in Yudu. It's time to let her go." Heavenly Venerate Yu's body trembled, and his voice was slightly bitter. He then regained his calmness. "After she reincarnates, she won't awaken the memories of her previous life, and won't remember having a son like me. She will become an ordinary human woman with her own life and future. I've gone to see her before, and she's doing very well. She doesn't recognize me anymore." Qin Mu sighed with emotions in his heart, but he didn't know what to say. He could only pat his shoulder. After Heavenly Venerate Yu withdrew all the clones of the Messenger of Death, he returned to his youth body. It was as if he had turned back into the introverted youth wearing the ghost face mask. His mother had occupied almost all the space in his sealed heart. His mother had supported him to go on, supporting him to live until now. There were very few people who could occupy a place in his heart, but there were 3 exceptions. The first person was Heavenly Venerate Royal, who had died in the Jade Lake banquet. Heavenly Venerate Royal was his big brother, supporting him and encouraging him. After his mother's death, it was Heavenly Venerate Royal who had walked into his heart to cheer him up. He had accomplished the heroic feat of opening his life and death divine treasure. The second person was Qin Mu. Qin Mu had avenged Heavenly Venerate Royal and dared to offend the Heaven Court. He had also dared to offend Madame Yuan Mu, and Heavenly Emperor Absolute beginning to gain his respect. Qin Mu had stolen Heavenly Venerate Royal's corpse and promised to resurrect Heavenly Venerate Royal 1,000,000 years later. Because of this promise, Heavenly Venerate Yu had stayed in Yudu for 1,000,000 years. His promise was light, but that was all. The third person was Earth Count. On the surface, Earth Count and Celestial Master Yu had the relationship of ruler and minister. Earth Count was the ruler of Yudu, and Celestial Master Yu was the sacred King Tianqiren, whom he had conferred the title of Prime Minister of Yudu. At the same time, he was also the Messenger of Death who was in charge of receiving all the dead in all the worlds. Earth Count only had one subordinate, Celestial Master Yu. All the work was basically done by him alone, so one could imagine how hard it was. However, in reality, Heavenly Venerate You and Earth Count were friends. How similar were they? They were both bound by family ties. Earth Count was bound by the father-daughter relationship with his daughter, Heavenly Venerate Void, while Heavenly Venerate You was bound by the mother-son relationship with his mother. The two of them had a lot of common topics to talk about. Although the two of them only talked about a few things, they knew each other very well. They were both very introverted, but they could see their own shadows in each other and find courage in each other. In the Battle of Mystic City, Heavenly Venerate You could walk out of the shackles he had on his mother for Qin Mu. He was willing to follow Qin Mu to battle in Mystic City, willing to risk his life and forget about death. And in the Battle of Yudu, Heavenly Venerate You was willing to let his mother reincarnate for Earth Count and let his mother forget all her memories of him. The one who is the most difficult to accept for us to kill Earth Count should be Heavenly Venerate You. Qin Mu thought to himself, but Heavenly Venerate You should understand. He will feel relieved and put down the burden in his heart because Earth Count Acho will come back to life. I can feel your killing intent toward Earth Count from your bodies. Heavenly Venerate You took a deep look at Qin Mu and Heavenly Venerate Ling, and vigilance flashed through his eyes. He reminded the two of them, don't mess around and don't do anything stupid. Even though he was introverted, he was more intelligent than others and could faintly guess Qin Mu's thoughts. It must be because the great Tao of Yudu is hostile to me. I've once revived 1,000,000 people and angered the great Tao of Yudu. Qin Mu laughed loudly and executed his reincarnation divine art. That's why the great Tao of Yudu urged Earth Count to kill me. Heavenly Venerate Ling was worried about me, so we were on alert. That's why you mistook it for killing Earth Count. Heavenly Venerate You shook his head. My perception can't be wrong. You are using a kind of marvelous great Tao to conceal your killing intent toward Earth Count. This kind of great Tao is very unique, but this kind of great Tao came from the great Tao of Yudu. It's a new great Tao developed from the great Tao of Yudu. Therefore, it can't be hidden from me. Qin Mu continued to execute the great Tao of reincarnation, and tried his best to block his perception. What about now? I can still sense it, but it's much fainter, Heavenly Venerate You said. Qin Mu focused his mind and executed the 31st Heavenly Divine Art of Tao Realm. Reincarnation was silent, formless and nameless. At the back of his head, reincarnation spun, and a dazzling light flashed. Qin Mu asked again, what about now? The primordial spirit behind Heavenly Venerate You's back fluttered in the light of reincarnation. However, after great divine art of silent reincarnation passed, he could still sense Qin Mu's killing intent toward Earth Count and wasn't controlled by this divine art. It's a little fainter, but it's already very light. Earth Count might not be able to sense your killing intent toward him, Heavenly Venerate You said. Qin Mu let out a sigh of relief, and his reincarnation spun to execute the divine art toward Heavenly Venerate Ling. A divine light flashed in Heavenly Venerate You's eyes, and after a moment he said, the killing intent on Ling's body has also decreased by a lot. Now that you guys are close to Earth Count, he won't take the initiative to attack you guys. You guys can go and kill Earth Count. He had already guessed their intentions from Qin Mu's actions. His thoughts were clear and admirable. You knew we were going to kill Earth Count? Qin Mu probed. Heavenly Venerate You shook his head. Heavenly Venerate Vast had set up a trap to use Earth Count's life to restrain you and make you fall into his trap. In order to jump out of the trap and prevent Qin Yu Ling and the rest from being killed, you have to kill Earth Count first. Once Earth Count died, the hostages would be gone, and Heavenly Venerate Haotian's trap would no longer exist. I'm not a fool. When I felt the killing intent from you, I knew your goal. Heavenly Venerate Ling looked at him with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Qin Mu asked, aren't you going to stop us? If Earth Count wants to become the real Cho, I'll only grant it and won't stop him. Heavenly Venerate You said. However, you have to be fully prepared. After Earth Count dies, what will you do? The divine light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Earth Count's corporeal body cannot fall into the hands of the Heaven Court. Yudu cannot fall into the hands of the Heaven Court either. The great Tao of Yudu cannot fall into the hands of the Heaven Court either. These are things that you have to pay attention to after Earth Count dies. And you can't control them. Qin Mu nodded. He indeed couldn't control them. He needed to prepare for the worst. He had come to kill Earth Count to prevent himself from falling into the trap of heavenly venerate clear heaven and absolute beginning so that his own people wouldn't suffer heavy casualties. However, he could jump out of this trap, but the battle of Yudu would be unavoidable. He could kill Earth Count to gain the upper hand, but the battle of Yudu was also extremely important. Earth Count was Yudu, and his corporeal body carried everything about Yudu, including the great Tao of Yudu. Earth Count's corporeal body couldn't be lost. In the worst-case scenario, it would be Earth Count's life and death book. Therefore, he had to come and steal it. The life and death book has already been stolen by you, right? Heavenly Venerate, you suddenly said. You took the life and death book when you escorted me into the manor, right? Qin sighed and took out the book of life and death. He placed it on the table and pushed it in front of him. Since you have seen through it, it's better for you to control the book of life and death, he said. You are Heavenly Venerate, you, the creator of the divine treasure of life and death. It's up to you to use the book of life and death to execute divine arts to protect humans and remove their names from the book of life and death. Heavenly Venerate, you shook his head. I can't do it. Qin was slightly stunned. You can use the book of life and death to remove everyone's names, Heavenly Venerate, you said. Even Earth Count can't do that, let alone me. This book of life and death is the book of justice, formed from the great Tao of Yudu. It's impossible for the great Tao of Yudu to go against you. The book of life and death can't let the human race get rid of Yudu's control. Qin frowned. If Earth Count's book of life and death couldn't guarantee the safety of the human race, then when Yudu really fell into the hands of the heaven, the end of the human race would come. I can only do a little with the book of life and death. Heavenly Venerate, you didn't push the book of life and death back. Instead, he placed his palm on the book of life and death and said with a calm expression, that is to erase everyone's divine treasures of life and death. The corners of Qin eyes twitched, and his voice was a little hoarse. What will happen after everyone's divine treasures of life and death are erased? All gods have an end to their lives, Heavenly Venerate, you said. Only some powerful existences like strong practitioners who are proficient in the path of creation can transcend. Qin heart pounded violently a few times, and his throat became drier and drier. He asked hoarsely, what are the consequences? There are no gods in the world. Heavenly Venerate, you looked straight into his eyes and said word by word, do you need me to do this? But I'm not the only one who can do this. Heavenly Venerate, you gently pushed the book of life and death in front of him. You can also do this, Heavenly Venerate Mu, he said softly. You were once the divine son of Yudu, so you can also control the power of Yudu's book of life and death. Not only can you control this power, you can also decide the life and death of countless living beings. I can also do that? Qin gaze landed on the golden page. The life and death book was just a simple golden page. It lay flat on the table without any flaws or markings. You can control this power by executing the great Tao of Yudu, Heavenly Venerate, you said. Qin hesitated for a moment and stretched out his palm to execute the great Tao of Yudu. His palm landed on Earth Count's life and death book. Suddenly, he jumped up like a frightened rabbit and pulled back his palm to look at the book of life and death in horror. When his palm landed on the book of life and death of Earth Count, he suddenly saw countless lives and gods in all the worlds under the control of the book of life and death. The moment he executed Yudu Great Tao, he sensed that he could decide the lives and deaths of all the lives and gods in all the worlds and control their fates. Qin walked around the stone table and looked at the book of life and death on the table from time to time, his eyes flickering with devil nature. The book of life and death seemed to have an invisible devil power that was abnormally strong, luring him. It was as if there were countless voices whispering in his ears, luring him to pick up the thin golden book, to control this power that could decide the life and death of countless living beings. Qin panted heavily. The devil nature in his Tao heart had been stimulated by the book of life and death. As long as he controlled the book of life and death, he would have the most terrifying power in the world. He could directly wipe away everyone's life and death divine treasures. Demigods and all postnatal living beings would have a limit to their lifespan. Even if they cultivated to the god realm, they would still face birth, aging, sickness, and death. If he did that, it would be a huge blow to the current heaven court. The heavenly court was a community of interest for the gods and demons. These gods and demons had long-term vision and lived as long as the heaven and earth. They protected the heavenly court and allowed it to rule more territories, making those who came later not dare to rebel and unable to rebel. In fact, they were protecting their own interests. The 10th heavenly venerate was merely the representative of these gods and demons. If these gods and demons were unable to live forever, then this community of interest would collapse and fall into chaos. This might not be able to threaten an existence like 10th heavenly venerate, nor could it threaten the strong practitioners who were proficient in the path of creation. However, the power of the heavenly court would definitely decline on a large scale. Once these gods and devils became divine arts practitioners, he could use the power of life and death book to make himself the earth count that ruled over all life. Qin Mu, who controlled life and death book, could modify the lifespan of these people wantonly. He could even wipe them out with a wave of his brush. He could even threaten the gods of the heavenly court and force them to submit to him. Unknowingly, Qin Mu's vital qi transformed into dark devil qi that dyed his heavenly palace black, turning his divine treasure territory into a dark domain. What was even more terrifying was that the world tree in his divine treasure had also turned into a tree of darkness. Under the influence of the terrifying power, all of his great Tao had turned black. His aura burst forth and caused sacred King Tianqiren's manor to fall into darkness. Not only that, the darkness quickly invaded Earth Count's horns and stopped the flowing magma river from burning, freezing the underworld river. Heavenly Venerate Ling frowned slightly and was about to speak when Heavenly Venerate Yu raised his hand to stop her. Heavenly Venerate Ling was astonished and took a look at him. Heavenly Venerate Yu shook his head. The devil nature around Qin Mu became more and more intense, and the darkness covered a wider area. It even completely covered Earth Count's incomparably astonishing long horn. His face was also devoured by the darkness, and only his eyes flickered with devil light. The dense devil light made his face light up from time to time, making it even more ferocious. As long as I obtain the book of life and death. Qin Mu's voice was filled with the devil nature of darkness, and his Tao heart twisted. The primordial spirit behind him also sank into darkness like a devil king standing in the pitch-black darkness. As long as I obtain the life and death book, I can crush the power of 10 heavenly venerables in one go and destroy the heaven court. Everyone will submit to my feet. As long as I obtain this golden book, I will have the power that makes people revere me the most. I will have no restraints, and I can become the ruler of desire. I can become the king of the world of darkness. No, the king of the entire universe. He laughed out loud. His face was distorted, and his hands were trembling. He was about to grab the life and death book. I will become the most brutal tyrant in the world. I will become the most powerful emperor in countless worlds. My position will be even more stable than absolute beginning. My methods will be even crueler than that of the 10th heavenly venerate. No one dares to resist me. Everyone will be forced to live under my tyrannical power. Even the 10th heavenly venerate will not be able to resist me. My power will pass through 16 rivers of chaos and envelop the darkness in 16 universes. I will reign over prehistoric times, and the 6 young masters of Miluo Palace will also submit to my feet. When his palm was about to come into contact with the life and death book, he suddenly stopped like lightning. Horror appeared on Qin Mu's face, and he retreated continuously. He shook his head and said, "No, I can't do that. If that's the case, I'll be 10th heavenly venerate. I'll be those ancient gods. I can't do that." The darkness that enveloped the horn of Earth Count gradually receded, and light appeared in sacred King Tianqiren's manor once more. Qin Mu's face was gradually illuminated by the light from his body. The heavenly palace and heavenly court behind his head also gradually emerged from the dissipating darkness, and his primordial spirit also emerged. The world tree was still in darkness, but gradually, the darkness retreated from the precious tree. Qin Mu clenched his fists and stopped looking at the book of life and death. His clothes were soaked in sweat as if he had just been fished out of the water. What a heavy devil nature! He closed his eyes and tried his best to resist the temptation of the book of life and death. He muttered, "I can't do this, and neither can anyone else. If I do this, there won't be any hope for the human race." Qin Mu seemed to be talking to them. He also seemed to be muttering to himself, "An eternal ancient god will become an eternal ruler. The lifespan of the human race and other postnatal races is naturally shorter. Even if they can cultivate to the god realm in a short 100 years, they will inevitably die and won't be able to retain their high-end battle prowess. On the contrary, an ancient god who could bestow blessings would be able to use it to gather countless followers. If there were no gods in the world, they would only return to the rule of the ancient gods. Back then, how many people had died before they could overthrow the rule of the ancient gods? Ling Tianzuan said, when the Heaven Alliance was founded, its goal was to overthrow the rule of the ancient gods. Qin Mu let out a turbid breath and opened his eyes. His gaze regained its brightness. The lifespan of humans is limited. The lifespan of demigods is longer than that of humans. Even without ancient gods, it would be difficult for humans to turn defeat into victory with their limited lifespan. Heavenly venerate you. You have opened your life and death divine treasures and greatly increased the lifespan of divine arts practitioners, increasing their lifespan to 800 years. Heavenly Venerate Royal opened his heaven palace and allowed people to have unlimited lifespan, thus opening the path of the rise of the human race. He shook his head. Cutting off everyone's life and death divine treasures isn't progress, but a step backward. Mortals could become gods through cultivation, which encouraged divine arts practitioners to cultivate continuously and improve. Without such motivation, many people would lose motivation. This isn't desirable. Heavenly Venerate you looked at the life and death book. Heavenly Venerate Mu, you have passed the test of earth count. You have resisted the invasion of the devil nature in the life and death book, so you can inherit the power of earth count and become the new earth count. Your Tao heart is very strong, so you can make full use of this power. Qin Mu's gaze landed on earth count's book of life and death. This book of life and death was a great killing weapon. However, he shook his head. I can successfully resist the devil nature of the book of life and death this time, but I might not be able to succeed next time. In fact, the book of life and death already has a master, and this person isn't me. He had originally hoped to steal the book of life and death and remove the names of Eternal Peace and Carefree Village from the book of life and death so that even if the heavenly court controlled Yudu, they wouldn't be able to exterminate the human race. But now he knew that he wasn't someone who could control the book of life and death. The power of the book of life and death is too strong and has too much to do with it. It can only fall into the hands of a true earth count. Qin Mu's gaze moved away from the book of life and death with difficulty. I'm not a true earth count. I'm worried that if I control the power of the book of life and death, I'll do something stupid. His voice was still a little hoarse. The book of life and death must never fall into the hands of the heaven. Heavenly Venerate you. Earth count must have his reasons for choosing you to take charge of the book of life and death. Heavenly Venerate you's gaze landed on the book of life and death. After a moment he put it away. I'm also not the good master of the book of life and death. After Earth Count handed the book of life and death to me, he hoped that I could succeed it. However, I had also been resisting the invasion of the devil nature of the book of life and death for 1,000,000 years. At that time it was Earth Count who helped me suppress the demonic nature. If Earth Count dies, he did not continue. If Earth Count died, no one would be able to help him suppress the demonic nature of the life and death book. How terrifying would Heavenly Venerate you, who was controlled by the demonic nature? How about destroying the life and death book? Heavenly Venerate Ling said. Just destroy this evil treasure. I can't. Heavenly Venerate you shook his head and said. The book of life and death is a treasure formed from the combination of the 64 great Tao of Yudu. Unless you can destroy these 64 great Tao of heaven and earth, it is impossible to destroy it. Heavenly Venerate Ling also fell silent. She was also unable to destroy the 64 great Tao of Yudu. After you kill the Earth Count, I might be controlled by the book of life and death. Heavenly Venerate you said. If that's the case, let me die in battle with Heavenly Venerate of the Heavenly Court. Qin Mu frowned and suddenly stood up with a smile. Wait for me here for a moment. I'll be back soon. He left in a flash and suddenly turned back with a smile. Lend me your paper ship. Without waiting for Heavenly Venerate you's reply, he jumped onto Heavenly Venerate you's paper ship and left. Heavenly Venerate Ling looked at the life and death book on the table and said, Will I be controlled by the demonic nature? Heavenly Venerate you shook his head and said, You don't understand the great Tao of Yudu. So you can't activate the power of this life and death book. Only when the life and death book falls into the hands of someone who is proficient in the great Tao of Yudu, can it unleash its power. Heavenly Venerate Ling did not speak anymore and waited quietly. After a long time, Heavenly Venerate Yu said, Ling, it's very comfortable to talk to you. Heavenly Venerate Ling said, it's very labor-saving to talk to you. Not long after, the paper ship flew over. On the small paper ship stood a huge baby with a huge head. It was trying its best to shrink its legs and squeeze onto the ship. Qin Mu stopped the ship and the baby jumped down, shaking Sacred King Tianqiren's manner. Brother, be gentle, Qin Mu said with a serious expression. Qin Fengqing looked around curiously and giggled. Big Earth Count is really big. He should be able to eat for a long time. Qin Mu brought him into Sacred King's manor. Qin Fengqing's body was huge and the houses collapsed along the way. It was a mess. Qin Mu pointed at the life and death book on the stone table and smiled. Brother, look at this golden paper. Qin Fengqing stretched out his hand and pinched it. Qin Mu and Heavenly Venerate Yu instantly became nervous and stared at him. As long as he was controlled by the devil nature of the life and death book, the two of them would immediately take action to suppress him. Qin Fengqing was the incarnation of Yudu's devil nature, and was incomparably evil. If he was stimulated by life and death book and the two of them fused together, they would probably be even more terrifying than when Qin Mu was controlled by life and death book. Qin Fengqing shook the life and death book and asked in puzzlement, is this the paper that Earth Count wipes his butt? You treat it like a treasure. He casually threw the life and death book to the side, and Qin Mu and Heavenly Venerate Yu were stunned. Heavenly Venerate Yu hurriedly picked up the book of life and death and stuffed it into his hand. Little Earth Count, use Yudu Great Tao to execute this paper. Qin Fengqing looked at him and giggled. You're the messenger of death? Strange, you've become younger. He tried to use Yudu Great Tao to execute the book of life and death, and it became brighter and brighter. However, the strange thing was that Qin Fengqing wasn't affected by the devil nature in the book of life and death. She was still a big fat baby who looked innocent and charming. Heavenly Venerate Yu's expression was dull as he asked Qin Mu, when the two of you separated, did you behead your innocence and leave the evil and devil nature to yourself? Qin Mu gave a muffled grunt, but he didn't refute. He and Qin Fengqing were originally the same person, but Qin Fengqing had been born early, and was a consciousness born from Yudu's devil nature. She was born evil and was the most famous devil king of Yudu. Countless Yudu devil gods were terrified when they heard her name. He was the second consciousness born in the body of Qin Fengqing after she had been sealed by Earth Count. All along, everyone knew that Qin Fengqing was the incarnation of Yudu's devil chi, devil path and devil nature. She gathered all the negative emotions of the dead that had been born until now into her body, so she was naturally fierce and evil. Earth Count and Heavenly Duke had thought so in the past, and so did Qin Mu. Heavenly Duke and Earth Count had even wanted to help Qin Mu refine Qin Fengqing and make him a true Yudu divine son. It was only later that the Heavenly Duke and Earth Count realized that Qin Fengqing's evilness and savagery were only a kind of instinct. His heart was still as pure as a baby and didn't have any impurities. On the contrary, it was the second personality that they thought highly of, Qin Mu, who was an extremely dangerous fellow. He was evil, cunning, sinister, and had poor self-control. When Qin Mu had grasped the devil path and devil nature of the devil qi in his body, he couldn't maintain his innocence like Qin Fengqing. Instead, he became even more dangerous and out of control. The danger was many times greater than Qin Fengqing. At that time there were many people fighting for Qin Fengqing's identity as Yudu's divine son. Be it the four dukes of Yudu, son of heaven Yin, or the gods and devils of the heavenly court, they had performed even worse than Qin Mu when facing Yudu's devil nature. The battle for Yudu's divine son had actually come to an end a long time ago. Ever since the Heavenly Duke and Earth Count had seen through everything, they hadn't thought of helping Qin Mu refine Qin Fengqing. Instead, they intentionally and unintentionally led Qin Mu to discover the kind side of Qin Fengqing. Earth Count and Qin Mu were also trying to subtly guide Qin Fengqing to the orderly side, trying to make him understand the rules. Brother, you didn't feel the power of Life and Death book? Qin Mu asked. What did you see in Life and Death book? This is Life and Death book? Qin Fengqing flipped the book of Life and Death over and looked at it a few times. I only saw countless living beings connected to it. Their lifespan, the joy, anger, sorrow, and joy that came from their souls, as well as the changes in their corporeal bodies. There are also these delicious gods and devil gods. Qin said patiently. You don't want to control them and eat them? Heavenly Venerate Yu's hair stood on end. Qin Fengqing scratched his head. Why do I have to do that? They only need to sign the Pact of Little Earth Count with me. After they make a mistake, I can eat them. It's not good to eat too much at once. Qin saw that he wasn't on the right track. He continued to tempt him. Once you control the Book of Life and Death, you can control the life and death of these lives. You can let whoever you want die. You can let them die whenever you want them to die. They can die however you want them to die. You can let as many of them die as you want them to die. Heavenly Venerate Yu hurriedly poked his waist and said in a low voice, Heavenly Venerate Mu, are you trying to lure him to grasp the Book of Life and Death, or are you trying to lure him to fall like you? Qin came to his senses and immediately shut his mouth. Qin Fengqing looked at the Book of Life and Death over and over again and threw it to the side casually. She shook her head and said, Those stupid little things are clearly courting death. They died in all sorts of ways like a bad brother, so why do they still need this thing? This thing is an Earth Count wiping his butt, but Earth Count's foot washing cloth. It's smelly and hard. This time, even Heavenly Venerate Ling was astonished. He suddenly said, Little Earth Count is indeed the best candidate to control Life and Death Book. Qin and Heavenly Venerate Yu nodded repeatedly. Qin Fengqing was the devil nature of Yudu. So Life and Death Book couldn't control him or tempt him. On the other hand, he could unleash the power of Life and Death Book, and at the same time his heart was incomparably pure. This was countless times better than Qin, and it was also much better than Heavenly Venerate Yu. Heavenly Venerate Yu let out a turbid breath and picked up the Life and Death Book before solemnly handing it over to Qin Fengqing. He bowed and said, Earth Count, please return to your position. His heart was surging with emotions. Today was a day that could be remembered in the annals of history, and the day when old and new Earth Count took turns made his expression solemn and solemn. Qin Fengqing casually handed the Book of Life and Death to him. With a slightly terrified expression she said, Brother, I thought you brought me here for some important matter. If there's nothing else, I'll go back. After saying that, he hurriedly walked out. Heavenly Venerate Yu hurriedly grabbed him. He said, You can't leave. Today is the day you're crowned as Earth Count. Only you can suppress the demonic nature of the Book of Life and Death. If you leave, where can I find another Earth Count? Qin Fengqing struggled free from him and ran out towards the small paper boat. Heavenly Venerate Yu immediately chased after him, and saw Qin Fengqing trying to shrink his body and crawl into the paper boat. Heavenly Venerate Yu went forward and held the Book of Life and Death while bowing. Please return to your position, Earth Count. I don't want. Qin Fengqing waved his hand and sent the Book of Life and Death flying. He looked at Qin in fear and shouted, Brother, come quickly and send me home. I don't know the way. I don't want this Book of Life and Death, take it away. He shrunk his body, and it was still many times bigger than the paper ship. He stood on the small ship in a ridiculous manner, but he didn't know how to execute the paper ship. Qin didn't go forward to help. The Book of Life and Death flew back, and Heavenly Venerate Yu was still holding it. Qin Fengqing looked at him in horror as he approached her. She let out a loud cry and jumped off the ship to escape. Heavenly Venerate Yu's primordial spirit flew out. It was vast and boundless, and he raised his hand to force him back. Heavenly Venerate Yu's primordial spirit was the #1 primordial spirit in the world. It was vast and vast, just like another Earth Count. It was known as the #1 primordial spirit in the world. Although Qin Fengqing's strength was extremely high, she was still much inferior to him. Qin Fengqing ran in all directions, but he still couldn't escape. The fear on his face grew more and more. Suddenly, he turned around and tried his best to escape to the Earth Count's third eye. He also had 3 eyes. At this moment, the butterfly-shaped patterns in his 3 eyes were released, and tears gushed out of his eyes. Earth Count! Thank you for reading on readnovelful.com. He shouted, Big guy! Wake up! Run! He tried his best to rush to the Earth Count and shouted at the top of his voice, Run, big guy! They want to kill you! Heavenly Venerate Yu's primordial spirit chased after him and blocked him. Qin Fengqing rammed left and right and suddenly turned into a wave of demonic qi that broke through Heavenly Venerate Yu's primordial spirit palm, and continued to escape to the third eye of the Earth Count. He cried loudly, "Run, big guy, my bad brother is coming to kill you." Qin Mu and Heavenly Venerate Ling walked over, and Heavenly Venerate Yu's primordial spirit caught him once again. His 5 fingers turned into a cage. Qin Fengqing hammered his fingers crazily, and Heavenly Venerate Yu's primordial spirit executed magic power to trap him. Even so, his 5 fingers were continuously broken apart by him. "Big guy, wake up." Qin Fengqing grabbed Heavenly Venerate Yu's primordial spirit's finger and shook it with all her strength. She shouted at the Earth Count, "Wake up quickly. Bad brother really wants to kill you. I can feel it." The Earth Count stood in the middle of Yudu, vast and boundless. The 2 horns on his head stood tall, and the long river of lava flowed endlessly. His 3 eyes opened, and Yudu demonic qi surged into his eyes continuously. The Yudu demonic path also surged into his body, preparing for the life and death battle in the future. At that moment, Earth Count was already under the control of the will of Yudu Great Path, just like the Heavenly Duke of the past. Even though Earth Count could hear Qin Fengqing shout, the Yudu Great Path couldn't hear it. Qin Fengqing couldn't break free from Heavenly Venerate Yu's control. He wailed like a child, calling Earth Count to wake up. He was incomparably terrified. His Tao heart was pure, and his understanding of Yudu's great Tao was extremely deep. Just like how Heavenly Venerate Yu could sense Qin Mu and Heavenly Venerate Ling's killing intent toward Earth Count, he was also keenly aware of it. When Heavenly Venerate Yu held the Book of Life and Death in his hand and told him that he would be crowned as Earth Count, he realized the date of Earth Count's death. Even though he said that the big guy could eat for many years, when he realized that Earth Count was about to die, he still couldn't suppress the grief in his heart and couldn't help wanting to wake Earth Count up. He was incomparably close to Yudu Great Tao, and no one had told him that Earth Count's consciousness had been replaced by the consciousness of Yudu Great Tao. Yet he had sensed it, and that was why he had called Earth Count to wake up. No one else could understand his feelings for Earth Count. Earth Count was like a father, like a brother, like a harbor that he could rely on. Behind Qin Mu's head, the great Tao of reincarnation kept spinning, blocking the senses of Yudu Great Tao. They passed through Yutian Venerable's primordial spirit together, and walked toward Earth Count's third eye. Qin Fengqing looked at their backs in horror and screamed, "Big guy, wake up quickly. Little brother, bad little brother. Let big guy go, I'll be your little brother, you're my big brother, don't go. Big brother, it's time for you to grow up." Qin Mu turned back and smiled at the big baby in Heavenly Venerate Yu's primordial spirit. "I hate you." Qin Fengqing shouted at him and said mournfully, "If you dare to touch big guy, I'll hate you for the rest of my life. Come back." Qin Mu and Heavenly Venerate Ling walked to the third eye of Earth Count, and were swallowed up by the divine light in Earth Count's eyes before disappearing. Qin Fengqing slumped to the ground as tears gushed out. Heavenly Venerate Yu's corporeal body brought the golden Book of Life and Death into the palm. He held the Book of Life and Death with both hands and walked closer to Qin Fengqing. Qin Fengqing's 3 eyes were filled with fear as they looked at him walking towards them. His legs kept pushing his palms back as he shook his head. "I don't want it, don't give it to me. I'll die if I take the big guy, I don't want it." Heavenly Venerate Yu walked in front of him and raised the Life and Death book above his head. "I don't want it. Take it away." Qin Fengqing slapped Heavenly Venerate Yu and the Life and Death book away. With a boom, Heavenly Venerate Yu crashed into his primordial spirit's finger, causing it to shake. Blood trickled down from the corner of Heavenly Venerate Yu's mouth. His primordial spirit was strong, but his physical body was not. Heavenly Venerate Yu walked in front of Qin Fengqing one step at a time and raised the Book of Life and Death above his head. Qin Fengqing sent him flying again, but he still walked back with the Book of Life and Death in his hands. In the third eye of Yudu Earth Count, Qin Mu and Heavenly Venerate Ling walked into the sacred hall. Earth Count's primordial spirit stood there, controlled by the great Tao of Yudu. Behind Qin Mu's head, the great Tao of reincarnation spun like a wheel, protecting Heavenly Venerate Ling. Heavenly Venerate Ling took a step forward and came in front of Earth Count's primordial spirit. Qin Mu looked up at the god who controlled countless lives, and his voice was deep and powerful. "Tao brother, today is the day you transcend. Your primordial spirit will be shattered, and your 3 souls will turn into nothingness. After you die, I will use all my power to restore your 3 souls and create 7 spirits, allowing you to reincarnate into Acho. At the same time, in the palm of Heavenly Venerate You's primordial spirit, Heavenly Venerate You touched the ground with one knee and held the book of life and death high up. Qin Fengqing, today you will be crowned as the king of the world of darkness. You will become the ruler of Yudu. Make the world of the dead orderly, make Yudu your territory, and make the undead your army. You will rule the netherworld of countless worlds, and the moment countless living beings are born, they will sign a contract with you. You will rule death, punish evil, promote good, and be impartial. There is no justice in the world of the living, but there must be justice in the world after death. You will give all living beings this justice. The lava of hell will become your blood, the heavens of death will become your horns, and the heavenly river of this universe will flow to Yudu. It will become your long whip, driving away all evil. Qin Fengqing's body trembled as he knelt on the ground dejectedly. At that moment he sensed that the big man who had taken care of him had died. The Earth Count who had taken care of him like an elder, like a father and brother, and who had taught him had lost his soul. Yudu suddenly lost its order, and only incomparably terrifying light burst forth from the third eye of Earth Count's corporeal body, illuminating the entire Yudu. Earth Count died in the hands of Qin Mu and Heavenly Venerate Ling, and just like that, he vanished without a trace. The great Tao of Yudu was also crumbling and dissipating. Heavenly Venerate You placed the book of life and death in his hand. From today onwards, you are the Yudu world's Earth Count. Qin Fengqing's tears fell on the flawless life and death book. The golden book was shining, illuminating the drops of tears. Gradually light shone from the tears like light passing through a crystal. It refracted in all directions and kept flowing. Qin Fengqing was furious. She waved her hand and threw out the life and death book. What use do I have for your foot washing cloth? Give me back my Earth Count. Who? The life and death book floated in the air. The book spread out and became bigger and bigger. In an instant, a sheet of golden light enveloped the top of his head. The golden light was still expanding and extending. At this moment, Heavenly Venerate Su had already followed the heavenly river to Yudu. He raised his head inadvertently and saw a golden screen of light extending from the top of Earth Count's head. It grew wider and wider and soon covered countless worlds in the darkness. Shua! The underworld river was also cut off by the golden light. The torrential waters of the underworld river rushed into the golden light screen and flowed inside. Heavenly Venerate Su was bewildered. The vastness of Yudu was almost the same as the entire universe. As long as there was a place of death, there would be Yudu. Even the ancestral court overlapped with Yudu. There were only a few worlds that prevented Yudu from descending, such as Xiandu, Heavenly Yin, Heavenly Court, and other worlds. At this moment, the golden screen of light expanded at an unimaginable speed, covering almost all the worlds and cutting off the connection between these worlds and Hades. Has Earth Count gone mad? Heavenly Venerate Su's eyes sparkled. Has he decided to drag all the living beings in the world down with him? As expected, he has gone mad and started massacring wantonly. But come to think of it, this is Earth Count. This is the true path of the devil. The devil chi around her surged and dyed the underworld river black. She smiled. You always pretend to be fair and impartial, pretending to be fair and impartial, acting as if you have no selfish motives. But I'm your daughter. How come I don't know what the path of the devil is? And now you have finally revealed your true colors. Behind her, the void cracked open, and the heavenly duke's huge face squeezed through the sky and bent over. The ancestor god king stood between the heavenly duke's brows. The demonic chi and the divine chi of Xiandu collided and annihilated each other, causing flames of annihilation to spread around the heavenly duke and fill the sky. Heavenly Venerate Void. Earth Count wants to slaughter all living beings. If he kills all living beings, who shall we rule? The ancestor god king said loudly. Let him kill. Heavenly Venerate Void waved his sleeves and sneered. The more he kills, the easier it will be for us. Let alone killing all living beings. Even if he destroys all worlds, so what? He will never escape death. The ancestor god king frowned. Heavenly Master Su said coldly. At most, we can recreate the heavens and create all living things, creating a group of obedient creatures and gods. Suddenly her cheeks were wet with tears. The tears slid down her cheeks and floated in the air, turning into devil flames. "Why am I crying?" Heavenly Master Su muttered. "I only cried once in my life when I was young and ignorant. I haven't cried since then." She looked at the demonic fire teardrops floating in the air and was a little absent-minded. She felt a little uneasy. At this moment, a name appeared on the surface of the life and death book that enveloped the entire Yudu world. Earth. Su Tianzuan looked at this name and revealed a puzzled expression. He muttered, "Who is Earth?" The word Earth on the life and death book gradually dimmed. A picture appeared on the surface of this Yudu true treasure. It was an incomparably ancient barbaric era. During the primordial era, there was a group of giants in the world. They were the predecessor of the creator. At that time they had yet to become the creator. They lived on the continent of the ancestral court. They were ignorant and did not know what death was. Until one day a person called Earth died. At this moment the ignorant giants of the barbaric era finally knew what death was. They surrounded this dead giant, praying and worshipping. Bonfires lit up the dark sky, melting the earth and turning the rocks and mud into magma. The lava flowed with the Milky Way. The ancient giants offered sacrifices to the corpse of Earth, praying for death to avoid them. They built a raft and placed Earth on the Milky Way. They watched as the raft flowed along the Milky Way and the long river of lava. The Milky Way flowed, and the great Tao in the world gradually changed. The Milky Way became dark and full of magic. It was full of the giant's fear of death. Crash! The heavenly river and the long river of lava suddenly fell, falling into an alternate dimension that was forming. The wooden raft of Earth burned, and Earth's corpse turned into ashes in the flames. Lava swirled around his corpse, forming two huge horns. His physical body was replaced by lava, and his soul was burned into ashes. The great Tao of Hades combined with his remnant soul, forming a new three souls. His body was filled with the power of the great Tao of Hades, and his body was getting bigger and bigger, and Hades was also expanding rapidly. The demonic Tao turned him into a god with the head of a bull, the face of a tiger, and the body of a human. The heavenly river flowed and turned him into the river Styx, turning him into a long whip in his hand. Hades turned him into an innate god, a god who controlled death. He inherited the will of Hades and ruled the world of Hades. The order of the great Tao of Yudu was his order, and the will of the great Tao of Yudu was his will. He would use the order of Yudu to rule the world of the dead and carry out the will of Yudu. It would be fair and impartial. The second Tao gave birth to an ancient god, and the Earth Count was born. At that time the giants looked up at the sky. Xiandu was in the sky, and when the first giant died, Yudu was born. And the Earth Count was a god born in response to the passing of life. This scene flashed quickly on the life and death book, followed by the appearance of a second name and a third name. Suddenly countless names appeared on the entire life and death book. Countless faces, vivid and lifelike, flashed past. Those were the names of the living beings who had died since the immemorial era. The number of the dead was so large that it was dazzling to the eye. They simply did not have time to look before they disappeared. The ancestor god king and heavenly lord Su were bewildered. Suddenly all the names disappeared from the life and death book, leaving only one name. Qin Fengqing. Little Earth Count Qin Fengqing? Heavenly Lord Su's heart trembled slightly. The name grew bigger and bigger, gradually filling the life and death book. The name disappeared, revealing Qin Fengqing's crying figure. At this moment, Heavenly Lord Su and the ancestor god king were shocked to see Qin Fengqing standing in Heavenly Lord Yu's immortal soul palm. The Earth Count was right in front of him, but at this moment the Earth Count's enormous body was cracking and floating. The lava on the surface of his body was boiling and floating. The indestructible lava was turning soft. The lava was the blood of the Earth Count. At this moment the blood flowed out of the Earth Count's body like blood vessels exploding. Not only that, the Earth Count's enormous two horns began to collapse. The world of death that formed the two horns was being destroyed, melted and fell from the sky. Qin Fengqing cried even harder. However, the Yudu demonic path that overflowed from the Earth Count's body was drilling into his body. It was as if the Yudu demonic path had found a new container. Not good. Heavenly Venerate Su said sternly. Earth Count is dead. In Yudu under the life and death book, Qin Fengqing was like a helpless child. tears welling up in her eyes. The great Tao of Yudu followed the light of the life and death book, and left the Earth Count's unparalleled body. It surged into his body. His body was gradually growing just like the Earth Count in the past. The lava turned into 2 horns on top of his head. Those were the 2 horns that he had been envious of for a long time. He had peeked at the Earth Count more than once and sized up the Earth Count's 2 horns. He held his fingers and imagined that he could also have this pair of awe-inspiring long horns. He had even peeked at Heavenly Venerate Su. He envied Heavenly Venerate Su for having a pair of long horns and complained about why there were no horns growing on top of his head. Now he had gotten what he wanted. He had inherited the Earth Count's inheritance and also had his own 2 horns. Not only that, the river Styx flowed out of the Book of Life and Death and flowed through his palm. He could sense that the river Styx had become his weapon, his long whip. The Earth Count's body collapsed, and the great Tao of Hades poured into his body. However, he did not feel any joy, only deep sorrow. I don't want it. Soon, the palm of Heavenly Venerate Yu's primordial spirit could no longer lift him up. Qin Fengqing was growing at a rapid speed, out of his control. He was no longer a big fat baby, and he quickly grew into a youth. However, the horns of Earth Count's corporeal body also collapsed to the roots, and Earth Count's head was about to disintegrate. Qin Mu and Heavenly Venerate Ling walked out from the vertical eye in the heart of Earth Count's brows, and looked up at Qin Fengqing, who was growing taller and bigger. Big brother has grown up. Qin Mu's gaze was complicated and he wanted to laugh, but he couldn't hold back his tears. I want you to always be so pure, to always be like a baby that hasn't grown up, carefree. However, I can't do it. I can't protect you and let you be happy and carefree in this miserable world. So I can only make you realize his cruelty, and let you grow up quickly so that you can protect yourself and the people you love. He said to Heavenly Venerate Ling, Earth Count's corporeal body is about to collapse, so we need to hurry to Earth Count's feet. There are Earth Count Acho and Heavenly Duke there. Just as he said this, the long whip of Underworld River suddenly swept over his body with a whoosh, wrapping him up. Qin Mu was tightly bound by Underworld River, and his body couldn't help spinning as he was pulled in front of Qin Fengqing. Brother, listen to me. Qin Mu had just said these words when he heard Qin Fengqing's furious roar. Bad brother. Boom. The fist that was like a mountain smashed onto Qin Mu's body and sent him flying. He didn't fly far before Underworld River's long whip wrapped around him once again. Beat you to death, bad brother. Qin Fengqing rushed over and punched Qin Mu's body again. Qin Mu coughed up blood and flew backward. He was then pulled back and pulled toward Qin Fengqing. Qin Fengqing's horns burned furiously, and the power of the great Tao divine arts became stronger and stronger. He was originally not inferior to Yin Tianzi, but his abilities had improved by leaps and bounds. His fist smashed down, and Qin Mu suddenly raised his hand. His small palm gently blocked Qin Fengqing's fist. Brother. Qin Mu raised his head, and his divine consciousness fluctuated. I can revive Earth Count. Qin Fengqing was both surprised and delighted. Suddenly she heard a loud bang, and a palm struck the life and death book that enveloped Yudu. The power was extremely terrifying, and it actually distorted the life and death book that enveloped Yudu, cutting off the great Tao of Yudu that was flowing toward Qin Fengqing. The palm struck the book of life and death, and the powerful force almost tore the supreme treasure of Yudu apart. Heavenly Venerate Yudu raised his head and looked out into the sky. The demonic light emitted by the primordial spirit behind him made him feel as if he was on fire. Outside of Yudu, Heavenly Venerate Su was furious. The heavenly palace behind him appeared to form the heavenly court, and there were 26 palaces protecting the heavenly court. The second strike was launched, intending to completely erase the brand in the Book of Life and Death and take it for himself. However, she clearly didn't know that there weren't any marks in Life and Death book. Instead, the great Tao of Yudu chose its master automatically, so there was no need for the person who controlled the treasure to apply any marks. If it was the master selected by Life and Death book, all the power of Life and Death book could be activated without any marks. When Life and Death book chose its master, it was like Heavenly Venerate You using Life and Death book to test Qin Mu and Qin Fengqing. Qin Mu could resist the devil nature of Life and Death book, so he could unleash a portion of the power of Life and Death book. Qin Fengqing wasn't moved by the devil nature of Life and Death Book at all, so the Life and Death Book chose him as its master. He could also unleash all the abilities of Life and Death Book. Heavenly Venerate Su didn't know this, so she took the initiative to seize the treasure. However, she didn't know that even if she could use her strong magic power to seize Life and Death Book, it was hard to say whether it was a blessing or a curse. It was more likely that she was triggered by the Book of Life and Death's demonic nature, and became a demon instead of controlling the Book of Life and Death. And behind her, the Ancestor God King controlled Heavenly Duke's physical body. His huge face blocked the sky, ready to invade Hades at any time. Invading Hades was not an easy task for him. The heavenly Tao of Xuandu and the great Tao of Hades clashed with each other. Leaving Xuandu would weaken Heavenly Duke's physical body and the power of the heavenly Tao. However, if Void Celestial Master absorbed the great Tao of Hades and controlled Hades, the pressure of invading Hades would be much less. At this moment, the Ancestor God King frowned. He still could not accept the fact that the Earth Count was dead. Why did the Earth Count die quietly? How hard was it to kill the Heavenly Duke in the Battle of Xuandu? Almost all of the 10 Heavenly Venerates were touched. They even had the help of ancient god Taiji. However, killing the Heavenly Duke took a lot of effort. Many soldiers of the Heavenly Court died, and many of the Heavenly Venerates who participated in the battle were injured. That was why the Heavenly Duke was killed. Although the Heavenly Venerates of the Heavenly Court had greatly increased their strength, it was not easy to kill Earth Count, who was as famous as the Heavenly Duke. Unless Heavenly Venerate Clear and Absolute Beginning, who had attained Tao through strength, took action. Furthermore, Heavenly Venerate Clear not only wanted to kill Earth Count, but also targeted founding Emperor Qinyi, Heavenly Venerate Ling, Heavenly Venerate Moon and the others. However, to the Ancestor God King's surprise, Earth Count died just like that. They had prepared for so long. Was it all for nothing? Who killed the Earth Count? Why did the Earth Count die so silently? Heavenly Lord Su's dream is to kill the Earth Count and become the Earth Count herself. In the face of such a situation, it's no wonder she lost her composure, thought the Ancestor God King. Suddenly, Heavenly Lord Yu's primordial spirit rose up and passed through the Life and Death Book to welcome Heavenly Lord Su. The Ancestor God King laughed out loud. Countless stars suddenly appeared in the sky above the dark Yudu. The brilliant galaxy hung in the sky and dispelled the darkness of Yudu. Heavenly Duke's physical body descended and blocked Heavenly Venerate Yu. Saint King Tianqi, it was you who killed Earth Count? The Ancestor God King praised. Earth Count raised a tiger as a threat. I didn't expect that I didn't fall into the hands of his daughter, Heavenly Venerate Su. Instead, I fell into your hands. I admire your decisiveness. Now, how many of the 10 Heavenly Venerates positions are vacant? Heavenly Emperor Vast is waiting for them. You should just surrender to the Heavenly Court. Heavenly Venerate Yu was a master of the Yudu demonic path, while the Ancestor God King was a master of the Xuandu heavenly path. Xuandu and Yudu were incompatible with each other, and so were the two great Taos. The moment the two collided, they felt that they had met their nemesis. The great Taos in their bodies boiled, and the Tao sounds rumbled, urging them to destroy their opponents and eliminate their opponent's great Taos. Heavenly Lord Yu, although you have the strongest primordial spirit, your abilities are already outdated. The Ancestor God King roared and activated the Heavenly Duke's body. Countless stars and stars erupted and merged into the Heavenly Duke's body. The 35 heavenly palaces behind the Heavenly Duke's head formed the Great Heavenly Court. The strength of his dermic powers was comparable to the Heavenly Duke at his peak. Let me show you the true battle strength of the Great Heavenly Court. Heavenly Duke's strike landed, and Heavenly Venerate Nether's primordial spirit was jolted back. His primordial spirit wasn't inferior to ancient gods like Heavenly Duke and Earth Count, but his corporeal body was much inferior to Heavenly Duke and Earth Count. Heavenly Duke's corporeal body and the Ancestor God King's magic power made it so that even his primordial spirit couldn't withstand it. Especially when the Ancestor God King had obtained great benefits in the Ancestor Court and cultivated 30 treasured palaces, it made him even more powerless to resist. Even though Heavenly Venerate Nether had absorbed a lot of knowledge about Eternal Peace's reform, the Ancestor God King also had a reincarnation walking in eternal peace. In terms of divine abilities, the ancestor god king wasn't much inferior to him. At that moment, Earth Count was already dead, and the great Tao of Yudu was weakening. He had to choose a new master, so he didn't have the advantage in the main field of Yudu either. With the help of the ancestor god king, Heavenly Venerate Void was instantly able to use his full strength and immediately suppressed the power of the Life and Death Book. The Life and Death Book became smaller and smaller, and soon it returned to its normal size. Just as she was about to put the Life and Death Book into her hand, she heard the sound of a zither. Ding dong! The distance between her and the Life and Death Book grew wider and wider. There seemed to be an infinite amount of space growing between her and the Life and Death Book, preventing her from getting the book. Heavenly Venerate you. Heavenly Venerate Su looked towards the sound and saw a woman sitting in the void, fiddling with the zither strings as if there was no one else there. Heavenly Venerate Su snorted coldly as his immortal soul appeared. He charged forward and grabbed the Life and Death Book. However, the zither music suddenly became mischievous and lively. Space became big and small in the zither music. It was long and short, and it was layered on top of each other. It jumped up, down, left, and right. Heavenly Venerate Su sensed danger. Heavenly Venerate Yu's zither music was like countless space blades, slashing at her immortal soul. Her immortal soul was damaged and almost shattered into countless pieces. Fire! Heavenly Venerate Su roared angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, the layers of space behind Heavenly Venerate Yu twisted, and circles of Tao fire rotated in space, forming 28 heavenly Tao realms that prevented the zither sound from breaking through the twisted Tao fire. Heavenly Venerate Fire appeared behind Heavenly Venerate Yu, and the twisted 28 Tao fires turned into an oval-shaped fire wheel, trapping Heavenly Venerate Yu within. At the same time, a hand stretched out from the 35th void, pulling the moon Heavenly Venerate into the 35th void and escaping from the Tao flames. The wheel of Tao flames spun and destroyed everything. However, the moon Heavenly Venerate had already escaped, causing the fire Heavenly Venerate's attack to miss. The fire Heavenly Venerate suddenly turned around and saw a cold and quiet woman appear in front of him. The vertical eye on her forehead opened, revealing an absolute beginning divine stone. The divine stone burst out with light, and fire Heavenly Venerate only felt a snow-white light engulfing him. When the light dissipated, he saw that he had returned to the Jade Lake Festival from 1,000,000 years ago. He was in the Mang Cloister, and saw Heavenly Venerate Hao, Yin Tianzi, and Heavenly Venerate Royal. He saw Yin Tianzi suddenly attack, using the Tao of Hades to seal Heavenly Venerate Royal's primordial spirit. Almost at the same time, Heavenly Venerate Hao's attack landed on Heavenly Venerate Royal. The two of them joined forces and killed the defenseless Heavenly Master Yu in the Manchurian Cloister. Heavenly Master Hu's body trembled violently. Big Brother Yu. I want to avenge Big Brother Yu and kill my enemy. No. This is Lang Bao's illusion. Suddenly, Heavenly Master Hao turned around as if he saw him. His face suddenly turned cold and he said sternly, "Kneel." Heavenly Venerate Hu's knees gave way and he knelt on the ground. Then he heard the zither music of Heavenly Venerate Yu and realized, this is an illusion. The Creator's godly king wants to destroy my Tao heart with the illusion of divine consciousness. He is underestimating me. Boom! The entire Jade Lake banquet was suddenly burned. Everything was burned by the Tao fire like a burning painting. Heavenly Master Fire leaped up and was about to attack Langhir when the scene around him changed again. He saw the burning heavenly court of Heavenly Han. He saw his other self attacking Heavenly Master Yun with Heavenly Master Hao Langxian, Ancestral God King, Mingfang Yu, and Heavenly Master Gong. He saw his palm piercing into Heavenly Master Yun's chest. With tears streaming down his face, he said to Heavenly Master Yun, "Yun, you should understand me, right?" Heavenly Master Yu's zither music sounded again. Heavenly Master Fire snorted angrily. His Tao fire burned and destroyed everything. However, this illusion disappeared and he appeared in another illusion. He went to kill the Ming Emperor in this illusion. The Ming Emperor of the human race led an army to attack the heaven. He killed his way into the starry sky outside the southern heaven gate of the heaven court. Heavenly Master Fire personally led the army to attack. He could not win after a long battle. When Heavenly Venerate Haotian came, the fire Heavenly Venerate saw his other self bow to Heavenly Venerate Haotian. He gave a flattering smile. It's not that I'm useless, but that this bastard's supernatural power has been cultivated to the point where his body cannot be destroyed. But when I fought with him, I found that there was one thing he could not cultivate, and that was his primordial spirit. I will protect the Son of Heaven and destroy this bastard. The fire Heavenly Venerate's face was gloomy. No matter what illusion it was smashed into pieces. The sound of the zither was melodious and melodious. After that, there were scenes of him assassinating Moon Heavenly Venerate, conquering the founding emperor, trying to kill Lan Yuqian on the Heavenly River, and enslaving the humans of the southern sky. Fire Heavenly Venerate did not even look at it. He used his monstrous mana to smash all the illusions. Finally he saw Langer. Without any explanation he launched an attack. His mana was much stronger than Langer's. Even though she was a creator with a strong body, her divine sense was the only one left in the world. With the death of Emperor Tai, the destruction of the palace, Langer's divine sense was unparalleled. However, her mana was much weaker than Fire Heavenly Venerate's. Fire Heavenly Venerate's mana was only second to Heavenly Venerate. How an absolute beginning. Langer's expression changed drastically under this attack. She raised her hand to block it. With a loud boom, Fire Celestial Master's chi and blood fluctuated continuously, and he revealed a surprised expression. Lang Bao's mana was actually not much weaker than his. He attacked without thinking, and his Dao fire blazed, killing him. Lang Bao, who was facing him, also had all kinds of divine abilities flying about, and he met Lang Bao head-on. The divine abilities and Dao techniques were extremely exquisite. Both of them were injured. Suddenly, Fire Celestial Master's heart trembled slightly, and Lang Bao, who was facing him, seemed to have remembered something. The two of them said in unison, "The 3 rooms of the Bridge of Void." In the 35th void of Hades, the Moon Heavenly Venerate sat in the void. He plucked the zither strings and his gaze fell on his 10 fingers. Lang Yi stood behind her, and his divine sense erupted from between his brows. In Hades, the Fire Heavenly Venerate was fighting with the Void Heavenly Venerate to the death. The 3 rooms at the end of the Bridge of Void of the Great Void Land were originally built by the Moon Heavenly Venerate and the elders of the Creator clan. The Fire Heavenly Venerate and the Void Heavenly Venerate were once trapped inside and narrowly escaped death. At the same time, in the Heavenly Court above the Ancestral Court, the Hao Heavenly Venerate stood up and revealed an expression of shock and doubt. His gaze pierced through the Hades of the Ancestral Court and walked down from the Heavenly Court. Under the World Tree, the founding emperor stood up and his clothes fluttered as he walked out of the Blackwood Holy Land. In the sky above the Ancestral Court, the void was originally invisible, but at this moment layers of void appeared, clear and distinct. The Ancestral Court was no longer the desolate scene of the past. Many races from all over the universe had already migrated to the Ancestral Court to settle down and develop. Although the Ancestral Court was really vast, and the scattered cities were really not very eye-catching in the Ancestral Court, there were actually quite a number of living beings in the Ancestral Court. At this moment, all the living beings in the Ancestral Court looked up and saw a scene that they would never forget in their entire lives. The layers of void were incomparably clear. There were as many as 36 layers. In the 36th layer of void, 2 great all-heaven appeared. The Dao trees were lush and lush, reflecting the radiance of the world tree in the distance. 2 great all-heaven, 2 Dao trees and 2 Dao flowers, each filled with their own Dao charms. One of the great all-heaven's Dao charms was an endless power. The moment it appeared, it made everyone's hearts feel as if they were pressing down on mountains, pressing down on gods. These mountains were pressing down on their bodies. The gods were pressing down on their hearts, pressing down on them until they bent their backs, pressing down on them until they knelt. The Dao rhythm from the other great all-heaven was like an indestructible sword, slashing at the godly spirit in their hearts and sweeping away the mountains on their bodies. The 2 great all-heaven were moving rapidly, getting closer to each other. Soon the 2 great all-heaven closed in on each other, spinning and colliding. At the instant they collided, it was as if an incomparably terrifying power erupted. However, the living beings in the Ancestral Court could not feel this power. This was because when the 2 great Luo heavens collided, the power of the collision was very difficult to transmit out of the ultimate void. The ultimate void would cause the power of the divine abilities of the great Luo heavens to continuously weaken during the transmission process. When the ultimate void was transmitted out, it would have to go through the weakening of the 35 void layers. Thus, it would not be able to cause any damage to the ancestral court. However, the clash between the great Luo heavens and the Tao techniques and divine abilities displayed by them caused the living beings in the ancestral court to be dazzled. It was very difficult for them to understand, but they could see all sorts of mysteries from it. Everyone could see different things, but no one could see all the mysteries of the great Luo world. The great Luo world could not be reached by the Tao. In the two great Luo worlds, the heavenly venerate Haotian saw the founding emperor, and the founding emperor also saw him. The two of them stood on top of each other and looked at each other from afar. You were one step ahead of us and killed the Earth Count and Qin Yi. Your plan was indeed unexpected and caught me off guard. Heavenly Venerate Vast revealed a look of appreciation and said from a distance, however, all of this is useless in the face of absolute strength. You have already lost. He did not look at the founding emperor but at the two mountains. He was not looking at the two mountains, but at Yudu, which overlapped with the ancestral court. In Yudu, Heavenly Venerate Fire and Heavenly Venerate Void had already detected the methods of Heavenly Venerate Moon and Lang. The two of them had already experienced the Abhijnas of Yu and Lang in the 3 rooms at the end of the Void Bridge. This time they were even more familiar with cracking it. On the other side, Heavenly Venerate Yu had also fallen into a disadvantageous position in the battle with the Ancestor God King. It was only a matter of time before he lost. Heavenly Venerate Clear looked at Yudu. In Yudu, the life and death book stabilized once more, absorbing Earth Count's great Tao of Yudu and feeding it back to Qin Fengqing. Meanwhile, Qin Mu brought Heavenly Venerate Ling to fall rapidly toward the Jade Lock under Earth Count's feet. 11 Heavenly Venerates of the Heavenly Court, Heavenly Venerate Gong, Heavenly Venerate Hong, Heavenly Concubine Chong, Shi Chilua, and Heavenly Concubine Yen have already fallen and ceased to exist. The so-called 10 Heavenly Venerates are only left with Fire, Ancestor Lang Su, Absolute Beginning and Yu. Founding Emperor said calmly, besides me we also have Heavenly Venerate Yun, Yu Ling, Yu Mu and Lang. In terms of numbers we already have the advantage. Apart from that, we also have Heavenly Venerate Royal with us. Heavenly Venerate Hao, you should be afraid. Heavenly Venerate Hao waved his hand, and a cloud platform appeared, floating between the two mountains. He came to the cloud platform, and there was a stone table and 2 futons on the platform. Heavenly Venerate Haotian sat on the futons on the left. He smiled and said, Founding Emperor, I once heard that when you saw me and Heavenly Venerate Royal at the Jade Lake banquet, you said that if Heavenly Venerate Royal became the Emperor, you would be the subject in the north. If I became the Emperor, you could replace me. Founding Emperor shook his head and said, That's not what I said. I can see from the Jade Lake that you are headstrong and opinionated. If you become the Emperor, I will compete with you to seize the power of the world and gather the hearts of the people. I don't know who will win. If that's the case, why don't you dare to sit across from me? Heavenly Master Haotian said with a smile. The founding Emperor walked over and sat across from him. Heavenly Master Haotian brewed tea, and the founding Emperor lit a fire for him. When the water boiled, Heavenly Master Haotian threw down the tender green tea leaves. The two of them sat and watched as the tender tea leaves slowly spread out in the water. They each took a whiff of the tea fragrance. Heavenly Master Haotian poured tea for the founding Emperor, and the founding Emperor bowed slightly to express his gratitude. You just said that the number of Heavenly Venerates on your side has already surpassed that of the Heavenly Court, but that's actually a big lie. Heavenly Venerate Haotian poured a cup of tea for himself, and quietly waited for the water temperature to drop. He smiled and said, Lang here is the creator, and his mana is a little low. He's far inferior to any of the Heavenly Venerates in the Heavenly Court. Heavenly Venerate Yu is stronger than the primordial spirit, but weaker than the physical body. Heavenly Venerate Yu wasted 40,000 years. She was delayed by the Tao injury, so she stayed in seclusion. These 40,000 years were the time when all the divine arts and Taoist techniques in the world exploded, and the great Heavenly Court's cultivation technique was also formed at this time. She had missed it. Her magic power was far inferior to that of the other Heavenly Venerates. The only ones who pose a threat to the heavenly court are Yun, Ling, and Mu. He raised his cup and the founding emperor raised his cup in return. As for Yun, Ling, and Mu, they all have their own shortcomings. Heavenly Venerate Hao drank his tea and put down his cup, he said. Heavenly Venerate Yun relied on inheriting the legacy of Emperor Tai. It is still doubtful how much he can perform. If he can fight against my father, Absolute Beginning, you still have room for maneuver. Unfortunately, you can't. Heavenly Venerate Yun went to the World Tree to solve his shortcomings. He refilled the tea for Founding Emperor, he continued. Heavenly Venerate Ling can't do it either. Heavenly Venerate Ling's Taoist skills are indeed extremely terrifying. Killing Emperor Tai was truly stunning. Even if I were to fall for it, my Taoist skills might be destroyed and I might die completely. However, her other abilities were too weak and her combat techniques were too weak. It was impossible for her to get close to me, and it was also impossible for her to get close to the other Heavenly Venerates. As long as we get rid of Heavenly Venerate you, she would be useless. He smiled and said, Heavenly Venerate Fire will get rid of Heavenly Venerate you for me. As for Heavenly Venerate Ling, I can't kill her. I'm afraid that no one in this world can kill her. However, just because we can't do it doesn't mean that the young masters of the Mi Luo Palace can't do it. Founding Emperor's heart jumped, and he drank his tea silently. As for Heavenly Venerate Mu, he's truly a terrifying opponent. Heavenly Venerate Hao couldn't help praising Qin Mu when he mentioned him. Killing Earth count one step ahead of us. This plan isn't something you can think of. Your thinking is too normal. Moving troops, setting up formations, strategizing and fighting techniques, all of them are upright, without the slightest bit of evil aura. This strategy can only be thought of by someone with abnormal thinking like Celestial Master Mu. It's beyond my expectations. He sipped his tea and said, Celestial Master Gong is dead. Celestial Master Mu killing Celestial Master Gong means that his ability is above Celestial Master Gong's. The speed of his improvement is also beyond my expectations. However, Celestial Master Gong's ability was originally at the bottom of the 10 Celestial Masters. Ever since she was injured by your sword Dao, her Dao heart is no longer perfect, so it's normal for her to die at the hands of Celestial Master Mu. My brother Lang Xian can defeat him. Founding Emperor smiled and shook his head. Lang Xian is dead for sure. Do you know that you used Celestial Master Mu to get rid of him? Celestial Master Hao laughed loudly and fiddled with the teacup. He said unhurriedly, I was prepared to prepare a dignified death for all of you so that all of you would die heroically and become the sacrificial offering for young Master to descend. However, Celestial Master Mu's thinking was abnormal and disrupted my plan. However, this is also good. Young Master can't descend, so you can't blame me. He said leisurely, my father, Absolute Beginning, went to kill Celestial Master Yun. I stopped you. Celestial Master, you died at the hands of the Ancestor God King. The Divine Son of Yudu, Qin Fengqing, died at the hands of Celestial Master Su. Celestial Master, you died at the hands of Celestial Master Fire. Meanwhile, Ancient God Taiji captured Celestial King Lang. In the future, when I become the Emperor, she will be suitable to be my main palace. As for Ling, she will be of no use in this battle. I will take out young Master's weapon and kill her. I will sacrifice her to young Master. The Founding Emperor's gaze fell on his face like two sharp swords, piercing toward his Dao heart. Heavenly Master Hao did not mind. There's also Heavenly Master Mu. After he kills my brother Lang Xian, I will personally bury him. Oh right. There's also Heavenly Master Royal. He smiled. He's under the World Tree. After you die, I'll go over and have a chat with him. Founding Emperor picked up his teacup and downed it in one gulp. He shook his head and said, Aren't you afraid of Tai Yi? Tai Yi. Heavenly Venerate Hao laughed out loud. Tai Yi was trapped in the prehistoric universe and had long been captured and suppressed by the young masters of the Miluo Palace. The Tai Yi under the World Tree is just a fake. It's probably Heavenly Venerate Mu who's pretending. He's not a normal person. He likes to take risks. Do you want more tea? Founding Emperor said coldly. No need. Heavenly Master Haotian sighed. I didn't expect to meet with weapons so soon. Qinyi, you're amazing. It's just that you're too conceited and have cultivated for too short a time. forcing you to cultivate only one heavenly palace in order to catch up with me and focus on cultivating the Tao realm. Even if you achieve the Tao, your dermic powers are still far inferior to mine. You're too impatient. 2 great heavenly courts appeared behind his head, turning into a 10,000 heavenly wheel. One side was dark and the other was bright. A heavenly palace appeared behind the founding emperor. Jade Capital did not have the skyscraping hall, and the heavenly palace was incomplete. His skyscraping hall had been cut down by him, and the skyscraping realm along with the emperor's throne realm had disappeared as a result. I'm a demigod, and I'm also a half-human. Another voice came from Heavenly Venerate Vast's 10,000 heavenly wheels. Founding emperor's pupils constricted, and he saw that the dark 10,000 heavenly wheels suddenly split into 35 heavenly palaces to form a great heavenly court. Another Heavenly Venerate Vast walked out from within. He floated away. Founding emperor, you stay here and deal with my demigod body. Watch my half-human body send Heavenly Venerate Mu on his way. That Heavenly Venerate Vast left, and a great abyss of the ultimate appeared. It split apart Hades, and his figure disappeared into it. And in front of the emperor, Heo Tianzin still sat there, smiling at him. The emperor gathers the Tao for the sword. One sword thrusts forward. Opposite Heo Tianzin laughs heartily. 10,000 Tao heavenly wheel falls in the middle of 2 people. Hades. Fire Heavenly Venerate and Void Heavenly Venerate tore apart Moon Heavenly Venerate Langhir's Abhijna and jumped out. Moon Heavenly Venerate and Langhir were about to display their Abhijna again when the Tai Chi sand table suddenly appeared. Countless star sand transformed into a Tai Chi star field, separating Moon Heavenly Venerate and Langhir. Ancestral Court, Black Mountain Holy Land. Heavenly Venerate Yun suddenly stood up and said in a deep voice, "The Battle of Hades has begun. Big brother you, I can't learn anymore." His body floated up into the air. The void above the world tree split open and 36 layers of void appeared. His divine sense, great overarching heaven, appeared and guided his physical body. Just as his physical body was about to fall into great overarching heaven, a voice suddenly sounded. "I found you. Heavenly Venerate Yun, is my absolute beginning emperor sword still useful?" Heavenly Master Yun's heart sank. The one who was watching him the most was probably absolute beginning. Because of his own flaws, the Supreme Emperor used the absolute beginning emperor sword as his foundation to create Tao trees, Tao flowers and Tao fruits. During the battle of the divine sense Great All Heaven, the Supreme Emperor died and his Tao vanished. Heavenly Master Yun took the opportunity to control the absolute beginning Emperor Sword and scare away Heavenly Master Hao. The Emperor Sword then became his divine weapon. This Emperor Sword was the ultimate treasure of the primordial era. When the primordial era broke out of its shell, it was snatched away by the primordial era. The primordial era's desire for the Emperor Sword had always been the primordial era's obsession. The moment Heavenly Venerate Yun's figure rushed into the divine sense Great All Heaven, a Great All Heaven of one chi slammed fiercely into the divine sense Great All Heaven. Heavenly Venerate Yun found it difficult to stabilize his body. Fortunately, his Tao tree was not incomplete like the primordial era's. It was a complete Tao tree and could withstand it. Swoosh! The roots of the Tao tree flew and pierced into his back. Immediately, surging divine senses surged out from the roots and strengthened his body. Inside Heavenly Venerate Yun's body, the spirit embryo was opened and evolved into the ancestral court. The galaxy flew and turned into Xuandu. The heavenly river pierced into the sky and flew up from the sky sea, passing through Xuandu. This heavenly river rushed down from Xuandu and circled around the 4 extremities of the universe to establish the 4 extremities divine treasures. The 4 extremities divine treasures were opened one after another. Then the prime capital was opened up. The heavenly river flowed over the prime capital and into Yudu. It turned into the nether river and was opened up by Yudu. The nether river flowed from Yudu into the sinkhole and was opened up by the sinkhole. From then on, he cultivated the 7 realms of the new divine treasure. These were the 7 realms of the new divine treasure that Lan Yutian had imparted to him. These realms were different from the previous 7 realms of the divine treasure. They were not borrowed from the power of heaven and earth. In the past, other than the spirit embryo, the other 6 realms of the 7 divine treasures were borrowed from external objects, borrowed power from the ancient gods. The new divine treasure was to observe the Tao of heaven and earth and open up the divine treasure. It did not borrow power from external objects. Instead, it used itself as the universe and borrowed the Tao of heaven and earth to evolve the wonders of the internal universe. Heavenly Venerate Yun's cultivation and strength had improved by leaps and bounds. In fact, when he cultivated to the Yudu realm, he had already gotten rid of life and death. He had become like a god, possessing boundless longevity and the same lifespan as heaven and earth. If having boundless longevity was the standard for becoming a god, then the sixth realm of the new divine treasure, the Yudu realm, could be called the God realm. However, the realm that Lan Yuqian had created did not have the so-called God realm. It did not even have the realm of the heavenly palace. After Heavenly Venerate Yun opened the 7 great divine treasures, his primordial spirit stood on the ancestral court. The great Tao gathered, passing through the 4 great heavenly gates, experiencing the baptism of the Jade Lake Jade stage, experiencing the tempering of the Heaven Sea Tao heart, and then entering the God-slaying stage, the 9 prisons stage. In front of him was a hazy, chaotic, and vast expanse. His primordial spirit appeared in front of a towering and majestic Jade capital city, but he was still unable to cross into Jade capital city. The 7 divine treasures that Lan Yuqian had opened were the foundation establishment stage, followed by the ancestral court. The ancestral court was divided into 4 heaven gate realms: the Jade Lake Jade platform realm, the Heaven Sea realm, the God-slaying platform realm, the 9 prisons platform realm, the Jade capital realm, and the 5 ultimate realms and the World Tree realm. The new 7 divine treasures realm was completed by Lan Yuqian alone, while the ancestral court's 8 realms were created by Lan Yuqian, Su Shanghua, Hua Xuanxiu, Granny Si, Prince Yuming, and the others. However, they had yet to complete the Jade Capital Realm, 5 Ultimate Realm, and World Tree Realm. As the Jade Capital Realm wanted to comprehend Jade Capital City, and Jade Capital City was sealed by the heavenly venerates of the heavenly court and guarded by soldiers, Lan Yuqian and the others could not enter to comprehend it. Thus, they could only vaguely see Jade Capital City and could not step into it. The 5 great realms needed to comprehend the 5 great innate Daos of Tai, Taichu, Taishu, Taisu, and Taichi. Lan Yuqian and Su Shanghua had gone to the ruins of the 5 great mineral veins more than once to try to comprehend these 5 great Daos. However, these 5 great Daos were too profound and unfathomable, and they could never reach perfection. The World Tree Realm was somewhat similar to the traditional Tao realm. It was similar to the founding emperor's Tao realm, where the 36th heaven formed the Tao, cultivated the great overarching heaven, and had Tao flowers and fruits. However, the World Tree Realm was different from the traditional Tao realm. The Tao tree of the Tao realm imitated the World Tree, while the World Tree Realm comprehended the World Tree of the Black Mountain Sacred Land, and nurtured a World Tree with its own Tao in the ancestral court. Once the World Tree was cultivated, it would control the various great Tao in its body. With the World Tree as the center, the great Tao would form a great overarching heaven. The World Tree in the great overarching heaven could also bloom Tao flowers and bear Tao fruits. Unlike the great overarching heaven in the Tao realm system, the great overarching heaven in the ancestral court system did not need to entrust the ultimate void. The great overarching heaven in the ancestral court system was formed from one's own great Daos. This was the idea of Lan Yuqian and Su Shanghua. They intended to use this method to prevent the ultimate void from collapsing due to too many great overarching heavens in the ultimate void, resulting in the apocalypse of the universe. If they did not entrust the great Tao to the great Luo heaven, they would not have to put too much pressure on the ultimate void. Perhaps it would be a way to solve the destruction of the universe. Moreover, different people cultivated different Daos. The great Luo heaven and the World Tree in the ancestral court were also different. The traditional heavenly palace and heavenly court system used strength to form the Tao, while the Tao realm system used Tao to form the Tao. They were all entrusted to the outside, while Lan Yuqian, Su Shanghua, and the others were entrusted to the inside. This was the biggest difference between the new and old systems. Heavenly Venerate Yun was able to cultivate the new ancestral court system to the 9 prison stage in such a short period of time. His talent and comprehension were truly extraordinary. However, the new system was not complete. Even Lan Yuqian, Su Shanghua, and the other founders were unable to cultivate it, let alone a learner like him. His mana was still far inferior to that of someone like Absolute Beginning, who had achieved great success in the heavenly palace and heavenly court system. Absolute beginning appeared under the Tao tree of the great all-heaven of One Qi. He looked at him and felt that Heavenly Venerate Yun had increased the power of his physical body countless times in a short period of time. He could not help but show a look of approval. Yun, you are the Heavenly Venerate that I conferred upon you. Back then, I was the one who instructed you to go down to the lower realm and establish the Heavenly Court of Heavenly Han in the capital of Yuan. I even conferred you the title of the Heavenly Emperor of Acquired Beings. Absolute Beginning sighed. How did you repay me? You and Heavenly Venerate how seduced me with your beauty, and made me lose the position of the Heavenly Emperor. Yun, I treated you well. I realized that you had the ambition to fight for the world, so I nurtured you, but you betrayed me time and time again. Are all humans so unreliable? Heavenly Venerate Yun crazily mobilized the power of the Tao tree behind him. He reached out his hand and grabbed. A sword light flashed, and the Absolute Beginning Emperor sword fell into his hand. He said solemnly, His Majesty ordered me to establish the Heavenly Heaven Court in the lower realm to rule the acquired creatures. Then, he ordered Heavenly Venerate Haotian to establish the Heavenly Heaven Court in the lower realm to sow discord between us. He wanted us to fight each other and kill each other. His Majesty's intention was to see the demigods and the acquired creatures thriving day by day, and the ancient gods losing their rule. Therefore, he used this opportunity to make us kill each other and wear down our power. At that time I realized that in order to overthrow the ancient god, I had to kill His Majesty first. If His Majesty doesn't die, the ancient god will rule the world forever, and the world will be in darkness forever. Therefore, you joined hands with Heavenly Venerate Haotian and controlled the Heaven Alliance. In order to borrow the power of the demigods to kill me, you had to give half of the power of the Heaven Alliance to him. Absolute Beginning sighed, he said. However, he occupied the magpie's nest and slowly devoured the Heaven Alliance. Heavenly Master Yun, after you overthrew me, do you regret it? Your Heaven Alliance became the Heaven Alliance of Heavenly Master Haotian, and the other 10 Heavenly Masters. After you overthrew the rule of the ancient gods, the demigods continued to rule all the worlds in the universe. You humans and the acquired creatures are still sacrificial offerings. You haven't escaped the fate of being enslaved and sacrificed in blood. You overthrew me. It's no different from you not overthrowing me. Heavenly Venerate Yun also sighed before saying solemnly, There's a difference. There was no hope in the past, but now there's hope. This is the biggest difference. Absolute Beginning laughed out loud. He flicked his sleeves and said, Hope? What an ethereal and ironic word. Heavenly Venerate Yun, you call the gods of countless humans and postnatal beings who have been massacred time and time again hope. You call the tribulations of Long Han, Crimson Bright, High Emperor, Founding Emperor and Eternal Peace hope? Postnatal life forms are like chives being cut off one after another. Is this what you call hope? Heavenly Venerate Yun flicked his Absolute Beginning Emperor sword with his fingers, and the sound of the sword was clear and melodious. It roused people's hearts. How is this not hope? Your Majesty, we didn't have the strength to fight back then. In the era of Long Han, postnatal lifeforms were just a few experts on emperor thrones. In the era of Crimson Light, the Ming Emperor could kill his way to the gate of South Heaven. In the era of High Emperor, Ling Yu shook the foundation of Heavenly Court. In the era of Founding Emperor, Carefree Village made the 10 Heavenly Venerates unable to sleep or eat in peace. And in this era of eternal peace, Your Majesty, we can already stand on equal footing with Heavenly Court. Absolute Beginning's gaze landed on the Emperor's sword in his hand. You postnatal living beings are truly bugs. No matter how you kill them, you can't kill them all. Instead, you come back to life time and time again, becoming stronger and stronger. However, you no longer have the chance. He looked at the divine sense of the great overarching heaven and sighed. He said, The Tao of the Absolute Beginning is divided into the innate One Qi and the divine sense. When the Absolute Beginning becomes the Tao, it becomes the Absolute Beginning Great Overarching Heaven, which is divided into the One Qi Great Overarching Heaven and the divine sense Great Overarching Heaven. I need to use your death to become the Absolute Beginning of the Tao. A vertical eye in the center of his brows slowly opened, revealing a sparkling and resplendent Absolute Beginning original stone. Half of the original stone was missing. He smiled and said, After you die, the 2 great overarching heavens will merge. and I will be the true absolute beginning. Your Majesty, the same goes for me. Heavenly Venerate Yun smiled, and a vertical eye in the center of his brows slowly opened its eyes, revealing a primordial stone. He said with a smile, if your Majesty dies in my hands, I can use your one Qi Great Luo Heaven to achieve the Tao in the primordial. Your Majesty has the primordial physical body, and I have the primordial Emperor sword. It is still unknown who will be the victor. Absolute Beginning's pupils constricted. The Absolute Beginning raw stone in Heavenly Venerate Yun's forehead was the raw stone that he had been searching for. Back then, the body of the Emperor was shattered in the chaotic sea formed by the chaos mineral vein. The raw stone fell into the chaotic sea, and all the Heavenly Venerates went to look for the raw stone. However, no one obtained the raw stone. It was not the first time that Absolute Beginning entered the chaotic sea to look for the raw stone. However, the raw stone seemed to have grown wings and disappeared without a trace. He did not know that the original stone had been obtained by Su Shanghua. Su Shanghua had brought the original stone to the Black Mountain Sacred Land and studied the Absolute Beginning Tao contained in the original stone with Lan Yutian. Both of them had gained a lot. Not long ago, Heavenly Venerate Yun had come to the Black Mountain Sacred Land to study. Lan Yutian had taught him a new cultivation system. Su Shanghua had learned that he had obtained the Supreme Emperor's divine sense, the great overarching heaven, so he had given the original stone to him. This allowed him to control the power of the divine sense, the great overarching heaven. Heavenly Venerate Yun had planted this stone between his brows. With this stone, it would be much easier for him to control the divine sense, the great overarching heaven, and the power of the Tao Tree Tao fruit of the great overarching heaven. Your Majesty, I'm afraid you don't know why Heavenly Venerate Mu insisted that I go to the Black Mountain Sacred Land. I learned a lot in the Black Mountain Sacred Land. Apart from the new cultivation system, I also obtained this stone. More importantly, founding Emperor Qin Yi is also in the Black Mountain. Heavenly Venerate Yun shook the primordial Emperor sword with a solemn expression. He stared at the tip of the sword. During the Long Han era, apart from pretending to be Heavenly Venerate Mu, I also pretended to be founding emperor. In the early years of the Long Han era, I took a quick glance and comprehended their divine abilities and Tao techniques from their battles. I could learn their divine abilities and Tao techniques to perfection, making them appear as if they were real. And in the Black Mountain Sacred Land with founding emperor, the number one person in the path of the sword, personally guiding me, the power of the Absolute Beginning Emperor sword in my hands might surpass your Majesty's imagination. Shua. Heavenly Venerate Yun waved his sword, and the tip of the Absolute Beginning Emperor sword pointed diagonally downwards. Behind him, purple clouds filled the sky, dyeing the divine sense great overarching heaven, as if it was a supreme realm forged from purple jade. Heavenly Venerate Mu insisted that I go to the Black Mountain because he knows that I have the strongest ability to learn and imitate in history. I am also the only one who can imitate 70 to 80% of founding emperor's supreme sword Tao in a short period of time. A sharp and unparalleled power of sword Tao surged out from his body and was invincible. All over the world, layers upon layers of sword Tao heavens suddenly spread out and formed a defensive stance. At the same time, layers upon layers of divine sense, Tao heavens merged with sword Tao heavens to make up for his deficiency in sword Tao. When the two heavens merged, their power would be even stronger. Your Majesty, please.